Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 76th live stream from the Misfit Gamers Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's deeper dive, we have the history of wild magic. Finally, we've been talking about this for quite some time. We're finally going to get there. We're going to go over pretty much a brief overview of the entire history as it pertains to all of the editions, and then we're actually going to dive into each of the edition books. And actually read how each of them featured specifically wild magic, how it evolved, and then we're going to end with our thoughts on wild magic, what we've always felt it should be, and how we feel it should be used, or at least how we want to approach it in the future, kind of moving forward. But that's pretty much it. No big updates for us right now. We do have a few items on the list for homebrew review, but we will be having a small change Monday. Kage will be out, so I'll be doing another high-low as we traditionally do when he's not here. And then we'll be picking up the next Monday with some brand new additions from our newest follower, Hisbor. They submitted 2 items, so we'll have 2 back-to-back Mondays with some brand new content for you guys there. But otherwise, we are here for the history of wild magic. I see that Hoylep is already here, so good morning to you. I see that you didn't sleep. That's a problem. You should sleep, sir. Or ma'am, I don't think we've actually established that. Don't quote me on that. I apologize. Don't mean to be offensive. Moving on. What's up, man? How you doing today?
I am chilling. Shalom, my friends. Welcome, welcome. I am glad to be back. You know, it's a good Friday, good end to the week.
Yes, end to a kind of a longish week. I don't know. Things
been all right.
Kind of crazy.
It's active. We'll put it that way.
I will say this: 100%. I am absolutely so psyched that I've changed my work schedule around. To accommodate this. Mondays are so much nicer, not having to feel so short. And Fridays have been working so well. So hope you guys are liking it, because don't see it change anytime soon. It's a good little break, in between the streams.
Facts.
So interesting enough, wild magic. I know we've been kind of hyping it up for a little bit now.
I am super excited about wild magic.
I hope it's as good enough of a conversation as we've been trying to say that it's going to be. But
listen, I mean, the hype is the hype. I'm excited about it because I'm just excited about the topic. I hope it's entertaining enough, but at the same time,
one of my favorite things is always to see, when we do the deeper discussions and the deeper dives, it's always nice to, I like and enjoy actually seeing the evolution of what we talk about, right? My favorite part is actually going into each of the books, looking at and reviewing what each edition did to a particular topic and see how it got from the beginning to the end. And then, just discuss what does that mean for the players? And I don't just mean players as in DMs versus players. I mean everybody who plays D&D, right? What does it mean when you have rule sets that are, in a sense, somewhat feel ingrained, but yet don't really end up being, don't really end up being fleshed out, right? Like magical foci. It's so ingrained for wizards to have a wand. It's so ingrained for certain rituals to have these magical items, these totems, these, focal points. But there's just never, as we learned, there's just never really been a history of it. There's never really been a sit-down moment of what should these things do.
Right.
And I always find that interesting when you look further and further, because then you kind of start to realize that a lot of the things you've either heard or discussed are manifestations of, again, what we always talk about, those basics, the foundations, right? That's why we always say the book is a foundation, because you see things like spell foci or magical foci. You see things like wild magic where it's always been there, but when you really look at what's been done with it, most of that wasn't done by the book. Most of it wasn't coming from what the book inspired. It was more of here's a foundational piece, and everyone was like, well, what do I do with this? What does that mean? And then you see the more creativity come out of people when they're like, well, I have a mechanic that doesn't give me a lot of description, but it's there. So how do I use this directly? So absolutely. Let's see. Personally, I find wild magic borrowsome. Most of the time, it messes with the flow of the game, especially if the player just wants to create chaos like an addicted gambler. That is actually something I wanted to cover today. No,
yes,
that is 100% a fantastic take. I don't disagree with you. I don't think that's the incorrect take, because one of the biggest issues that I've always had with wild magic is it doesn't feel fulfilling. Like wild magic just doesn't scratch any itch, and it does feel more cumbersome. It does feel bothersome. It's the idea that you're trying to add some level of chaotic nature to the proceedings, but it's not done in a way that is manageable. And you think, well, it's mild magic. It's not supposed to be. It's like there's a difference between having something to chaotically happen narratively or chaotically disrupt the gameplay, and there's something that is not manageable in gameplay, right? Manageable meaning that there is at least a mechanic that makes sense to use. And this is one of the points that I did want to cover, because one of my biggest gripes is that the only real way to use wild magic, like the only real proper way, the only real effective way to use it, is to use it to disrupt the game itself. It's not useful in any tactical sense, which kind of by its nature it's not meant to be. But I think we've had this conversation. It's not quite true. Like, there is a essence to wild magic that should be more narratively tactical and not more character tactical.
So I had a couple of thoughts. One of which was, this is what I would consider a hot take, but I don't think, I think that if wild magic is used correctly, I think that wild magic spells shouldn't be able to be counterspelled. And what I mean by
that's a rough take.
It really is.
That's
it really
a rough
is.
take.
And so what I mean by that is, like, if I am actually casting wild magic, meaning I don't 100% know the spell that's going to come out of my fingertips. You can't counter
the spell that you don't know. The idea is that...
Yes.
Now, does counterspell specifically have any kind of language that states you need to know what spell's being cast?
In 5th edition, no. Like, there's no, 5th edition mechanic saying, you have to know. I don't think so. Let me actually
I can't remember if this is an optional thing in 2nd edition, or again, if this is one of the things I picked up over the years. But when I played when I was playing way back in the day, there was it was either a proficiency. I think it was a proficiency that you could get where, actually, it was, I believe. So let me double check this. So I believe that in 2nd edition there was a spell. Actually, do you want to look this up real quick for me?
What am I looking up?
2nd edition.
2nd edition.
2nd edition. Spell crafting.
Okay.
I believe that's the one. And I believe spell crafting was a proficiency that you could take. And it's not what you think. It's not like the version of being able to design spells. I think that was the idea where when someone's casting a spell, you know what spell they're casting. Like, you can know the words, you can identify the spell they're casting. And to me, that kind of made the more interesting ploy to knowing what spells are coming, to know if you should use your counterspell or not. You know what I mean? For the wizard who had this ability. So I'm really curious if I'm remembering that correctly, or again, if that was an add-on over the years that I just picked up on.
Actually, I might have something for you.
But yeah, so because I have I've set that up in High Point to where being able to know what magic is actually being cast is actually limited knowledge. So if, for instance, you have a spell that's kind of your signature spell.
This is Pathfinder 2nd edition, though. Is that different?
Well, what is it?
So it says, in Pathfinder 2nd edition, the spellcraft skill is used when a character's knowledge or skill in casting spells or spellcrafting magic items is questioned. It can also be used to identify the properties of magic items through spells like identify and detect magic. A successful spellcraft check with a DC of 10 plus the item's caster's level yields materials that can be used. Now, I don't know if that you can also use that on what do you call it? On spells that are being cast as well. Let me see.
And again, maybe there was another one because I know that there are other options for just identifying spells, and they're usually just like a DC check. So that would make more sense. Maybe that was just something that I had picked up that was specific and compiled to be a proficiency. But I have that in High Point where it's like, if it's like, for instance, if you have a character who has like a spell they're just known for, it's like, their go-to, it's their signature spell. And it's a base spell, like nothing custom. I totally would allow them to know whenever that spell is being cast. It's almost just like it rings out to you. So it's kind of like the meme that goes about you can't tell a song after only 1 second, and all you got to do is play the one note from that one song that we all can hear instantaneously. That song. I know what song. That piano note. Yeah, we all know the piano note. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, so I would imagine those kind of people, like if you're just notorious for casting Fireball, it's like the moment you hear anyone just say that first word of the spell, you're like, I know what that spell is. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like those kind of situations. I also have it to where any spell, I think it's like, I forget. I have it written down somewhere. This is old ass notes, but it was basically like equivalent to like 2 spells below the highest you can cast. So like if you can cast a 5th level spell, any spell that that you've cast before, any spell that's in your spell book that's 3rd level or lower, you'd be able to identify being cast. Because your knowledge at this point is from the base level. You just know the fundamentals enough. So there are things that I have, because in that particular case, I don't want anyone to just know what spell's being cast. The idea is that if you don't know what's being cast and you don't know what's being cast, the effect should be, random. I'm not necessarily a huge fan. It's one thing for the player to say, hey, I want to cast this spell. I'm going to do a roll. But I'm not necessarily a fan personally when DMs are like, this NPC, he's now going to cast this on you. How would I know that? I'd much rather you just go, pff. You see his hand stretch out and your armor begins to melt. You know what I mean? Like, acid oh shit, he just threw acid on me, right? That's the kind of shit that from a DM's point of view, magic should be elusive. The idea that I like the idea of, again, from a narrative point of view. Yeah. You walk into a cavern and, or a tavern and everything seems weird. It's like people are kind of like there, but they're not all there. You try to talk to people, whatever. And then you have them notice someone just, they're not doing anything, but they're kind of just like, kind of daydreaming, but their mouth is moving, but they're not speaking. Like, and then it's like, you're like, as you get closer, you hear them mumbling. And then as you get closer, they're like, like these little like things that escalate the narrative. When instead of saying you see someone casting a spell or this spell is being cast, you know what I mean? It's that whole, not just breaking the immersion, but it sets the players up to metagame, right? Those kind of moments are like giving the players too much knowledge that they can't game without, instead of just giving them the clues that something's about to happen, and you shouldn't know what's about to happen, just as the enemies shouldn't react. You know what I mean? Like the idea when someone's like, I'm going to cast Fireball, and it's like, okay, well, they're going to dive out of the way. Well, what do you mean they're going to dive out of the way? They're running at us. I'm going to cast Fireball. It's like, yeah, so they're going to dive out of the way. Like, how are they going to die? Did they hear me? Do they, you know what I mean? Like, if you're running with a group of people and someone just kind of like, and you're running towards the group, it's not like he's going to, be anime style, push his buddies out of the way, hold a hand up and start screaming. He's probably going to be like, okay, fire. You know what I mean? Like, magic is elusive. Magic is not meant to be this dramatic display. When it is, at least from High Point, but from my personal point of view as well, just in general, magic, no matter how common, is not meant to be like the show and dance. The dog
have
and
you
pony show.
seen an adaptation in Hollywood that actually depicts how you think magic would be depicted in High Point in that sense, like the subtleness of Harry Potter spells,
Dresden and Supernatural are 2 that I go to when talking about how that background world exists beyond everybody else's perception, just outside of the corner of your eye kind of stuff, right? The world doesn't want to believe it, but it's there,
right?
And it's available. You can find it if you look for it, but it does its best to stay elusive, to stay on the sidelines, because The idea is, again, those in power want to hoard it. They don't want it to be, essentially the idea of a universal finiteness. If everybody can use magic, then there's not as much magic I can use. So the more people that can't use magic, the more I can be. The idea, and I do have that idea that is prevalent in High Point, right? It's, power vacuums. The idea that if you truly had every living creature be able to perform magic, truthfully, the most powerful magicians would become weaker. Just the fact of the flow of magic, it's like highways. The more people that have cars, no matter how many highways you build, the more people that get cars, the more the highways will pack.
A very similar concept that I've heard in like the Speed Force with like the Flash and all that, because there's a bunch of speedsters or whatever, and like the more of them that are out there drawing from it can like affect all the other speedsters.
Speed Force, I hate that idea. But that's the idea, is like because it's not so much that it's being used up, but it's a flow.
Very much so.
And imagine a giant river. You can only make only so many people can pull from that river. So only so many people can make their own irrigation from that. Only so many side paths can be taken from that river before there is no more river. And all of those little ones are now creeks, and then you're drying it up, and you have to get further and further to the source, which is the divine. And then beyond the divine, you have just the raw, which is the beyond the veil, or not the veil, but the brain, beyond the weave. The weave is what connects the raw to our to our understanding of what the existence is. And again, it's not so much a depletion. It's not like we're using it up and it will go away, but there is only so much access. You know what I mean? And the idea of why there's people who can wield such power only so rarely is a combination of understanding and skill, but also time and place. You know what I mean? It can just be, in general, how many people are using magic in all of existence at any given time, but it's also in regions, right? If you're in a region where less people are using magic, you could be more powerful. Not just in relation because they don't know magic, but you have more of a pool. And so it's that balance between the idea of a social balance where, if you're the only one that does magic, you're more powerful. But you also, just in general, have a larger pool to pull from.
So if somebody theoretically wanted to be super powerful, and they just basically, because I'm thinking like on a very large scale, if you like started releasing these like predators of like magical creatures, like they're drawn to like magical energy, and so like it like forces people to like settle in certain specific areas, and so like all the people who actually have magic that are these creatures are drawn to, they're move places far away, and they're all congregated in one area, and so the one person that created or is controlling or whatever all these creatures just can be that's very interesting. Like you're hurting.
We'll have a conversation more about that, because there's an organization that was developed during the Third Great War, the War of Magic, for that exact purpose. They wanted to control it.
100% sounds like something that would go down.
They did.
During
They
that
literally
time.
used magic to create creatures that fed off of low latency, and part of that was also inspired by Dresden series, because there was something very similar to where in the book series he much later in the series eventually gets this like group together of like low latent magic users, like people of normal everyday like lives, but they have a sense and awareness, some touch of magic, but they're not like wizards like he is. They're not like indulging, but they're just like, people who are like mediums, people who can kind of have small premonitions, some people who just can talk to ghosts, or just in general. And he eventually kind of does like this little online thing where they're all like talking and just having this like kind of like a network of not really spies, but just a network of the supernatural being able to communicate and talk about like what events are happening and who's feeling what. And that idea, they have people targeting, like in the book, that eventually people go after that group because it's so beneficial to have these low latent people around. They start targeting them, but that's where I have this, that's
so crazy.
Influence that into this idea that there was a group that was eventually created, that their whole purpose was magical control. So they made multiple divisions. One of the divisions was magical elimination. Just eliminate anybody of a certain magic tier or lower, in the mindset that you're useless. If you can only cast if you can only cast cantrips, if the max you could ever be potential, if your potential is cantrips, you're useless in the concept of magic. You're a waste of the weave. You're a waste of that. Because again, it's like you trying to take a tiny one little path irrigation from the river.
That's disrespectful.
But for them,
I mean, like, practically, yes.
Because
like
on a big scale, they're like, you're trying to take a small one path. Yes, you might be like, but it's only for a small little garden. I'm like, yeah, but that tiny water isn't worth how many more people we could feed. Unless
the innovation out of the necessity that I have right there can create breakthroughs that even you guys can benefit from.
And that's when the organization didn't care. So yeah, so one of the divisions was elimination.
Short-sighted sons of bitches.
They had a certain threshold, and if you didn't meet that threshold, you were essentially a waste, and that's you weren't considered worthy. Like, because again, from their point of view, that they were so extremist in that particular case. But from their point of view, it wasn't even a humane thing. It wasn't like a, hey, we're sorry. It's just literally you draw magic from the greater good. You draw magic out of the pool. And therefore, so if you think about it, do you remember the movie Jumper?
Yes.
The guy's like, I love that movie.
It was a great movie.
Same mindset from the Paladins, the ones that used to go at them. They had the mindset of you shouldn't be able to have that power. So it's just, it doesn't matter that you're human, it doesn't matter that you have a life. The idea is that you have this power, therefore you shouldn't have it.
You need to stop.
Same concept, but they were from the point of not anyone should have it. It's more of you're a waste. Your pool could be our pool. So they went around just mindlessly doing that. They had another, recruitment side. If you were above that threshold, they try to recruit you. If not,
then they
do that. They had the assessment side. Anybody who wouldn't be recruited but was posed as a threat would just be monitored and just made sure that there was any just constant assessment of their abilities and their threat. And yeah, they just it was really cool. Like the War of Magic was fucking crazy, dude. It was so much fun to build. A leader extremist, exactly. That's what it was.
Exactly.
But yeah, so it's going back on that too. So funny. We've talked a lot about high point magic in history, and I even did that whole episode on like the actual magic, like the homebrew magic that I've put into high point from scratch. But I have found it funny that I've never really talked about wild magic. Like it's there, but I don't consider it like its own class. It is to start out the conversation, I guess. Wild magic to me, to high point, is a byproduct, an effect. It is, I guess, what you would call not even like, I wouldn't even call it a subclass. It's like less than a sub. It's like a feature. Like if you looked at it from the point of view of like, because I've seen, we're gonna see here in the history of this, they've tried to make wild magic a class. They've tried to apply it to subclasses. They've tried to make, but to me, it's more like a feature than it is a subclass, right? And I think that's the one of my biggest critiques is the approach to wild magic has always tried to make it a cornerstone, a key feature of your character, a core, not a key feature, a core feature, instead of a key feature. Let's put it that way. That's a better way to put it. Wild magic has always been presented as a core feature, or attempted to be presented as a core feature, not a key feature. And the difference meaning, a core feature about a rogue is like their ability to sneak, right? Their core feature is that they are a rogue, whether they're, whatever, regardless of their subclass, there's aspects to that character. But a key feature, not something that's a core. You don't need this to be a rogue, but a key feature of a rogue would be backstab or pickpocketing, right? These are key features, but they're not necessarily core in the sense that every build would require it. Hopefully that kind of makes more sense.
No, I get you.
That, and as we'll see going through the history, D&D has always seemed to try to treat wild magic as like a fundamental aspect of this is your character. This is what your character is built around. He's a fighter, that's a cleric, you're wild magic. And I think that's wrong. I think wild magic should be almost treated kind of like a intentional curse, like something that, if you're going to put it in your build, it's an intentional curse, or it's an effect that happens that could be inflicted in game.
Interesting. See, it's interesting that you say that, because one of the notes that I specifically had on here is I really wanted to develop, at the very least, a portion of what wild magic is can be implemented as a curse.
Oh yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
imagine cursing a wizard who's all about the specifics of their spells and the intensity of being able to do specific things, and you curse them with wild magic, and like specific elements of their spells are always going awry and they're
Or
always
potential,
changing.
yeah, depending on the
Right.
severity. But that's and that's the thing is that's what I mean by a feature, because a feat can be applied at any time. It doesn't have to be from the very beginnings of your character creation, right? This can be something that gets adopted whether you like it or not. And that's why I want to transition this mindset from wild magic needing to be core to a character to being a feature of magic. And again, not a feature of a character. Remember, I'm trying to get out of the mindset of this isn't a character feature, but a feature of magic. A almost like another version that they should have talked more about this instead of the way that they do is a lot of the times D&D supplementals will supplemental books will give optional or additional rule sets or alternative rule sets, and that's what I feel wild
Is
magic
that
should
to
be.
say that all magic can be wild?
In what sense? What do you mean by all magic can be wild?
Because the way that sounds is that if it's more of a feature of magic itself, then that means that magic just has the potential, like, to react in some way, like, wildly.
So very much so, and that's what I mean by it's a feature of magic, not so much a character. And I'm trying to just separate the term what I mean by feature. I don't want to say that this is a class feature or a character
Right.
feature I'm building. When we talk about how wild magic should be treated, I just mean that instead of looking at it from a core value as a character, look at it from the point of view of magic, right? We have classes of magic. We have schools of magic. This is just another...
This is a feature of magic.
Yeah, it's just another
Okay.
category.
Okay.
And that's where I want to shift the conversation instead of it being about specific classes or the character, because it's not about the character. If the character wants wild magic, that's fine. Implement it in the character, right? That's like saying I want to be a wizard. That's fine. But trying to say that just because I want wild magic means I am now cornered into building around wild magic, I feel is what weakens wild magic. I feel like that's where it's not its strength at. I feel like its strength is in things like, imagine, again, if we treat it as a feature of magic instead of a feature of a character, one of the ideas that I love about wild magic is we've talked about spell foci. We talked about the ideas of different materials, right? Mm-hmm. And we talked about one of my things that just irk me is the way spell foci are treated in the book makes no sense to any real magician. You know, that dark mage, that BBEG that you've been following that's a century old, that's keeping himself alive with magic, that wand is probably the wand that he killed his master with. 1,000 years ago. That has probably never left his side. I don't believe that just because he can, there's 9 different types of items he could hold, he's always going to have that fucking wand. That is cornerstone to him. And if it's not, right, like, don't write it in. But my biggest thing is, like, that's not how we imagine, like, these magic users, whatever that, magical item is. I mean, even in Sandman, the Netflix series Sandman, right?
Right.
All of the Endless have like
their
focuses.
items.
They have
Yes.
things that represent pieces of them, and so that's why I feel that foci could be better, right? And we talked about the different materials and all of that. So imagine if wild magic was a feature of magic and you treated spell foci properly, like we do in pop culture. Now, let's say you want to have a campaign where you can, you're going to fight the BBEG like 3 times, right? You're going to do that thing where, like, he gets away, but you fight him at different stages. Mm-hmm. And imagine at one stage you actually give your players the option. You don't tell them this, but you write it into the battle that if you get a certain amount of damage on him, he'll run away. Like, let's say if, anytime he gets below 50%, he's going to start trying to run away the first 2 fights. But let's say if you're lucky enough on the second fight to get him 60%, if you could do 60% instead of 50
before he runs away.
Yeah, if you could do an extra 10%, I'm going to give you the option that it'll break his wand. And then the outcome is now that every time he casts, his wand has a 50% chance of wild magicking because it's broken. That's something that you can inflict on your characters.
Interesting. I like that.
Like imagine, okay, so imagine this, right? Their wizards can have a feature where they can cast through their weapons, right? Mm-hmm. Like that, I think. Well, no, that's not. 5th edition doesn't even care, right? 5th edition, you can just cast when you're holding a weapon, right? Or can you not?
No. So technically, you need to have a free hand when you're trying to cast anything in
Is
fifth
there a feature
edition.
that overrides that in fifth?
Warcaster.
Yeah. So if you have something like Warcaster, being able to cast, through your weapons, right? Let's say your weapon's damaged. That could cause wild magic. If you don't drop that weapon, that could cause a wild magic surge, right? So these are the aspects that I've thought about over the years of why wild magic doesn't feel right.
I definitely like that.
Because wild magic always feels intentional, and it shouldn't. Wild magic isn't supposed to be intentional, which is why the best approach, and I hate to say this, but the best approach that you could have to wild magic right now is to fuck up the game.
Although I do like the idea of somebody trying to harness wild magic,
and that's fine. But
until
it works better, until it works more like a feature of magic, right? Until it works like a disruptive of use of magic and not a character build. Because again, it doesn't work in any like tactical way for a character unless you're trying to harness it. But the way that it works mechanically, the way that it works by the book, there is no harnessing, right? It just doesn't feel like there's any reality there. And so that's what we're going to get into is like, how do we take from what they built? How do we take that into a way that we can say, hey, still using what the book has said. I'm still using the evolution of wild magic, but how can we twist it and adopt it like we always do to make it feel not realistic, to make it feel more tangible.
Yes. And just as an interesting note, we were talking a little bit about our homebrew review submissions and how a couple upcoming ones are going to be classes, but they're going to be whole classes, like subclass-less classes, right?
Oh, yes.
And I think that a realistic implementation of wild magic would be something along those lines. A subclassless class that is just its own progression of either... Because imagine you just like you're talking about. Imagine you have a broken foci, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why your magic is not working properly. But imagine, say there was, I don't know what would it be for you, but in 5th edition sorcerers are just basically, they are kind of their own foci. Like their whole body is there. But imagine that whole body being broken, or not necessarily your body being broken, but like your magical body, your channeling ability for magic is broken, and that's the class, is you are slowly trying to fix and repair that. So like as you advance in the class, you kind of get more control, and it's like, okay, now I can control what element I can shoot out, or I can control like how far it goes, or whatever, something like that. And so like there are different things you're able to slowly kind of that's just my initial thought process when it comes to building that. It would be something like just that, and it wouldn't really have like a whole lot of like weird subclass options or anything like that.
And that would be a way to go, and that's where I don't think I would go that way, just because I think, again, looking at the history of what they've already tried to do with building classes around it, that's why I think wild magic just hasn't really become a cornerstone to most campaigns, is because there's a lot of focus being put on trying to build a character around it, which it shouldn't be. Like, magic has its own function, magic has its own mechanic. Making a feature of magic that makes it wild and rebuilding it from the ground up of what wild magic means versus trying to utilize what they have to say, hey, here's a bunch of wildcat mechanics, build a class around it. It's like that's not what wild magic, I think, isn't intended for. It's not meant to be a whole class. It's meant to be a journey. If you want to control wild magic and be able to intentionally cast wild magic, I think that would be an interesting endeavor. But I personally wouldn't go the whole route of building a whole class, because, again, broken magic isn't really a thing to like adopt, right? Like we'll get into it more as we look at the evolution.
Okay.
But again, and that's just where I guess the difference of how do you want to approach fixing wild magic, whether it is just redeveloping how the class works. But I think it's more, I would go more of an approach of like, let's look at what we can do to tell because again,
outside of
one of
class.
the biggest things that I'm gonna critique as we go through these editions, the biggest critique I have is primarily the concept of what wild magic does. It's not just how they implement it. I think one of the biggest issues that they did was they tried to make it a core feature of a character, but beyond that, what wild magic even does, like what they actually say is the effect of wild magic, I think is also what is a heavier weight. It's like a 50-50 weight of that also just ruins it too. Because a lot of the times what they're trying to do is add that little flavor of chaos without context. So a lot of the times you'll see here, they have like roll tables and it's like, oh, you cast a different spell. And it's like,
and
that's not really wild magic.
That is something that I had a huge issue with too. That, yeah. I feel that.
So Hoylepa says it's mainly a basic problem with D&D. There's no drawbacks to the base game. Wild magic and all other systems have drawbacks, which again, that is another balancing act, right? They're trying to act like wild magic is this fun, quirky thing that it really just doesn't do what you want it to. And it's like, there should be more to it though. It should feel more chaotic without being disruptive. You can have chaos without disruption, if that makes sense. I know it sounds weird, but you can have chaos without disruption, right? That's just having that dynamic gameplay. I mean, let's say, you're in a combat and the floor gives out. That's chaotic, but not disruptive. You know what I mean? Like the floor gives out. Now you're in a new level. Now the whole battlefield's changed. That's kind of fun. It's chaotic. So, oh shit, now we're in rubble. Now we're not on a flat surface. Now everyone has difficulty moving. It's difficult terrain. But disruptive would be
if it starts raining in here and we're inside in an underground thing, but that's what the roll table says, is that it's supposed to be a rain
and
cloud.
Then you're just like, oh, so are we drowning? Is it going somewhere? Like, yeah, so it's like disruptive is one of those things where it either breaks you out of the immersion or it's disruptive as in it breaks what everybody is trying to accomplish or do. Whereas I think wild magic should be that thing where it's supposed to create that creative element. And it's supposed to have that allure. It's like a curse. It's supposed to have that draw of wanting to use it without feeling like, well, it's more likely going to screw us up, but let's hope for the best. Like it should feel like you were talking about a struggle with, I want this to work, but it doesn't want to. It's almost like, okay, another aspect I think that a lot of people look at it as is instead of treating wild magic like grabbing a random spell scroll from a bag and then just saying, that's what I'm casting. Treat it more like riding a bull. You have a goal in mind. You can work towards constantly riding that bull better and better and better, but it's always going to toss you. No matter what, it's eventually going to toss you, right? That's the wild magic aspect. Instead of like riding a horse where you can ride it slow, you can ride it far, you can ride it fast, the bull's going to do what the bull's going to do. You've just learned to stay on it longer. That's how I imagine magic should be. Is again, it's not
interesting.
Now, granted, that kind of works against my case because I'm saying it shouldn't be a class based, and now we're talking about literally something that people just specialize in. But theoretically, the idea is don't treat it like riding a horse where you're like, I don't know what horse I'm riding today. I don't know if it's gonna gallop or if it's gonna smoke. No, treat it like a bull. It's like you want to get better at it, but it's chaotic in the sense that you can't control it. You can't control the chaos, but you can control how you react to that chaos, right? And so you may not be controlling the bull, but you are staying on it longer and longer, and you're less chaotic on it, which is the idea behind being able to... I love the idea of controlling wild magic, but I wouldn't necessarily call it controllable, but I do like this idea of mastering it and having not a class, but having a character who goes and discovers it, right?
Interesting. I'm very excited to go down this journey because as we go, I see the shape of what wild magic looks like changing in my head.
Good. That's what we're here for.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm curious to see what the final shape will end up looking like.
We have another comment. So maybe turning this to a feat so the caster draws more power out of the spell, so he can barely handle it to strengthen the spell side effects for more power spells. And that's similarly to how I have my high point wizard. So again, in my episode where I went through all my high point magical classes, my high point wizard has a fatigue system similar to that, to where they don't have specific spells that they cast. They more just control large raw flows of magic, and as they level up, their ability to control it gets more refined in this particular sense, right? So whereas a mage has the fireball spell and it will always just shoot, a fireball, it'll go into that location, it'll explode. In the very beginnings, a wizard may try to do a fireball and they may get anywhere from a, small handball of a, like almost like, like a little Hadouken fireball all the way up to the fireball spell equivalent, or just like, a bonfire equivalent. And their ability to control where it goes, how big it is, gets better as they level up, but it will never be the exact of a fireball spell. Whereas fireball's a point that you can see. A wizard may be like, you can make it appear in this room, and then level up. Maybe you can make it appear on that side of the room, and then you level up, and it's like, okay, you can make it appear somewhere in that corner. But it'll never be in this square. Right there is where it's going to happen, right? That's the difference of like the control between a wizard, a high point wizard and a high point mage. Because again, spells are fully controlled over centuries, have been perfectly done to where it can be perfectly replicatable by anyone with latent magic power. That's why it's on a scroll. That's why they're sellable. Because I know I can sell it to you and him and her and it. And as long as all of you can cast magic, guess what? You are all going to read this scroll, and the same exact thing is going to happen to each and every one of you as described, because that is what, in my opinion, what a spell is. That is what a written spell is. Whereas a mage can't reproduce the exact same thing without... basically, in my opinion, again, with a high points magic history, essentially the first mages were wizards. It just took the most ultimate wizards to be able to reproduce the same spell over and over and over to a point to where they could, tinkered with all of the magic aspects until they were like, hold this piece of stick, say these exact words, make this gesture with your hand at this exact moment. Boom. You, come here. Hold this stick. And that's what they finally did. They finally got to a point to where, but you got to remember, or you got to think, again, and I did this episode like 2 weeks ago, raw without lore. The concept of lore and context. Right. Spells are designed to be repeatable, but what does that mean, right? So when you're crafting these spells, when you're trying to make them, think about what it took to learn what it took to repeat that spell perfectly. Sure. And it's watered down. In my opinion, that fireball spell, the actual fireball spell, is the most watered down version of that spell in all existence. Because it has to be. It's the only thing that can be reproduced so easily. You think about anything that's been created, you have to boil it down to the simplest ingredients and the simplest making method in order for it to be mass produced, right? And that's what these spells are. They're mass produced magic. So imagine what the very first fireball spell looked like. The first one that could be recreated. Not the perfected one. Just the one that the wizard could be like, holy shit, wha-bam! Holy shit, wha-bam! You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That had to have been just like napalm in a forest. And then it finally got down to, oh, well, now I can burn just this tree. Oh, well, now I can burn just this flat. You know what I mean? Like, you had to imagine the process they went through to control the magic. How many wizards died trying to be like, we've never been able to control the fire spell. I'm going to do it. And then you just pull too much fire one time, and that's where it backfires, or wild magic happens, and someone engulfs themselves in... Again, that's what wild magic shouldn't be. I'm trying to fire spell, and all of a sudden an ice storm happens. That's not wild magic. That's chaotic BS that's disruptive. But trying to finally focus and have wild magic happen where it blows back on you, or it casts in the opposite direction, that's wild fucking magic, right? Like, wild magic being, unique aspects, or wild magic, again, things that are related, because it's wild magic in the sense that it's not controllable. It's a flow of magic. But that doesn't mean that a different spell cast in a completely different way with completely different words and material. It just doesn't make sense that something completely different, but also known. Like, why would a spell, a very known spell, appear wildly? Yeah. That's my problem with wild magic. Saying wild magic is, oh, well, another spell happens. It's like, why would that very well-known spell that is cast everywhere else, why would that randomly happen here? That's not random. That's just lazy, in my opinion. And then what I want to talk about is turning again into a feature of Magic, not so much here's a roll table of different spells that will happen, but talking about how DMs could use this wild magic concept to alter what spells they're trying to cast in a way that makes sense, right? Like a roll table that increases or decreases the amount of damage, that changes the target, that changes the direction, that changes the size but doesn't change the damage. So you cast Fireball, but it looks like a 3-story house of fire coming down on them, but it does the same amount of damage, right? That's like wild magic needs to feel that kind of level of chaos of your, not just what happens, but how it happens. And that's what wild magic misses. All it changes is the what, not the how. And again, wild meaning it is natural. It is magic doing what it wants to do instead of you. You called the fireball spell, you called fire from the fire plane, and it came. But you know what? It has a fucking bone to pick with something, and it's deciding it's not doing what you said. And that to me,
interesting.
It like imagine a teleport spell that again, teleport spell, instead of it turning into, Blizzard, because that's wild magic. How about the teleport spell teleports you without your clothes, or or as you're teleporting, especially if you're doing one of the teleport spells that specifically like takes you through like the astral plane or something, or like Dimension Door or whatever that actually takes you through a different location. Say you step out and then something else from that plane steps out with you because you accidentally cast the spell in their path. So they were just normally walking, and all of a sudden they step out and they're like, "The fuck am I doing here?" That could be wild magic because it just ran. You know what I mean? Those are little things that always come up to me when I think of wild
Tree
magic.
stride. If somebody goes in first and somebody comes in after, they come out of a different tree.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That.
It's like those things are the mild versions of what you can do with wild magic. But the idea that you're just going to turn wild magic and it's just going to become a different spell, that's where it breaks down for me.
So there was this this version of D&D, like advanced D&D or something like that,
could roar loud.
that one of my buddies wanted to try out, and it had like, they had these new versions of 5th edition spells, but in addition they had like, I forget exactly what they called them, but it was like a super version of the spell, or like a special or an evolved or something like that. Like a version of the spell that like just did a little bit more, right? I really like the idea, and only because there are elements of, it's going to be really hard for a DM to figure out like the right way to tweak any spell. And so like imagine if like every spell just had a couple of wild magic things that could happen to it, just base foundational things, not like, hey, this is the only thing that can happen, but like,
well, and that's what we're going to talk about, though. We're going to talk about turning wild magic into a, because that's the thing, is it would be too much work to do it per spell because there are so many different types. The idea is to give, like, what I want to do is talk about what I do in High Point to give it a fundamental foundation that's better than what the book gives, so something that I can work off. Because like I said, all of these ideas that I've been talking about are things that I've slowly been incorporating into High Point because I don't like what wild magic is. But again, I don't look at wild magic as, someone wants to create a character fully based around wild magic. Wild magic is just another aspect of that character, but it isn't the focal point of it. Now, it could be their interest. It could be the player's focal interest. But building the character, I think the idea is where, the first question you want to look at is where does the wild magic come from? Which I think is really interesting in the history as we go through this, is where they discuss the origins of wild magic. Because I think that's also a great topic. And as we see in all of these editions, how they've decided why wild magic exists, where it comes from, like what's the source of it. And that I think is also really important to notate.
Interesting, yeah.
Because where wild magic comes from is why you have wild magic, why it happens, can absolutely dictate how it should represent. So let's go over a brief history. Let's get right into this. So I'm just going to go over the brief history of wild magic as it pertains to each edition, 1st through 5th. And then we are going to actually dive into, I think, 4 books. 1, 2, 3, 4 books. We have 4 books that actually talk about wild magic throughout the edition. So we're going to go over the overview, which I will mention which books in the overview that we'll go over, and then we'll actually read the excerpts from those books, get much more of an idea of where they were coming from, see the evolution, and then we'll continue to talk about, hopefully it'll fill in the information of where we were coming from in terms of like why we feel this way about wild magic. It's wild, so effects based on surrounding elements.
So if there's like a thunderstorm, you might get like a charge.
No, and that's absolutely perfect, especially if you have like a druid that that has wild magic. That would be a perfect concept of a druid would use like whatever's around, right? Exactly. And again, the thing about wild magic is the first thing that every DM I think should do is define what they mean. Like what wild magic is. Is it because again, we everyone talks about wild magic, but I think the only universal aspect of wild magic that everyone accepts is that it does something different. And that's really the only universally accepted aspect of wild magic that exists is, wild magic. If you were to just boil down, what does that wild magic mean? Well, it makes the magic do something different.
Does other shit.
And I don't, you talk about any other thing in D&D, there's usually a much better here's the mechanic or here's why. Wild magic is a good concept, but it's never landed, and we're going to talk about why. But yeah, I do like that idea of being like the surrounding elements, and how the people react. Wild magic. The people's reaction to it, as well as like just the description, the origin, all of that is gonna play a part in how we all accept it. And I think that'll also help explain where I'm coming from in terms of like what I've done with High Point in terms of wild magic. So let's go all the way back in time to AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition. There was no previous mention in Dungeons and Dragons, Chainmail, or anything prior to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition. All of those wild magic just wasn't really a concept, because at that point they were still steeped in the core aspects of, if you're a mage you can do this, if you're a cleric you can do this, if you're a fighter you can do this, and beyond that they didn't have spells at that point. A lot of the times it was just making it up as they went, right? So we get to AD&D First Edition is where we finally get a glimmer of the ideas, right? And at this point we don't have anything formalized, but we do have a concept. There are, throughout the modules, occasional references to things like chaotic or wild magic effects. They don't necessarily call it wild magic as a term yet, but chaotic or wild-like effects that can happen with magic. This can be anything from locations or curses, but they started to play with this idea. This was the first time they started playing with the idea that magic can be messed with. Like, beyond just creating new spells and making magic do stuff, the idea that you could break magic and have it work, because before it was either magic works or it doesn't. And if it works as intended. This was the first time they've toyed with the idea of, what if it could work but not work? What if it could work but not as intended?
Work but poorly.
So you had these, chaotic effects, and they were only under very certain circumstances, and then more often than not, it was through artifacts or, again, magical mishaps. Someone fails a throw or tries to do a spell in a very weird situation, or surrounded by certain magical items. But again, it was always in these narratively dynamic and unique situations. I muted you right on time. And then the idea of unpredictability in magic really it got its startings here, but that was about it. It was only these unique ideas. So the concept of generalizing this unpredictability wasn't really there. It was just starting to be an idea of, hey, magic can actually have unintended effects. Let's start with that. Then we move on to AD&D Second Edition. My favorite. Let's go. Love second edition, guys. If you don't know that already. But AD&D second edition. So this is the first time we put a name to it. This is actually the first time we see wild magic actually in name, and actually written down. And it was formally given to us in the Tome of Magic, and it was actually added as a proficiency, which I found was very, very interesting. Because again, it wasn't based
You're
on a
proficient
class yet.
in wild magic.
Exactly, and we're gonna get into the Tome of Magic. That'll be one of the books that we review and actually discuss like how it evolved. But this was the first time we've put a name to it. It was the first time that we understood, yes, unpredictable magic is a thing. A couple basics, though, that we are going to cover. So this system allowed characters to tap into unpredictable magical forces, which could lead to unexpected, dangerous, unique magical circumstances, happenstances, what have you.
Right.
A couple of things that the proficiency did require. It did require an intelligence of 16 or higher. So there was a prerequisite. I know that's a weird word for a lot of you 5th edition folks out there. But for a lot of my, veteran folks out there who have played a lot of the editions, prerequisite. So you needed to have a 16 or higher in intelligence. Level variable spells cast at random, at a random level in a d20 was the original effect. So wild magic, you had to have a 16 or higher in intelligence, and essentially the effect was that whatever spell you were casting would be cast at a random level based on a d20 roll. So this is like when I, first learned about wild magic, I'm like, okay, these are the things that you heard me say this before.
That's crazy.
Changing the damage is one of the examples that I gave before about what I would do in High Point for wild magic, changing the target, changing the direction. This is kind of where I originally got it from, is this idea that it changes the effect of your magic. It isn't just changing it to a different spell.
Right.
You also had a concept of wild surges, which we'll go into when we read into the book. And then you also got the random roll table effect, which is basically a D100 table of a random effect. And this is where I start to have my problems. Even back in second edition, they have this table. And when I read through this table, I see a lot of great concepts. I see a lot of great ideas. But when you really get into the specifics and you actually look at them, you're like, these don't make any contextual sense. Why would wild magic do that? And it starts out strong, being able to cast at a random level, just suddenly a burst of power or a decrease. That's a good concept. But then you had all these random effects, which really were just like, now I'm not feeling it. So we'll get into those. But that's where we started. We finally had wild magic as a concept. It was a proficiency, which I thought was great because, again, it's a feature proficiency. It's an aspect, whatever terminology. I just don't like the word feat because it makes it seem too much like an actual, like, I'm choosing this feature. When I do a level up, right? You get an API or a feature. I hate using the term feature because that's not what I'm talking about. But it was the first time we really got like this idea that the character can have this unique trait. There we go. Maybe I'll call it a trait, a magical trait, not a feature. It was based on a character. A player could choose this trait, but their whole build was not oriented around it. Though I had problems with the table. That's where my problems began, is with the roll table. So now we move on into third edition. Now, this is where they finally started to expand on wild magic a lot. And they actually introduced the very first class based on wild magic in the book Complete Arcane. And we will have that book. We will be going over that one as well. So second edition started, first edition, they came out and they were like, hey, I have this idea. Magic could be best with. Second edition, they're like, yeah, wild magic. It's a thing. A player can choose to adopt this trait, and they'll fuck with their magic. Third edition comes around, and they're like, it's a whole class, guys. You can base your whole fucking character around this build. And this is where the hill begins a sharp turn. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. I love... Second edition is my edition. It's just the edition that I've chosen. It's the edition I started in. It's the edition that High Point set in. But... make no mistake, third edition has all my respect. 3 and 3.5 did so many good fucking things. I have so many...
Very much so.
I have so many rule sets and things in High Point from 3rd and 3.5 and Pathfinder. Don't get me wrong. Just because second edition is my favorite. 3rd did nothing wrong in general. I don't like what they did with wild magic. This is one of the downhill parts, is because, again, they made it too much of a focus instead of keeping it as a trait feature of a character. But a little bit of foreshadowing before we get into the book. So this class specialized in tapping into chaotic magic. So it was specifically focused, instead of changing what magic you were already known to do and changing your expectations, this was them orienting kind of like what you were talking about originally of, but what if I want to control magic, that's in the wild? Mm-hmm. And this is like their idea of, you're tapping into chaotic magic. You're tapping into magic that in itself doesn't want to be controlled, right? It's almost as if
it's the bull.
Yeah, it's almost like, there's flows of magic, and then there's almost like sections of magic, and there's magic that everybody can go and touch and play with, kind of like the petting zoo, and then there's this is the magic no one's allowed to touch, and then you want to jump in there. You know what I mean?
If to me it feels like there's a vast ocean of magic, and over here is the calm magic, the magic that everybody understands, and over there is a big old storm that's like a little
exactly
scary and crazy and agile, and nobody wants to touch that.
And you want to go into those big ass,
and I want to go mess with it. Yeah. I want to go poke it.
So that's what they wanted to start doing with third edition. They specializes in the chaotic magic, and its ability often involves rolling on tables. So again, more tables to determine random magical effects whenever spells were cast. Again, we're going to get into good idea if you wanted to have wild magic be on a roll table. The roll table isn't bad. What we'll get into is what effects they thought represented wild magic. And that's what we're going to get into the most part. Because again, if you're not going to have, I would like to see two things. I'd like to see some general roll tables, maybe a roll table per school of magic, I think would be a better way to go about it. Maybe not per spell, but per school. Because then you can have some generalizations, right? Like conjuration, right? If you're conjuring an item, you could think of some generalized ways to fuck with conjuring an item. If you were summoning an item, if you're not summoning, but if you're transmuting an item, there's a lot of different ways. You'd be like, oh, it's upside down, or it's backwards, or it's a mirror image. It's not quite like there's a lot of different things you can do that reflect that, right? So I would think that splitting it up between maybe a roll table per school, or an alternative or optional rule set would be the more dynamic version, where the DM kind of like takes in cues from what else is happening and contextually makes something happen. Again, I'm not against roll tables. I'm just against the roll tables that they made. Yeah. But again, all of these were roll tables to determine magical effects whenever spells were cast. This version of Wild Magic added an element of randomness and risk to spell casting that we just hadn't seen before, and really just added that wannabe chaotic aspect. But I think this is when we started realizing that as fun as it is, it's really more disruptive. You'll see a lot of things that were really cool, but you'll see how easily it could have just been like, wow, that could have just derailed a lot. And then it added a lot more effects. It basically expanded a lot of the effects that Wild Magic would have on your spells from second edition, but it's just primarily all roll tables. And again, it's just you're casting that, roll your table, and it's like, sometimes it just doesn't, we've talked about player agency, and roll tables. I mean, anything that the player can't choose, it's taken with player agency, and that's just going to happen. But I feel like there is a creative agency that roll tables can take away.
Yes.
And I mean that from the player, because if I'm going to tell a player who's casting wild magic, if I had to tell them, hey, roll on a table, or we're going to do a dynamic one. If they roll on a table and it says, oh, well, you wanted to cast this, and the table says, XYZ happens, like basically just like completely ruins the purpose of the spell. Does that feel better than me coming up with a more creative way that contextually adds in what's been happening and the environment? And in a sense, would that feel better to the player to lose because of something that makes sense, or that contextually like brought in things that they had been doing that narratively added them in? Or, yep, that's what happened. It didn't work like it intended, and it completely derailed it. And player agency, if it has to be taken away, I feel like taking it away creatively, narratively, contextually is the better way to go than just saying, by the way, you can't because of the rules.
I definitely agree with that. But like you said, I don't think roll tables are bad. I think that they have, generally speaking, been implemented poorly. And I don't profess to know the right way to do it, but I have other ideas that I feel like are way less disruptive and causing of issues. Like, just imagine you're trying to create like a specific spell, like in a certain direction, like you said, like for an evocation spell, right? It only has options for evocation type stuff. So basically, like, if I want to shoot fire, like, all right, I'm going to shoot fire, but is it going to be a cone? Is it going to be a straight line? Is it going to be...
Those are all amazing effects wild magic should have on it, right?
Yes.
And that would be
and like
hilarious.
You can roll those things, and that's fine. And just basically, it's weird, but it almost... In practice, it would be spell crafting, but like random spell crafting, but it's in the direction you intended it. Like you said, if it was a teleportation spell, it's like, oh, well, I could be going 5 feet or 500 feet or 5,000 feet,
Yeah. And again, those are the things that I think contextually speaking, they make them feel better. So again, a roll table that's based more on the school, I think, is a better approach than a roll table that's based on any spell you cast.
Yeah.
Because again, it just takes you away from these two spells are fundamentally different, but you're telling me I could technically get the same effect with wild magic?
Right.
Like magic, I'm not saying that magic has to be intelligent, but magic isn't that random. Like it's like saying, hey, you're in Japan, I'm over here in America. We're both going to walk over to the beach. Now, I want you to throw in to your ocean a cup of red dye. And at the same time, I'm going to grab a cup and I'm going to scoop it out of my ocean. What's the expectation that I'm going to have any of your red dye in my cup?
Quantum entanglement.
Absolutely none, no. Right? The whole concept is in that giant ocean. Yeah. There's no way that when you did that, at the same time I do this, and I'm going to get any of your red dye. It's not going to happen. So why would... your spell that you're casting over there and the spell I'm casting over here, both of us get the red dye? That's what it's like someone saying that you threw in red dye, I threw in blue dye, but now someone in Hawaii dips their cup in at the exact same time. They're not going to get either of our colors, but according to this, they're going to get both colors because their spell, any spell they cast, could get either color at any time for any reason. And that to me is not how magic works. Magic is like the ocean. It's all touching, but it has its own zones. It has its own areas, and one area is not just going to magically affect another area for no reason, right? There's going to have to be some sort of conceptual logic. And I say conceptual logic because it doesn't mean realistic logic, but it has to have, to me, some sort of like progression in order to understand it didn't just happen because. Yeah. I don't like the wild magic is just magic happening because in that sense, if you could control wild magic, you'd be the most powerful mage ever. Because it basically means if you can control wild magic, you can turn anything into anything. It's kind of like the same thing I said with my reasoning behind Raw without lore basically means that if you can say, well, I'm changing the terminology because I interpret this word to mean something different, therefore I can make the spell do something different. It's the same logic I had in that episode where I said, fine, then my Dancing Lights cantrip is power word kill because I've redefined all of these words to mean this, and I'm intending the spell to do that. And if you said that it's my intent and my definition, then there's nothing stopping me from redefining the human language and saying Dancing Lights is power word kill, you're dead.
So weird segue. There was a version, I don't know if this was technically wild magic, but it was either a spell or something, but it was basically you can cast any spell, but you have to change one word in the name. So something to the effect of you can't cast power word kill, but you could cast power word spill. Right?
That would be hilarious.
Like you can't cast
oh my god, dude, power bird kill.
Power bird kill.
And then just a giant ass. No, see, the interesting part is I would add in, because there is something similar to this, which you understand from the Apprentice Adept series, is their magic that exists in the Apprentice Adept series, as well as at the Anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the Anomaly, for High Point, magic works the same way. It's limited. You can't redo the same spell twice without severely diminished returns. So same rules apply to all of them. And I love that idea. And I would definitely think that would be kind of interesting, but it's like, but would you have to keep a running list of every spell? Like you would have to say, I've used this spell, and here's all of the variations I've used. So you can't reuse them. So again, you can't just always just cast power word or power.
Oh
bird kill.
yeah.
Like
no,
I
like that. I like that. You can never
like if I did power bird kill, I can never use power bird kill over. I can't just, that's a new one. I can't use the original or any version I've used.
I like it. I feel like a portion of it is like you have to like write down whatever version you just used. You just cast and
Dude,
like put it in like a hat.
I mean, no
like
joke.
that.
If I was the player, no joke, I would just spend an entire like couple hours, just sit down in an afternoon, and I'd go to ChatGPT and be like, give me every, like, give me this spell, but change one word and give me every variation that makes sense. And I would just go through and just be like, I'm taking that one, I'm taking that one, I'm taking that one, I'm taking that one. And I would just write them all down and just have a list of like, okay.
And just like mark it out. And like,
I've used this spell.
That would be so clean. That would be so clean.
And then, because then you could just be like, okay, I'm going to use this one only in certain situations. So these are my emergency ones. These are my not until level 20 ones. Mm-hmm. These are my BBEG. Like you would just have ones where you're just like, these are the moments.
That would be crazy.
I like that. All right. And then, of course, because we have to, we're going to talk a little bit. We have to move into 4th edition, which...
Does 4th edition have a version?
I mean, does 4th edition have anything?
I mean, yes, but like, again, it's very robotic. Like, what would they even... How could you turn... How could you churn out...
The whole point, and this is why we have to mention it just because it's historical, but no one really cares. Wild Magic didn't even have a significant presence in the core rules of 4th edition. Occasionally references in like supplemental stuff. I know Eberron, the Eberron setting that Lucifer really liked. Eberron's 4th edition, and that one had some mentions of Wild Magic. But basically, more times than not... If a supplemental like book mentioned it, it was only a nod to just the fact that, yeah, that was a thing once. Yeah, that Wild Magic thing. But it was actually more often found in homebrew, like in people's homebrew.
So
if Wild Magic existed in 4th edition, it was because people brought it back.
They didn't have in any of their rule books or supplementals any mechanics.
The only thing that they did was they would just reference it as a, hey, remember that thing?
Well, that's exactly what I expected, because I was like, I don't understand
what
how
else
you
can
would
you expect from 4th edition.
Yeah, I don't know how they would do that. I don't know how they would.
All right, well, let's move on quickly to 5th edition, like everybody did. Wild Magic returned to us in a grand glory in the Player's Handbook, which we will be looking at as well. Basically, they gave us the Sorcerer class, so we went from a character feature, a proficiency, to a full-blown class, to now a subclass. We got the Sorcerer subclass as a Wild Magic subclass. So again, they've played with this quite a bit. They've tried to give it to you as just something your character can do. They try to make it a full core mechanic as your character's class. Now they're trying to add it in as a, hey, we maybe not a full class, but a subclass, right? Like, and you were talking about this. This makes perfect sense. A Sorcerer does make perfect sense, because there are already people who can access magic outside of the learning, which means that theirs wouldn't operate effectively or perfectly. Not the best approach, but a good approach. And I like how that you had mentioned that as well.
Yeah.
So they came back with the Wild Magic subclass for sorcerers, and it introduced the Tides of Chaos feature, which we'll be discussing. And this one kind of was, again, a push to make it feel more chaotic and more like, game changing.
Yeah.
The feature allowed the player to use unpredictable magical surges, so they would get random effects, and of course buy on a rolling table. So it's the thing is, it's like 5th edition tried to basically rebrand the rolling tables by Tides of Chaos feature, but essentially it's the 3rd edition version of the expanded roll table.
And again, even for me, when it comes to how 5th edition did it, like, I appreciated what they were going for, but like a lot of other 5th edition stuff, I think it could be done better or differently.
Yeah. And again, I understand why they tried to rebrand it, and it hadn't been seen since 3.5, so I get why they kind of were like, hey, we're going to do it differently, but they're not doing it differently. So that was the brief overview. If you guys didn't know, that is the history of Wild Magic as it pertains. We are now going to dive into each of the books that it popped up in over the series or over the editions. We're going to look at what the actual book said about them, and then we're going to dive into what I like to do with High Point with them, and then we'll kind of discuss a little bit more about that. If you guys are enjoying this episode, like, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Go ahead and give us a follow here if you're in Twitch. But if you missed anything, if you're coming in late and you wanted to see the beginning of this stream, or if you wanted to see any of our other streams, I'm going to go ahead and pop our link into the chat right now. It's for our YouTube video. It has all of our VODs of all of our live streams previously, so go ahead and check that out. And if you want to give us a topic to talk about on Fridays, or if you want to submit homebrews for Mondays, you can do that on our Discord. And that link is in the description.
We love submissions.
Yes, absolutely. But that's in chat right now as well. Figure that's a nice little segue halfway through our discussion here. Maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, we get some fabulous.
All right, so going back to our history lesson. First edition did not have any books. It was just an idea. They really understood that magic could be messed up in certain situations. But now we're going to go to second edition. So we have here the wonderful Internet Archive. If you guys don't know about this or don't really utilize it, I highly suggest it. Not only do they have just so many different digital copies of so many books, but one of the things I love about this is they do collections. So you can see here, I have the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd Edition collection. So I have every published book from 2nd edition here digitally, which again, my goal in life would be to have every single one of these in physical form. That is my absolute bucket list, but it is so nice to have referencing when you need it. They have everything, guys. They have 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition. I think they have 4th edition. I didn't actually look, but they do have all 5th edition books as well. So it is just really nice. You can't really search within it, but you can at least look at all the books, and they're all just here free of charge, guys.
And there's lots of places where you can like find page references to stuff, and
just
as long as you can
go.
See, yeah.
But yeah, no, just that's where we are. If you guys wanted to know, so we are looking right now at the. I know the text is kind of small, so I'm just kind of just showing my screen, but zooming's really difficult right now with this, so I'm just going to kind of read off the best I can. I do need to fix the window capture really quick, though. Let's go. That looks a little better. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to be showing you guys the page, but I just wanted to show you what website we were on. If you guys can't see, it says Internet Archive up here. And then again, just really awesome that you can get all of this stuff, all of these books, D&D wise or otherwise. So we are now in the 2nd edition, AD&D 2nd edition Tome of Magic. Whoopsies. The Tome of Magic was the first book to officially declare wild magic a thing, right? So we are on page 4 for anybody reading along at home. We're on page 4 of the Tome of Magic, right down here under New Rules for Wizards. So it's going to be its own little section. So I'll start at actually New Rules for Wizards, because everything else was kind of just a precursor. And then we're just going to go through everything that says about wild magic. We'll talk about it, and then we'll move on. So, New Rules for Wizards. Mages and magic, great and small, are a key element of fantasy campaigns. While endowed with considerable power, there are still vast horizons for mages to explore. Just a small portion of these possibilities is explored in the Tome of Magic. Wild magic, elemental specialists, and meta magic. So that is the first time we've heard the term wild magic.
Interesting.
And that's also the first time they brought up meta magic.
Meta magic, I'm very curious about that.
Meta magic is one of my favorites. It's actually meta magic and meta psionics. It's all about the body. Controlling blood, controlling your basically meta meaning like your
interesting. See, meta magic in 5th edition is very different.
Yeah,
very, very different, but interesting. I like it. I like it.
Episode. We could do a whole other episode on meta magic if y'all are interested. But
I am.
Wild magic, the first one that it was discussing. So, wild magic, one of the newest discoveries from the great lands of the Forgotten Realms, is wild magic. Originally considered a little more than an unfortunate byproduct of an epic struggle among the gods of that world, the strange effects of the wild lands, as those affected by wild magic are known, have attracted the attention of many a curious or scholarly wizard. So a couple things I want to note right here. One, I love the callback. Again, we talked about how in the AD&D 1st editions, when they finally started saying, hey, magic can be in certain situations cause chaos.
Right.
So I love how they just slip that in here. that originally considered little more than an unfortunate byproduct. So it's just one of those things where it's like, yep, they
That's what we originally thought, but
Yep.
we're growing in our understanding. We're learning more.
And this is where, again, I point this out for two reasons. One, I just love how the layers that they thought about this, but I want to point this out because this is a big inspiration for what I talk about in terms of like layering when it comes to building a setting and building lore and building like out High Point, is stuff like this, originally considered just to be a byproduct. This is telling me, this is what influences me to say that these are not different editions. Like, these aren't different games. Second edition is a development, it's an advancement, it's a continuation.
An evolution.
But it is not different.
Very much so.
Again, and the way that they added this into where they're like, hey, I've created a brand new mechanic for you guys. This has not been seen before. But we're not just going to have it just pop out of nowhere. We're going to evolve it. So what was once thought of as A has now been discovered to be B, is different than you had A, by the way, I'm now giving you B, just because.
So interesting point, because we have talked about how in your realm and even in your previous DM's realm, when you go back in time, you go back in editions.
Yes.
So if what you're saying is true, theoretically and hypothetically speaking, just because we advanced from, the Stone Age into, whatever, the Atomic Age, and we discovered gravity in between there, doesn't mean that gravity wasn't real in the Stone Age.
Exactly.
So the magic that you know and understand how to use in the future, does that magic, it's still technically should mechanically.
So I see where you're going with this, and
You know
this
what I
is
mean?
and this is one of the reasons why. So it's not as clear cut as it was in my previous DM's realm. His was because of how long he had been gaming, and he had been gaming through all of them. He, for the most part, his realm, his setting, had basically just been around long enough while he was gaming in all of the D&Ds that as new editions came out and as he read them, he just developed and integrated new rule sets and did a really good job at implementing that into the narrative, right? Like major changes to the world as new, like just like you said, as new technologies come out, new magic comes out, the world changes. So he had a much more justifiable understanding of how that shifts. High Point has features of that where I use the additional core mechanics. I use a lot of them as foundations to make the history make more sense in terms of like things like understanding of magic. Magic didn't just start happening. People didn't just start out casting spells. So there had to be a better mechanic, even though I'm based in second edition, there had to be a mechanic that made sense to explain how did magic get to this point. So I use the additions by era, if you want to call it, basically just changing my timeline based on the edition. I use that loosely to use some core mechanics to explain the advancements and developments, because like right now I'm in second edition, but I still use fifth edition mechanics, so it's not like fifth edition is only in the future.
Yes.
But it is kind of nice to have those ideas because the fundamentals have changed. So the idea that, again, we have technologies that the past never saw, but there's also so many technologies that have been lost on us. There's
Very
so many
much
tools
so.
that I could be handed from 1,000 years ago. I wouldn't tell you what they are.
Shoot, we still can't technically reproduce creating like the pyramids and some other like crazy wonders of the world.
So when you have situations like that where, I like the idea that, when we played the potential history, the potential future of High Point in the Discord, it made sense to call that like fifth edition because it was easier to make the gameplay, but it was also the fundamental concept of how magic worked could change over time. So that's one answer to your question is it's not as direct as my DM did it, but his was a much more of a chronological reason because his world just existed through all of them. Mm-hmm. Whereas with mine, it's more of a representation. I don't necessarily have it to where you go back in time and it's 100% like first edition. It's just more of the further back you go, the more basic I make my rule sets, because that's kind of where I started when I was building High Point. I started out with very basic rule sets and built up from there. So I represent that by essentially changing some of the core rules to represent what Zenith was doing, what the gods were doing,
Right.
and how everything was being managed. But in another way to answer your question, because you had asked, or you had mentioned that it's going through time, but one of the things that I also took from my DM that I liked is spells have changed over time, right?
Yes.
And I don't know how specifically his behind the scenes, just, I know that he had very rarely allowed for like old versions of things to be used. Most of the time it was kind of one of those things where it's like, if you were in the timeline where you were in a certain edition, you kind of were just like stuck in those rule sets, and not a lot of things like transitioned over. But there were occasional like remnants. And that kind of gave me the same idea where there are certain spells that are actually more powerful in earlier editions and not as powerful now. And so, again, because mine isn't so chronological, I like this idea that because of High Point's history, because there was a era where power was kind of just let loose and allowed to just run free, I like this idea that there should have been more powerful spells in my history. So those spells, although lost to history, technically that magic is still usable. It's just not the magic that's as well known.
Interesting.
So that is, in one way, yes, you can still find and still technically, in some possible way, find an old spell that's more powerful and use it today. Now, vice versa. Can I go back in time? Could you travel back in time in High Point and use a spell that technically didn't exist? That was, I think, was the question you were leading to. Yes and no. Yes, it's always possible. Yes, the magic doesn't change. Just because I've adopted things of High Point doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't existing at that point. It just means that it wasn't prevalent. So yes, technically there's nothing stopping you from taking a spell that never existed in the past, going back in the past and casting that spell. What might stop you, however, is all the things that led up to the creation of that spell and why it hadn't been created since then. It could be that there wasn't a god in that sphere of influence to allow that magic to flow. Maybe there wasn't a need. Maybe there wasn't, maybe there was another controlling factor. So there are things that could say, I go back and past and this spell doesn't work.
Tell me what you think about this concept, because there are aspects of magic, and I very much agree that a lot of stuff is controlled by like different gods and certain spheres of influence, but I honestly feel like, especially when I was listening to you describe how a lot of you go from all the first mages were wizards until they were able to be like, here's the stick, say these words, do all that.
Right.
Like that practice of those wizards was not just shaping their knowledge of it, but it was almost shaping magic itself. Like I almost feel like the weave itself is like a muscle. Right? And
I'm so glad you're saying that, because Hoilepa just asked a question in chat that's going to tie into this.
When you use those muscles, like they start to learn how to do things different ways. Like when you get flexible and you start stretching, being able to do the splits, like you can put your body in ways. And so like I after I asked that question, it made a lot of sense to me that there would be a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do in the past just because magic didn't understand the shape of that yet. Right? Like it literally
and that's what I mean is it's not so much that, the deities don't control or manipulate magic.
Yeah.
Some make rules where they say, hey, I'm going to ban people being able to do this. Like they can put restrictions on it, but they don't fundamentally change it. But, if they open up doorways or if they create things that lead to ideas, like there's reasons why magic couldn't possibly work. Like I don't want to say, excuse me, hiccups. I don't want to say that magic couldn't possibly work. I should say that there's reasons why it's possible certain spells wouldn't work in certain time frames due to certain people's influences. Whether, again, there's been limitations put on magic, or whether there's just access to certain areas of magic. But what you were saying is also very interesting. Yes, even though the weave is, again, the barrier, the weave itself, and one of the reasons why I explain, how how does Magic change throughout the editions? How do I explain that these are not different games? If they're all just an advancement of one game, how do you explain contradictions, right? And it's basically just that. Everything's evolving. Magic is a raw force. Spells don't naturally exist. The spell Fireball didn't just start existing. It was, the spell Fireball is literally just a manipulation of magic flow to make that outcome that we perceive as fire and damage. But to the Magic, it's just a flow. And yes, there may have been a time in the past where that flow wasn't possible, whether it's access to certain realms, maybe the fire realm wasn't as easily accessible. Maybe the magic, maybe just the weave itself wasn't as malleable. Maybe you literally could do a thing like Fireball, but the weave just didn't understand anything beyond, well, I brought fire. What do you mean shape it? I brought fire. So I have so many different layers.
And that's exactly what I mean when I was like, it doesn't understand the shape of that yet.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's where, all of that. And so Hoylepa had a great question. So interesting question is, does the spell change in power based on the other time frame? So if you have a spell today, you go back, like let's say the today's version of the spell. Mm-hmm. You go back in time and you cast that today's version of the spell. Does the spell change? Now, I will say that traditionally, no. There's a reason for that, though. It's because you wouldn't be casting the same spell, technically. As in, the same words, the same hand motions, and the same material may not be identical to that previous spell. Because, again, things changed, magic changed when those limitations got placed. Maybe those words got locked, or maybe it's that item, that magical
maybe
component.
Certain words are used specifically because of a certain god or whatever.
Or a material lost power or lost ability, whatever. So normally I would say it wouldn't. There are very, very few exceptions to that rule where there are some spells that have never changed. And it's literally the flow of magic that has changed. And therefore those spells would absolutely have a different effect. But for the most part, it's an actual fundamental difference of you are actually not casting the same spell that used to exist. So, which is why I actually like that more, because that means that spell that used to exist, that knowledge is available. So like one of the examples I like to use is like Magic Missile nowadays has a cap. You can only have so many,
projectiles.
I think you can only have so many. I think it does cap out. I think at 5.
I think so.
But the very original Magic Missile spell was purely based on level. It was just every so many levels you gained another one. So if you just never stopped leveling up, if you just stayed mortal and just continuously leveled up, you essentially could just keep stacking them. So that spell has changed over time.
Let me ask you this. In that version, were they still using things like leveled spells and cantrips? Or was this just like, meaning...
Yeah, it was a leveled spell.
Okay,
it was just the effect of it wasn't like, you don't upcast these ones. It was your level affected it, right? So the higher level you are, for every level you were as a caster, the spell would just be more powerful. So you would just naturally cast Magic Missile, and if you had gained a new level recently, you would just have another one.
If you learned the knowledge of how to cast that version of Magic Missile and then returned to your time and tried to cast it, what would likely occur?
So in that very specific case, you would get the original Magic Missile. Because in that particular, just in this one example, kind of like what Hoylepa was saying, is the Magic Missile spell that people are learning now is not the same as the original one. That has been lost to time because of the changes in magic, because, the war on magic. Because a lot of it isn't so much that people came down and like gods were like, no one can ever cast that again. It's just more of people are like, we should never let people cast that. Kill everybody who knows the spell and destroy every last word of it. And therefore, you'd have to literally start from scratch to relearn it. And it took... how long? And again, it's like saying like, oh, well, that shouldn't be that hard. We just start over. And it's like, okay, take modern society. If I threw you in the forest with a spear, or if I just threw you in the forest with some rocks and some, wood, would you be able to make a spear and survive? We learned it, but we learned it as, you know what I mean? You can't just say, well, we can relearn it. We learned things certain ways because of necessity, because of ingenuity, because of accessibility. You may not have, like, let's say that original magic missile spell, maybe there's an actual element. Maybe there's a piece of stone that you have to have that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe there was a catastrophic event that destroyed the mountain range that stone was from, and you can't get it anymore. Period. End of story. It's gone. Extinct. See, there's always ways that you can describe why the magic is lost to time. But in the case of Magic Missile, that's one of those ones where the spell was lost, the magic wasn't changed. So if you learned either spell and then went back, they both would work because they both are not
technically
the spell didn't change, the magic didn't change, the spell did. But there are other cases where the spell is the same one it's always been. It's just that other forces decided, chill the fuck out.
Calm down.
Like a lot of like the healing spells. Like a lot of healing spells have never changed. They've been the same through the centuries, but their effects have changed.
Interesting.
So yeah, great question. But that's how I like to look at it, because then it's more fun to explain why there are so many different spells and so many different versions. And that may not work for everybody in terms of trying to explain it in your setting as an entire historical thing. But again, that's how I like to, when I look at this. This is why I believe it's more of an expansion than they are just whole new games.
Fair.
All right, so back to second edition Wild Magic. So generally, in general, two types of wizards are drawn to these strange areas, being the Wild Magic. The first are the researchers. Wizards devoted to the study of the theoretical underpinnings of magic. For them, the wild areas expose long hidden secrets of the magical universe and give new insights into how magical energies function. From their work have evolved the beginnings of a theory of random magic, one that defies the traditional schools. So I kind of like this lore about people who studied it versus people who tried to harness it. The second type of wizards draw from the wildlands the second type of wizard drawn to the wildlands is far less righteous and methodical. These spellcasters are attracted by the sheer randomness and uncertainty of the wildlands. Again, wildlands being the areas fully taken over by wild magic.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that we
stormy
traditionally
areas.
think of. These are the players they're talking about are the wizards that are drawn to this, or the chaos seekers. They just want the random power. Such mages seek to incorporate wild magic into their spells by combining traditional magic with the new theories of random magic, throwing in a dose of their own chaotic natures as an extra measure. These wizards are the true wild mages who have been seen recently in various lands. So kind of like what you were talking about, people who want to go out of their way to control it. This is almost like they've written this into where it's like there is this natural wild magic essence, and then there are people who intentionally fuck up their own magic in order to get this effect.
Interesting.
Although initially discovered and researched on Torel, the Forgotten Realms campaign world, the art of wild magic has quickly spread to other places. Wild mages, through teleporting, spell jamming, planar hopping, and even walking, have carried the perceptions or the precepts of wild magic to lands and worlds far removed from Torel. Again, a nice little nod, because before second edition, Forgotten Realms was pretty much the core, and that was all about Torel and that crystal sphere and that whole world. So I like the idea that they're just slipping it in there, that this started there as a little tiny seed and it's now being spread, and it's giving us, again, what I talked about in why I chose second edition, why I chose High Point to be in a crystal sphere, why I chose that methodology of D&D. Again, because of this, right? They constantly have always talked about these little hints by teleporting, spell jamming, planar hopping. They're basically saying that no matter where you want to add wild magic, add it. We have, they're basically saying that we're planting the seeds for you to be in this world. If your world exists, if you've created a new setting, it doesn't have to be on Torel. It doesn't have to be in any of these places.
You can get it.
It's literally saying that the world is there for us to create. And these are the little ways that they're making sure that you can say, oh yeah, a distant traveler from a different universe teleported here on a planar shift and introduced wild magic. Boom, there's your history. You don't even have to have a history like me. You could just say someone planar shifted onto your zone.
Boom.
It's just little things.
Very cool.
All right, wild mages. I'm going to zoom in so I can read it a little bit better. I don't think it's really that great on stream. Sorry, guys. Wild mages. With the discovery of wild magic has come the appearance of wizards devoted to this study. Like their traditional specialist brethren, wild mages have thrown themselves into the intense study of a single aspect of magic. This has given them unique benefits and restrictions on their powers. So I like that. Benefits and restrictions.
Okay.
Wild magic is so different from traditional magic that only those devoted to this study may cast wild magic. No wizards other than a wild mage may attempt to use the spells of wild magic. So again, they started this with the concept of it isn't just magic not happening the way you intend, it is a whole concept, it's a whole area of magic. Where did I end that? May attempt to do. Okay, so wild mages are by no means specialist wizards, at least not in the traditional sense. Wild mages do not study within the confines of schools. Instead, their research into new theories of wild magic carries them into all different fields. Wild magic has strengths in some areas, particularly divination and evocation, which I like how they're focusing on that.
Interesting.
But it is not confined to any single school of magic. The proponents of wild magic proudly triumph their art's broad base and flexibility and its great advantages. So again, this is a whole theory, a mindset. This is a whole group of people out there believing, in wild magic. And its uses, right? It's like, again, I love that it's this thing that's
Bet money
into.
there's cultists behind them.
Right?
Wild magic fanatics.
Of course, these same advocates are quick to downplay wild magic's drawbacks. And this is what we talked about before. We don't see as many drawbacks in the current editions, but I do like that they had them back then. First and foremost, it is wild magic. On rare occasions, any spell can have dangerously unpredictable results, including backfiring or creating an entirely different effect from what was desired. Most commonly, the magnitude of a spell, range, duration, area of effect, or even damage may fluctuate from casting to casting. Spells cast by wild mages are inherently unpredictable. This is all sounding right. This is what sounds correct. Mm-hmm. I would expect these things to have some sort of a cone effect. This is the general area I'm trying to achieve, but anything within this confine is possible. That's what wild magic should be. Or at least what I always envision wild magic being. Only characters with their intelligence of 16 or greater are qualified to become wild mages. We mentioned this before. The theories of wild magic are breaking new ground, and only characters of high intelligence are able to decipher the arcane convolutions of its mathematical theory. So I like that too. It's not smart. You don't have to be smart because it's complicated. You have to be smart because you have to think beyond what anyone's ever thought of with magic so far. Although wild magic is chaotic on the surface, study in this field requires diligence and discipline. More alluding to what you were saying before about wanting to actually take it on and say, I want to control this. I want to become better. And makes sense
why they have an intelligence prerequisite for even using it.
Exactly, because you have to be able to break the confines and actually understand what's actually happening. Even though it's chaotic, it doesn't mean that it's...
This is still the second edition version, right?
Yeah, we're still in the second.
This is the what you called a proficiency.
They're going to make this a proficiency. Right now, we're just talking about we're still just talking about wild magic in general so far. Like just what second edition says wild magic is. Let's see. There are no restrictions to the alignment of a wild mage. The race of a wild mage is limited to those races with competency. Competency. There we go. No, at magic. Thus, only humans, elves, and half-elves can be wild mages. Now, of course, in High Point, this is far extended. This is one of those aspects of High Point that, yes, I'm based in second edition, but I don't keep a lot of the same limitations because second edition just didn't have and didn't see as much as we have now. So, of course, I've broken those bounds a little bit. There are a lot more wild, more naturally magical classes. So it isn't just to mages and to elves and half elves. But yeah, definitely, I like the idea of what they were doing with that being you had to actually have you had to be something that leans into magic first.
You got to have
can't
enough
just have
midichlorians.
Yeah. Let's see. Mages. Gnomes have some magical talent, but lack the broad base of skills and knowledge necessary to master this new field. So you can't do it as a gnome. Wild mages have. Wild mages must abide by the normal restrictions for all wizards concerning weapons and armor. I do like that. So you can't wear, at least in second edition, you wouldn't be able to wear metal armor or hold two-handed weapons. They use the same THAC0 and saving throws and the saving throw values as traditional wizards. They progress in levels according to the wizard experience table and the wizard spell progression table. So normal progression as any other wizard. Wild mages have several abilities and restrictions. Like specialists, wild mages are able to memorize one extra spell per spell level. The spell must be a wild magic spell, although it can be from any school. Wild mages have no opposition schools, as do specialists. Oh, so basically, if you specialize in a school, there are certain schools that immediately get cut off to you.
Oh, like you can't take spells from that list because
you're specializing in its opposite.
Yeah,
so this does not have that. So even though you may be in one school with wild magic, that doesn't cut you off from other schools.
Do you have to be specializing in wild magic? Do you have to choose?
Yes, it's in a sense it's treated like a specialist.
Okay,
that's what they're alluding to. Is
okay,
it's like a specialist, but it's similar but has its own uniqueness. Let's see. So wild mages receive a bonus of 10%, of plus 10% when learning new wild magic spells. So I like that, plus 10% to learn new spells, and a negative 5% penalty when learning other spells. So I do like that. So harder to learn non wild magic spells, easier to learn wild magic spells. And because wild magic is somewhat fast and loose, wild mages can research new spells as if they were one level less difficult. Decreasing the amount of time and money needed to create new spells. So they can just learn spells faster because it's kind of like
that's
everything's
cool.
just happening in the world right now.
There's features similar to that in the 5th edition Scribe subclass, but I like that. I like that a lot.
Let's see. Certain magical items behave differently in the hands of wild mages. This is due to the understanding of a random process that powers them. Most notable of these is the Wand of Wonder. A wild mage has a 50% chance of controlling the wand, allowing him to use charges from the wand to cast any spell he already knows, but does not need to have memorized.
Wow.
The number of charges used by the wand is equal to the number of levels of the spell desired. If the attempt fails, only one charge is used and a random effect is generated. So again, one of those random things you would think. You always think that it's supposed to be random wild magic in a bad way, but you get the most random casting item in the game and you have a 50% chance to cast anything you want from it.
That's crazy.
That's fucking dope.
And if you fail, it just does what it would do anyway.
Does what it does.
That's
what it do, Yugi. But I do like that. Again, it's one of those like absolute situational bonuses, but it's nice to see.
Very much so.
And then we'll kind of breeze through this one. So this is going to be the level variation. So most broad-reaching aspect of the wild power is the approach to spells. The wild mage works with principles of uncertainty affecting the spells that have level variations for range, duration, area of effect, damage. Each time a wild mage uses a spell with a level variable, he randomly determines the resulting casting level of the spell. The spell may function at lesser, equal, or greater than normal effect. The degree of variation depends on the true level of the caster, as shown in the level variation table right below here at the bottom of the page. So we'll get over to that in just a second. So to determine the level at which the spell is cast, the player must roll a 1d20 at the moment the spell is cast. The variation from the caster's level is found at the bottom where the caster's true level is, and then the die roll is intersected. So we'll get into that in a second, but basically, in order to figure out what effect happens, you cast a spell, then you're going to roll a d20. That d20 is going to decide how your level variation is going to go up or down.
Okay.
So if you cast a second level spell, You roll a d20, and you might cast it at 5th level, or you might cast it at 1st level. If the spell has a spell variance, like it can be cast at multiple spells. And then that's just an example. One additional effect that can occur when casting level variable spells, if the result of the table is 1.
Out of curiosity, wouldn't that just encourage them to cast it at the lowest level possible every single time?
We'll get into that.
Okay.
So one additional effect can occur is if there's a couple bold-faced ones down here when you roll those. If you land on one of those, the caster has inadvertently created a wild surge in the spell, and in addition to the spell's effect. A wild surge briefly opens a doorway through which raw magical energy pours. The energy is randomly controlled by, or is incompletely controlled by the actions of the spellcaster. The result, often spectacular, is seldom what the caster intends, and is sometimes a smaller or greater version of the desired spell. At other times, widely improbable results occur. So basically, the idea is that what they did was wild magic was this effect that would change the spell's effect, right? It would go up in power, down in power, the range, the area of effect. A lot of things could randomly happen to your spells. That was the core feature of wild magic. And it was all based on this lower table here. But they have these things where if you rolled certain numbers, if you rolled a certain one, you get something additional called a wild surge, which was then the roll table to give you an additional effect. So I like how 2nd edition had these two variances of wild magic. It was you cast magic randomly, but once in a while you also throw on this really crazy effect. So it had this like two...
Now, would the really crazy effect have any relation to what was cast in the first place, or is that just kind of...
That's typically the table, and that's what we'll get into. So down here on the table, right? So like they were saying here, so you have your true level here on the left. So you have 1 through 9. So this is your on the left side here is your true level. So let's say your true level is 5. Let's say you're a 5th level.
Okay.
And you up here, you have the no, I'm sorry. True level on the top, 1 through 20. This is your true level at the top here, 1 through 20. And then the 1 through 9 on the left side here is the level of the spell.
Okay.
So let's say you are a level 10 and you cast a level 5 spell, right? So we're right here. You roll a d20. Wait, am I reading this right? I may be reading this wrong. Hold on. So the variation of the spell. Okay, so... No, I read this wrong. Hold on. Oh, okay. So here's the deal. So you're gonna cast a spell. Doesn't matter what level the spell is. You're gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
You are 5th level.
Mm-hmm.
So the true level is the level that you are, and then it just basically goes 9th level or above. So it's only 1 through 9, and then anything above 9th level uses the same the bottom one. So let's say you're a 5th level.
Mm-hmm.
You cast a spell, you roll your 1d20 to get your wild magic effect.
Mm-hmm.
If you rolled a 10, nothing would happen.
Got it.
If you rolled an 11, nothing would happen. If you rolled a 12, you'd get a +1. If
Plus
you rolled
1 to the spell's level?
Yeah, so you get anywhere from a 12 to a 17, the spell would be upcast 1 level.
Okay.
If you rolled an 18 or a 19, it would be upcast by 2, a 20 would be upcast by 3.
So the max you can get is +3 to your spell's level.
At level 5.
At level 5, okay.
And the lowest that can happen is a -3.
Okay. Okay.
So let's see here if they specifically said what happened. Okay.
Real quick, looking at level 1 and level 9 on there, how much does it scale up? Like, what's the max negative at level 1, and what's the max positive at level 1?
+1, -1, and +5, -5.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, it scales, and it kind of does this little butterfly effect. So at level 1, 6 to 15 do nothing.
Okay.
Like rolling 6 to 15 does absolutely nothing to your spell.
Got it.
At level 9, only 10 and 11 do nothing. And in fact, starting at level 5, only 10 and 11 do nothing.
Everything else will do something.
So you have only a 10% chance to cast the spell as intended.
Interesting. Okay.
That's it. You have a 10% chance. You have 10% chance. You have 90% chance to have a positive or negative effect. at level 5
like
and high.
that flow. I kind of like that progression when it comes to it.
Yeah, this table is really well done.
Yeah.
And so let me see here. I don't think so. If the result is a negative number, that many levels are subtracted from the caster's true level. If the result is 0, the spell is cast normally. If the variation of the spell's power has no permanent effect.
Wait. It's subtracted from the caster's true level?
Yes, because in second edition, spells aren't based on the spell's level. It's based on your cast. So when it says
it's kind of like a 5th edition warlock. You cast everything at max level.
It's not max level. So so we were talking about magic missile. So in second edition with magic missile, it's based on your levels how many missiles appear based on your caster's level.
Right. So
you don't cast magic missile any differently. Magic missile is one spell, but it will adjust to your level. So what this is saying is if you cast magic missile at 5th level and rolled a 3,
so
you're casting it at 3rd level instead because it's a -2.
My question is, are all spells like that in second edition?
All level variation spells are. They're based off of your... So when it says a level variation spell, it's saying that the spell says...
It has upcast and downcast ability, basically.
They don't upcast. So basically, spells will say things like, your character... This equal to your character's level. So if it says, you get this number of effect... you get a D8 per character level. So this would say at
upcast
level 5...
is a poor choice of words.
But yes, it basically just means that your level affects the spell's outcome. So what the wild magic is doing is saying for those spells, you roll the d20 and you will the spell will treat you as a higher level mage or a lower level mage.
And that's basically what like I said, warlocks in 5th edition. So when I say they cast everything at max level, because other casters have a max level, the warlocks don't get to choose what spell slot level that they cast it at. They just cast it at the highest possible spell slot level that they could have. So like
they cast top down instead of at choice.
They don't even have a down. They just cast top.
No, but what I'm saying is like if they, but that's the point is whatever's their highest available.
Yes.
So they always cast top down. They will always cast the first spell will always be the most powerful. The last spell will always be the weakest.
And their spell slots are very different. Yeah. Like they only have 5 5th level spots. They only have 5.
But the first 5 spells are going to be 5th level spots.
Well, all of their spells will be 5th level. Period. Like they don't have any smaller slots. So once you have the ability to cast 5th level spells, all of your spells are 5th level. Once you have the ability to cast 3rd level spells, all of your spells are 3rd level. Like
so they just cast at the highest level they can. Period.
Yes.
Period. Okay. So this is kind of like that, except it's just once you get to the dice roll, you'll either increase or decrease your casting level.
Yeah.
And then there's bold ones. So for instance, like at first level, you have to get a 20 in order to get a wild surge. At level 2, you'd have to roll a 13, which is actually surprising because 13 at level 2 is a 0, so you cast the spell as intended, but you get the wild surge.
So wild surge is different than upcasting.
Yes, remember because I was saying that with the way that second edition is doing this, there's 2 things that
that's
make
right.
a wild mage. There's your base. The core aspect is that you will always randomly roll this d20, and you may or may not cast a spell at a higher or lower level. That's always happening. But a few of these trigger a wild surge, which is what adds that extra effect. So at first level, when you cast a spell and you roll a 20, that's when you'll get a wild surge. And you'll cast the spell at 1 level higher. At level 2, if you roll a 13, you'll cast the spell as intended, but you'll get a wild surge. At level 3, it's a 12, same thing, no level, but a wild surge. At level 4, it's a 19, which means you'll upcast to 2 levels, so you'll upcast the spell as 2 levels higher than you are, and you'll get a wild surge, right? At level 5, it's an 8, so you'll downcast by 1 level, but you'll get a wild surge. Level 6, it's a 5, so you'll downcast.
So it's just freaking random.
Oh yeah, they're just all over the place. Every level, it's a different number.
That's crazy.
At 7, it's an 11, so you won't upcast, but you will get a wild surge. At level 8, it's a 15. If you roll a 15, you'll get a wild surge, but you'll also be upcasting at 2 levels. And then at any level at 9 or higher, you have to roll a 9 specifically. And a 9 will always give you a wild surge. So that's how they did it. I don't know if I quite like that. I'd probably just do a 10% dice roll every time you cast a spell. I would just do 2 dice rolls. One for the table and one for the wild surge.
I kind of like that. I mean,
this is just a little bit too on the nose, but I do like the fact that it's still a 5% chance. It's every level has a different 5% chance to wild surge. I don't know if that should go up. Maybe like after 5th level, it should be a 10% chance, like 2.
I weirdly kind of like the idea of see, I don't know if it makes it too random. Imagine rolling so you have 1 dice you roll first, which is this roll.
Yeah.
And then you have another dice that rolls, and if it's the same number, that's when your wild magic surge. So basically
Oh, that's dope.
Your
like doubles.
That thing shifts every single time.
I mean, granted, that would make it more difficult because this is a straight 5% chance, and rolling doubles would be whatever dice you're doing, that would be higher. But yeah, I would say I would like to see this because it's only ever 5%. I'd like to see this at least get up to 10% at some point.
Yeah.
Just personally, but yeah. So that's how the wild magic works. Is you will change your level based on that D20 roll, and you might get a wild magic surge. So moving on to the wild magic surges, if you were to roll one of those numbers, that 5% chance, and you get a wild magic surge, you roll on this lovely D100 table. Now, we're not going to read every single item on here, but we are going to roll through, and I'm going to point out ones that I think make wild magic make sense.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I'm going to point out some that I think break wild magic to the point to where it's like, what are you guys doing?
That's fair.
And why I don't like roll tables. But before we get into that, I want to grab some water and hit the restroom. So I think we will take a quick break. I mean, it's already been 2 hours and we're only in the first book, but we're making good time.
We're running with it.
But I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will get right back to this list. So
I'll
leave them with you for just a few minutes.
Alrighty. Well, I'm definitely excited for this. This is exactly what I have been waiting for when it comes to wild magic. As I don't know if you guys can tell, but my constant idea and understanding of how I feel about wild magic is currently ever evolving, and I've known that was going to be the case for a while, because I'm still trying to figure out like what feels right when it comes to wild magic, but I like this. Like, this feels good. It feels good to every single time you cast it, have the chance to cast it up, but also have the chance to cast it down. But it doesn't feel so debilitating that it's not going to allow you to do things well. But again, and understanding that back in 2nd edition, everyone cast everything like a warlock at max level. And for them, it's just your caster level is the level you cast things at. And I don't know, I kind of like that. I kind of really like that just in general for spell casting, because and this is a problem that I've had we talked about it when it comes to scaling mundane weapons, and I also believe it's true for the scaling of cantrips and just all of that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like there's a better way to go about scaling those things. There's a better way to go about making you feel more powerful as you level up, rather than the way things are currently done. But I really enjoy how that works, and so I'm curious if there's a way that I can adapt that. But yeah, I'm for sure stealing at least a fat chunk of how that works for what I want to do when it comes to wild magic, because that's pretty nifty. I was thinking that we've done a lot of D&D content, and I know that we haven't actually got to playing on stream yet, but yes. this does lead for my opinion, a really cool opportunity for you to roll for the first time on stream. Right? And just roll for like one of the ones that you'll go, like definitely go over the ones that you plan to go over.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we have a roll table and we are going over some random stuff. So.
We got so much more to read though.
That is very true. That is very true.
So I do want to read though a comment down here. So this is one of the fundamental aspects of why I love second edition, and why I really want all the books, because we haven't done this yet, but in the beginning of the early books, there was always a very prominent section, a very prominent paragraph that basically lays out the fundamentals for DMs to understand that this is all a guide, their foundations, do what makes sense. And I always love that, because I don't think I've seen that since 4th edition. I don't think 4th or 5th had this particular verbiage. And I know the old ones did, but I digress. It's just more the thing of like, again, you can go beyond the book. You don't have to follow this. And here's a perfect example, right? This is one of the reasons why I love 2nd edition, because 2nd edition always added things like this. Not just like the little lores, not the nods, not the concepts of without saying it, but basically using verbiage that says that this is all just an expansion and a development. But things like this are here to remind you to think beyond the book, right? And that's our whole model, think beyond the book. So we're gonna before we go into the table, there's the notes that come right after the table. Unless otherwise noted, all spells created by Wild Surge occur at the designated target point and function normally. Appropriate saving throws are allowed. So basically, whatever the Wild Surge is, it's going to happen, and it happens in the direction that the spell was intended to go after. The above list, while long, is only a small fraction of the possible results of a Wild Surge. The DM is free to create his own tables for wild magic. This is one of the things I love about 2nd edition, is they constantly reminded you this is not the end-all be-all rules. This is just an example for you to understand how we intend this rule to work and for you to go make it your own. But I love that. DMs are free to create their own table. Tables like this one above cannot... This is in the book. We just mentioned this. Tables like the one above cannot take into account the situation at the instant of casting. It is not feasible to create tailored effects for every spell used in every possible way. Therefore, it is quite likely that some wild magic results will make no sense, be impossible, or have no visible effect. In these cases, the wild magic surge has no effect. So they understand that some of these are just going to break in every possible way, or just have absolutely no concept of working. So you could just make your alternative rule of reroll, or they've already put it in there just like, okay, so it just doesn't work. Sometimes
you got lucky.
Wild magic just doesn't
or
work.
Or unlucky, whatever
right?
You prefer. Whatever your intent was.
But I like that. So like this says, for example, if a mage were casting a wizard lock on a door and triggered a wild surge with the result target changes sex, no effect would be visible since doors don't have a sex, at least as far as we know. Likewise, a rock might be hastened, or a snake might have its feet enlarged. In these cases, nothing happens. At least nothing affects the play. When determining the result of wild magic, the DM must use his best judgment. So again, it's saying that, yeah, we get it. You don't have to say that the wild surge said enlarged feet and you were casting it on a snake, so you're not being forced to create this errant idea of what that means. Hey, the
snake now has feet and they're huge.
Yeah, you it's not forcing you to do that. It's just basically saying, like, guys, we get it. Magic doesn't make sense all the time. This is just for fun. Doesn't stop you from creating your own alternative effect. But I like that they're saying, like, they even said it's not possible to create an effect for every possible situation unless you're willing to be inconsistent, which this is one of those times you can be inconsistent with rulings. This is one of the few times that if you are a DM that doesn't like to take notes, but is really good at thinking on the moment, wild magic might be your thing, because you can just make things up and it never has to be consistent again. You can be like, it's wild magic, bro. It's never going to be the same again. And you don't have to worry about it, right? But I do like that they're kind of like making sure that you understand it's not the end all be all. You can just be like, nothing happens that you know of. And then just make it all mysterious, right? Super easy. And then finally, not even the randomness of wild surges should be allowed to ruin the story of an adventure. This is in the book. I fucking love second edition for this shit. As ultimate storytellers and arbiters of the game, the DM can override any wild magic surge he deems too destructive to the adventure. If this happens, reroll the dice to get a new result. In a case such as this, do not treat a wild magic surge as having no effect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to treat it as no effect. You can just re-roll it if you're just like, nah, that's not going to work. Re-roll. You know what I mean? Because, again, some DMs don't want to do the whole thing of that's what you rolled. Well, I don't like it, so I'm just going to change it to another one, because then you're just ruining the player agency. Even though the player's agency was rolling a dice, by basically ignoring the dice roll, you're basically removing it. But, again, the idea that there's no one answer. Just roll with what makes sense and be the DM. But I love it. The fact that the same things that we constantly say on this channel is written in this book from fucking, the 80s? Like, this has been a concept of D&D for so long, and I just love how they say the randomness of wild surges should not be allowed to ruin the story. And the ultimate storyteller and arbiter of the game, the DM overrides wild surges. Like, it's just, guys, you're the DM. Make the game work. Make the game fun. Make it make sense. But don't worry if the rules just don't make, like, again, rules as written is not the end all be all. I love it. And I love this little last bit. Clearly, wild mages are a risky proposition. Not every player will want to play as a wild mage. Not every party will want a wild mage. The DM should not add benefits to the wild mage, hoping to make the class more attractive to his players. Players who like wild mages will play them without bribery. They will find the uncertainty and randomness of wild mages irresistible. These are for players for whom the wild mages was created. Even the game creators are like, guys, if this doesn't sound fun, don't fucking touch it. This is literally for a select group of people. Let them go nuts. But it's like, even they understand this isn't meant to be a new cornerstone. Second edition was like, we're introducing this new idea. It's for a very niche few of you. Don't think too hard about it, guys. It's here, but just this is what I mean by this is a trait of magic. It's supposed to just be in the background. It's supposed to be something that is accessible, but isn't the focal point, right? It isn't the spotlight. And I kind of love the verbiage that they wrote in about this. But going back to the actual things, right? So this is the roll table. So 100 items that they offered. And you'll see quite right away why I feel like I'm happy that they wrote in, these aren't all of the items, but you'll also see how it's like, yeah, if you just use the roll table, it gets kind of like out of hand. Just a little bit like, what are we doing here? If that's the wild surge. So you have things like a wall of force appears in front of the caster. I'm like, okay. Makes sense. The caster smells like a skunk for the spell's duration.
Rude. But okay.
I mean, it could be kind of funny. Could be a little bit interesting, especially if you're sneaking and you cast knock on a lock, and then all of a sudden you're stinking like inside the room. Like, could be interesting. Let's see. So, okay, here's an interesting one for wild magic that I think is actually hilarious. A 10 by 10 pit appears immediately in front of the caster, 5 feet deep per level of the caster.
That's funny.
That could be fucked, man.
Higher level caster, you got a ways to go, bro.
Reverse gravity beneath the caster's feet for 1 round.
That's disrespectful. Launching you into the stratosphere, bro.
So like this one is one of those little ones that's just a little out there for me. Reversed tongues affect all within 60 feet of the caster.
Reversed what?
Reversed tongues. Like,
so they speaking backwards?
Yeah. Like you're speaking in tongues like backwards. And it's like,
interesting.
Like it's just like, that's such a,
for how long?
Where did it go? Reversed tongues affects all within 60 feet. That's just it. Just all within 60 feet of the caster. So there's no like duration. You're just reverse tongue. So you would probably look up reverse tongues, like the spell, and probably figure out what it is. But it's like, it just affects that. Let's see. Caster speaks in a squeaky voice for 1d6 days. Like after casting Fireball, that's what you. Like why? Caster and target exchange voices until remove curse is cast.
So what if you killed your target? Like, does that mean I just talk with their voice for
Until you have removed
that?
curse.
Could actually be weirdly valuable.
It could be, right?
But there's no way for you to plan that.
Caster pivots 180 degrees.
Does that provoke attack of opportunity?
I don't know.
It is forced movement, so shouldn't.
Okay, so like, let's see. See, this is a nice one. This is truly the one that I feel like is wild magic. All magical items within 60 feet of the caster glow for 2d8 days. That is wild magic to me. That is a fucking dope ass wild magic effect.
That's kind of crazy. It could be good or bad. You're in the middle of going through like a magic detector and you're trying to hide some stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Like this one's a little far-fetched. Gate opens to a randomly chosen outer plane. 50% chance for extra planar creature to appear. Like there's a lot of spells that would just be like that is so, like again I cast the knock spell and all of a sudden a fucking like extra planar giant like
you opened a door you weren't expecting to.
Like come on, you know what I mean? Let's see. Target becomes dizzy. Target levitates. Target suffers blindness. Target forgets. A rest monster appears in front of the in front of the target. Target race randomly changes until canceled by dispel magic. Like, you know what I mean? Like these are just things that it's like some of these just don't feel like they're actually wild magic. They just feel like someone was just like, what would make the players go, oh my god? You know what I mean?
It's more
like,
goofy magic than wild magic.
Yeah. One normal item within 30 feet of the caster randomly chosen becomes permanently magical. Like that's kind of cool, but that's just so
obscure.
It's so obscure for whatever they could be. Again, for whatever. I mean, think about the most mundane spell. This has to be any spell level 1 or higher. Can't be a cantrip, but just
for sure.
Think about any mundane spell that suddenly creates a magical item. It's just so out there. You know, sudden change in the weather could be interesting. This one's interesting. This magical effect, monster summoning 2. Because there's monster summon and then summon 2. There's like a higher level spell. Mm-hmm. So it's just casting monster summon level 2. Like, it's just, that's so random. You know, you cast dancing lights, ooh, this one I do like. Caster ages 10 years. That's a good one. That is a fantastic one.
You don't want to get that one too many times.
But that one right there, that's wild magic to me. Like, that shit is wild magic. Just, like, the fact that it just messed with you. Like...
Although, aren't there some... Like, what would that do to an elf?
Nothing.
You'd be like, oh, I'm a day older.
So, yeah, just... These are the things where it's like... I get it. I like the approach of sometimes a magic surge happens and an effect happens, but... The table, just because there are 100 items here, but it's just that when you start to look at them and break it down, it's just kind of these don't feel like wild magic, and it just feels more like I'm getting an extra spell. Because most of these are just another spell.
Yeah, casting this, doing this.
Yeah, caster polymorphs randomly. Color bubbles come out of the caster's mouth instead of words. Caster levitates for 20 feet for 1d4 rounds. All normal doors, secret doors, portcullises, etc., including those locked or barred within 60 feet of the caster, swing open. You know, these are just very random things, but they don't resonate as wild magic to me. Some of them do. You know, like again, caster aging. That definitely like. Seems legit. You know, changing voices sounds legit. Darkness centered on the target sounds legit. You know, the spell effectiveness, range duration of effect decreases by 50%. Spell reversed if reverse is possible. That one's a great wild magic.
I really like that.
If the spell has reversible, it automatically is reversed. Oh my god, you'll love this one. Spell appears to fail. Wait, where it goes? Yes, the spell appears to fail when cast, but occurs 1d4 rounds later.
That's dope.
That's wild
That's
magic.
dope.
You do, and you're like, the spell doesn't seem to go off, and you're like, fuck, and then you're like, roll me a 1d4. 3. Okay. 3 rounds later, by the way, what'd you cast? Try to cast Fireball. Fireball ignites behind you. Like, that to me would be such a cool wild magic concept.
So nuts. That would be so, and imagine if that happened so perfectly where, hey, there was like 3 guys over there, but when the fireball finally does go off, there's like 6 guys.
Here's another good one. Here's another fantastic
nuts.
one. The spell is cast. Material components and memory of the spell are retained. So you cast the spell, and you don't not only do you not lose the spell. So in this particular case, in a 5th edition setting, it would be you don't lose the spell slot.
Right.
So you don't lose the material or the spell slot. That is wild magic, right? These are things that could be awesome. They don't have to be bad, but some of these, they just don't. They don't really feel right. But that's what 2nd edition has. That's 2nd edition. Is they took this idea of a situational understanding and said, hey, let's let people who are really curious about it. Let's just let them do it. And this is all it is. Is their magic will fluctuate to higher or lower. And like you said, you asked a question earlier, with that table, what's to stop people from just always casting low level magic, right? Because, level 1 magic.
Well, that was explained when you told me how 2nd edition magic works.
Yeah, because it's basic. Because it's, again, it only affects leveled magic that is directly affected by your level, which, again, is kind of the shitty part. Because I guess at that particular case, if it's not a leveled spell, you could still roll the d20 just to see if you get the wild surge. But it's only useful for spells that adjust with your magic. So it's also limited in that case, right? It's not just going to do anything at any point. But it's a good foundation. And I like I said, this is one of my favorite versions in the written books. It's not what I use, but it is it is what heavily influences me because I do like
that.
This concept.
I definitely like that as well.
It's much more of a... Again, it's that tacticalness we talked about. This is much more tactical when you know that the good and the bad is potentially your spell becoming stronger. Mm-hmm. It's not about these. Everyone, I think, makes it more about these than it actually about the concept of what it's doing to real magic on a more consistent basis.
Yeah.
So, moving on to 3rd edition. So, once again, 2nd edition. We have another 2nd edition book here. What book is this? Book. Yes, we have another 2nd edition book. We have 2 2nd edition books. This one is coming from the the Player's Options Spells and Magic book. This was a additional rule set for optional rules and optional magic usage for player and character builds.
Legit.
So you can see in here, in Wizards, we have a wild magic section. So we'll read through this. Wild Mage, and again, this is like a supplemental one, so this isn't a core book. It's just a supplemental book that they came out with a while later to help develop it. So, Wild Mage. Sorry, this is almost like a subclass of Wizard, because in 2nd edition, Wizard was like the umbrella, and then you could pick what you were. Mm-hmm. So this would have been like a subset of Wizard, which would have been the Wild Mage. The concept of Wild Mage was introduced in the Tome of Magic. Love when they constantly tell you about that stuff. Wild magic is a new theory of magic that emphasizes study of the forces of randomness. A wild mage never knows exactly what's going to happen when the spell is cast, which isn't quite true, but, for the most part.
I mean, if they're rolling the other thing, they don't know exactly what... I mean, they have an idea of what should happen, but...
Right. While there isn't enough space here to reprint all of the wild magic rules and tables, this briefly sums up the specialist so that the readers who don't have access to the Tome of Magic can make use of this material. Okay, so it looks like this is a shortened material book for other things. So let me just read through. So
that's fair.
Wild magic is a new field of study. Randomness, 16 or better intelligence. They can freely learn any wizard spell they choose. They're also not bound by the schools. They get the bonuses. Wild magic has special ability. Every time wild magic casts a spell, the effect casting the spell may vary. While level variation rules are explained in detail, here's a quick, simple method for the variation. When the wild magic maze casts a spell, roll a d20. On a roll of 6 or less, the caster's effective level drops by 1d3 levels. On a 15 or better, it increases by 1d3 levels. On a roll of 10, the spell results in a wild surge. So that's they're kind of summing it up of, if you want to make it easy for yourself, just do this.
Right.
Which I kind of like. That's actually a very simple way of doing it. Above 15, below 6, and at 10. Note the level variation can't exceed the caster's level, so a 2nd level wizard can't vary by more than 2 levels either direction. Level variation affects all levels based on aspects of the spell, including damage, duration, effect, saving throws and other such factors. So I do, again, like that they bring that in, that there is a cap. So, a second level wizard can't cast a level 9 spell. They can only cast level 4. Wild surges are strange manifestation. The complete table is in the Tome of Magic. But if a copy of this book isn't available, use the random chart from the Wand of Wonder. Okay, so yeah, Wand of Wonder is a good backup because it's in this book. And then blah blah blah. So okay, so this was just a summary. But again, I like that even in the summary,
I do like that little variation.
Modify it, make it a little bit easier for you than having to do all of these tables. So there you go. It's basically just you're going to modify the spell level that you're casting at, and you might get a Wild Surge. So that was second edition's Wild Magic. So in 3.5, let's see what expansions 3.5 gave us. Oh, hello? There we go. So in 3.5, Wild Magic. Wild Magic is one of the most capricious and unpredictable of all of the natural or supernatural forces in the universe. Attempts to codify spellcasting through arcane formulas or to impose order on magic through the force of will are essentially pointless, or so wild mages believe. Instead, those who would truly master magic must forget what they know and abandon their willful control of the arcane. Within the paradox lies the awesome power of wild magic. So adapting this mindset that, again, it's now the study has gone so far that people are really realizing that you just need to let go of logic. You need to let go of what you know and just accept that you can't control it all. So let that lack of control come out. Kind of like that idea. The wild magic expires to cast spells without structure by taking the risk of substituting the element of randomness. They give up the safe predictability of other arcane spellcasters. So again, you're basically like, there's more here, but I'm willing to, roll those dice. I'm willing to, play this game. Let's see. The risk allows for potential power greater than other spellcasters can hope for. Of course, it also risks coming with far less power. But hey, what is magic if not risky? Chaos is strong, and the magic often carries through the power of the caster power levels that they can't reach. Let's see. Chaos is also fickle in her spells. It's just there's so much fluff in 3.5. Like, it's one of the things that 3 did a little bit too much of is just fluff. It's literally just repeating itself. In addition, from time to time, her spells unfold in a spectacular wild surge that might prove catastrophic. Okay. Sorcerers are naturally integrated by the study of wild magic. Oh, sorcerers are naturally intrigued by the study of wild magic. So we went from a feature to of spell casting to now we're going into the sorcerer subclass
classes.
The act of unchaining their spells from the safeguards and controls built into these time-honored formulas appeals to many of them. One might suppose that few wizards would be drawn to the spontaneous and unpredictability of wild magic, but the fact that many wizards do become wild mages seeking to explore and harness the power of chaos. So they're also building the lore that this has become more and more acceptable, and that more and more people have wanted this in search of higher power. The wild mages tend to be solitary individuals. They have little contact with fellow spellcasters since wild mages can't really learn from them. Rumors persist of a secretive, prismatic cabal of wild mages who cloister themselves within the depths of limbo to experience the power of chaos firsthand.
Oh, wow.
I like that. So let's see. So NPC wild mages act much like chaotic sorcerers and wizards. Some are heroes who join parties crusading against tyranny and evil, while others are villains who reveal the chaos and destruction and disaster. Few wild mages, generally no good aligned ones, believe that the power of their magic increases as the amount of chaos and uncertainty in the world unfolds. So basically, they bring more chaos, they get more powerful is their belief. So they want to spread chaos. All right, adaptation. A twist on this class might include the concept that wild mages do not so much exploit instabilities in the magic as a creature, so a twist on this class might include the concept that wild mages do not so much exploit the instability in the magic as create those instabilities themselves with their skewed technique. So this is going along the lines of what you were saying about a sorcerer who's kind of broken, right? It's not so much that they're intending to fuck up the magic like, what we've mentioned. This adaptation is more of you have latent magic power, but you still don't know how to really control it. So you're getting these wild magic aspects because it's almost like having a sorcerer with ADHD. You can't learn the normal techniques, but whatever works for you works for you.
Interesting.
So it's like no one else can figure out why it works for you, but it fucking does.
Interesting.
So I like this adaptation that it doesn't have to be that you're this twisted, sick individual who's just power hungry and wants to make magic not work correctly. It could just be that you yourself just are skewed. You just don't have the right facilities, but you can still do magic. So I like that they add that in there. And then, just saying like, from this background, the use of your magic could have, consequences that could have led to your character building and all of that.
Right.
Let's see. So, requirements. You can be any alignment. You must have the 16 intelligence in this one. Let's see. Skills. You get knowledge, skill sets, class. Okay, so class features. Okay, we're gonna kind of skip some of this stuff because I don't think we really need all the nitty gritty from third edition. But for class features, as the following are class features for the Wild Mage prestige class. So weapon and armor proficiencies. Wild mages gain no proficiencies with any weapons or armor. So kind of standard. Spells per day / known spells. At each level, a wild mage gains a new spell per day and spells known if applicable. As if they had also granted a level in an arcane spellcasting class, which they belonged to before adding the prestige class. So I think prestige class was kind of like what we call subclasses now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So whatever they were before becoming a wild mage, they progress, but they also gain one extra level because of the wild mage.
Got it.
Or one extra spell per level. They don't, however, gain any other benefits a character of that class would gain. So they don't gain the normal mage bonuses. They just gain this new extra spell.
Okay.
Let's see. Wild mages. A wild mage casts spells differently from other arcane spellcasters. Okay, so hold on. A wild mage casts spells differently from any other arcane spellcaster. They reduce their caster level by 3 for all spells cast from now on. However, every time they cast a spell, her use of wild magic adds 1d6 to her adjusted caster level. For example, if an 8th level sorcerer / 1st level wild mage has a base caster level of 6th, not 9th, because her actual caster varies from 7th to 12th for every spell she casts, but her actual caster level varies. Caster level affects all levels based... Okay, so this one got a little bit more complicated. So instead of before where each spell you cast would either go up or down in your casting level, right? Mm-hmm. It would adjust. This one is saying that from here on out, the moment you take this subclass or this prestige class, all spells will be cast at 3 levels lower.
You got like a permanent handicap.
However, for every spell you cast, you get a d6 added, a d6 counter. And that counter adjusts your base level. So
is it a counter or do you like roll every time? So like I'm thinking like, all right, I start down 3, but then I roll a d6 and whatever that is, I add that to my caster level. So if I roll a 4, then I get to cast that one at a, say if I started off at a 3, then I'd get to cast it at a 7 instead of a 3, right?
Yeah. It is kind of written a little weirdly how that works.
I mean, I can definitely get behind that. That kind of is reminiscent of the 2nd edition version where a lot of the variation is in the power of your casting. Except this time you start at the bottom and there's nowhere to go but up. And it's just you take a penalty for choosing this class, meaning your whole your whole casting level just starts lower, which
Yeah.
I can get behind that. It's just a different way to balance it out. Instead of having sometimes you go down, sometimes you go up, it's just like sometimes you go to where you originally were and sometimes you go beyond it, you know.
You're actually right. Okay, so I was looking through this. So yeah, so basically at the caster, the caster, like let's say the caster has a level 3 lowers than her level indicates, right? But so let's say if you're a level 7, you're actually casting at level 4.
Yes.
But every time you will roll a d6 and add that to your caster level for that spell.
Yes.
So
Yes.
each time you go, you're always permanently casting 3 levels lower, but you can cast up to 3 levels higher.
Which is basically the same as the other one,
Exactly.
except you
It's
just
actually better because it's not up to 5, it's up to 3. So this one's actually a little bit more lenient. But yeah, no, I like that. So basically, it's an easier way of saying it's a +3, -3. This one's just saying it's a -3 plus a d6.
yes.
Okay, so that makes more sense. Let's see. So some of these other things, there's a lot that goes into this. I don't think we need to I think we're just kind of going for the basics of how to approach it. They do have some couple extra features. Random deflector, 2nd level. They get the ability to protect themselves, so it's kind of like a opportunity to do like a shield. Student of Chaos, whenever a wild mage is 3rd level or higher, uses a magic item that offers a randomly determined effect. Twice the result. So the random roll is made only once determined in nature. Okay, so yeah, so basically magical items will also get magical effects as well, not just spells. So
That's kind of cool.
So yeah, if you use magical items, you'll also get the magical surge. And then wild mages are particularly adept at exploding zones of wild magic, and they're much less likely to experience there's effects while casting spells. Okay, so yeah, and they're also just talking about, they expanded upon the fact that 2nd edition mentioned like wild zones, like the the wild
Yes.
areas. So 3rd edition's basically saying that these are actually now useful. So within these zones, you actually get better effects than when you're outside of them. So like basically like wild mages do better in wild magic zones. So they've actually added that aspect where you'll get
Interesting.
less negative effects while you're in those zones.
Interesting. Maybe your base casting class goes up 1 or something like that.
Yeah. You also get things like at 6th level, you get Chaotic Mind. You gain immunity to confusion and insanity spells. At level 9, you get Reckless Daumer. A wild mage knows how to spontaneously convert your own spell energy into random, unpredictable results. As a standard action, you can eliminate a prepared spell or spell slot of at least 1st level to create an effect similar to that of activating the Rod of Wonder. So basically, normally you have the Wild Surge, which would allow you to get in a spell effect. Mm-hmm. In 3rd edition, what they're saying is like, let's say you have a spell and at 9th level, at this point, anytime you cast that, you might have a Wild Surge. Mm-hmm. And if you have a Wild Surge, you'll also get a special effect. This is basically saying at 9th level, you can bypass all of that, don't cast the spell at all, just give it up, and get the bonus effect.
So it's almost like you're spending a spell slot to guarantee a Wild Surge.
You are, yeah. It's basically instead of having to cast the spell, you just get to convert the spell into a Wild Surge.
Okay.
So that's actually kind of dope. I like that. That is that right there is actually a good aspect of wild magic, is convert your spells into a wild magic effect instead of waiting for the spell to go off.
Right.
I think that actually makes a lot more sense. Wide Strike, 10th level. Wild Mage gains the ability to make a Wide Strike once per day. Wild Strike affects a single creature within 60 feet, surrounding the creature in an aura of shimmering rainbow colors for 2d6 rounds. Spell resistance applies, but the target receives no saving throws. While Wild Strike is an effect, there is a 50% chance each time the affected creature casts a spell or uses a spell-like ability, its intended action fails. Instead, the creature rolls as if it had activated a Rod of Wonder. So basically, you can give someone else your Wild Surge.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. You infect them with a little wild magic. That's crazy.
That's kind of cool.
And see, that kind of goes back to what I was talking about a while ago about having it be kind of like a curse where you can inflict it upon somebody.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is all meta magic. Yeah. So that's the 3rd edition. So I like the 3rd edition and what they're doing with it. They seem to, fall into the Rod of Wonder a little bit more. What's really interesting that I'm not seeing here though is they didn't have their own table for this. for like their surges. They just kind of they keep referencing the Rod of Wonder, and to use the Rod of Wonder for your excess stuff. So this one kind of got away almost from wild surges. Let's see. So yeah, so this one got really rid of the wild surges and kind of just made it more about changing what spells you're casting. So this one's much more focused on just altering the spells that you're casting.
And the most of the wild surges you're getting that you can like expend your spell slots into is just using the Rod of Wonders as a foundation.
Yeah, basically using that as kind of like your roll table.
It's basically your replacement wild surge. That's, I mean, I guess. I mean, you could always, if you had access to the old book, you could probably just use the second edition version of it as well. But
yeah, they're also suggesting in this one like the Bag of Tricks or the Rod of Wonder. So basically, they're just saying that if go use a different like
roll table,
which is interesting. They put all this extra effort in, but they didn't really
give it their own table.
Yeah, they didn't like expand upon it at all. But it does it does make sense. I mean, you don't really need a whole lot when you have other references, right? Like, why create a whole extra reference when you already have one?
Right.
So going from 6th to 3rd, not a whole lot changed here. I still feel though that when I'm approaching wild magic, when I feel like 3rd edition does a lot of good things, but the reason why I feel like this is where the cliff goes is 2nd edition had it nailed down. This is for a niche group. These are for people who want to fuck around and find out. Who's this for? Like really looking at how this is written, this is basically just saying this is a mage that might be a little bit more powerful once in a while. That's all it is. It's basically just a regular mage that might get a more powerful spell 50% of the time.
No.
I don't feel like it has the same the same chaotic
well,
effect.
Is it not?
You get a lot more skills.
Is that D6 not happening every single time they roll?
It is, but that's what I'm saying. It's like the only thing this is really saying is like, hey, every time you cast magic, unlike other spells, you get a 50% chance that it's higher than you intend.
What's the trigger for them to trigger the what do you call it? The Rod of Wonder roll table?
So
other than casting a spell, is there any way to do it naturally?
So you have this at 3rd level. You have the Student of Chaos, which whenever wild magic of 3rd level or higher uses a magic item that offers a thing. So at 3rd level, you can start getting random surges using magical items.
Okay.
And at 9th level, you can convert your spells to a surge. So at 3rd level, magic item surge. And at 9th level, you can convert surges. But really, like, the way this plays, it's just a mage that has a 50% chance of having a more powerful spell, but a 50% chance of having a crappier spell.
That's very fair.
And the surges, it's almost like they're like a half idea. Like they almost just wanted to walk away from the surges. They're like, yeah, Rod of Wonder, Bag of Tricks, just something happens. It's like you had this cool idea to refine what wild magic was, but putting it into a class, why am my entire personality based around this wild magic was one thing, but you're basically saying that this is now a core feature of my character, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything fun with it.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely didn't run away with it. Like they it's almost like they started and then they're just like, right, well, I guess that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I love what they tried to do with like the random deflector, being able to use items, the wild strike, like those are cool concepts, but this feels very controlled. None of this feels like, again, what about this feels chaotic and crazy and like nothing about this feels like it's unmethodical. It just, all of this feels calculated. It feels like I could run this character with very little issues.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, as long as I'm rolling properly and getting good dice rolls, this character could,
I might have some low damage, but outside of that,
yeah, this
so
character
what?
would run normal. Whereas the second edition character adds some complexity, some, you know, little bit of gear, you know, gears in the monkey wrench in the engine kind of thing.
I would still like to see a little bit more on the chaos scale. And not chaos, but just like on the variations of what happens for both things. Because like for the most part, in second edition, you're just waiting for a surge to happen outside of this same 50% chance for it to be lower or higher.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like...
But it seems like in second edition, it's more heavily weighted on the fact that the surge is more likely.
Very much so.
Seems like that 5%
Very much
chance
so.
is almost like you're hoping for
like
it to happen.
that surge is the other aspect, but again, in second edition, it's just a feature. You still have your entire spell casting class.
Yeah,
that
you're
still
using.
Still
the same mage. You just have this extra that could happen to you. Whereas with
now
this, it's
you've
like,
centralized yourself around the wild magic and taken away a core aspect of what that feature had before, which was the surge.
Mm-hmm.
So now it just feels like there's a lot less. But And I get what they were going for, like in the description that they had originally for this third edition version of it. I really appreciated how they were describing the people that are going for that.
Right.
I just don't feel like it was reflected in what they give the
and
class.
it makes sense to go for the sorcerers because all the other mage classes are learned. It's a study. I liked how second edition was like, you have to study the things that people aren't studying. It's a new field. And this one's more like, you have to forget what you know. I'm liking the mentality, but then they were like, only sorcerers do this. And I'm like, I guess that makes sense because they're more naturally akin and attuned to magic. But it's like, but you're taking away the thing that, like, makes this appealing because now you're only allowing certain groups to do it.
I like the idea that... I like the mentality behind, hey, you can mess with this a little bit. You can intentionally try to, air quotes, break the magic for it to wild and like surge and like do that kind of stuff. I like that, and I think that doing the ability to like turn a spell slot into a surge, like that's really cool. But again, I feel like there's definitely more that can be done with it. Like I'm even just thinking about like, you know how you have like the shield spell, like the reaction, like, and how they have that.
The reflection.
Like imagine if you could, if there was like a wild magic version of like that, but instead of every single time it shields, well, sometimes it raises your AC, sometimes it reflects it back, sometimes you absorb the elements, and just like you have like an instinctual thing you can do that, like, yeah, it's going to protect you, but how it's going to protect you, you don't know.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
That makes it perfectly.
And so, but like adding more things.
If they were going to tie this to a class, they really should have tied it to Warlock. Made it like part of your patron pact.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
I could totally see that.
This just doesn't make any sense, but you know. But again, this is where I start to see the decline, and it only got worse from here because, you know, 4th edition didn't do shit with it. So 5th edition. Let's go all the way back to see what 5th edition finally did, because we found out that 5th edition reintroduced this after 4th edition dropped it in the standard player's handbook. So we're gonna look at that, which I think this is also a straight class now.
It is a subclass of sorcerer still.
Okay, so yeah, so they've continued the idea that this is a sorcery subclass. Hello? What happened? Yeah, I didn't go that far. Where did it go? What happened here? I was literally just on it, and I clicked a few pages, and now it's gone. It's gonna be
that's
back
so
this
weird.
way.
Unless that little dot on the bottom, you can like jump.
I can, but I'm in the classes. I just don't know which direction I accidentally went.
Oh.
See, it's true.
I wish I knew what page it was on.
So did I. Oh, here we go. So here's classes. Okay. So that's Bard, Cleric. Oh, Druid. So they're in. Okay, they're in alphabetical order. Monk, Paladin. Ranger. Sorcerer should be next. Rogue. Sorcerer. There we are.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so 5th edition comes back and gives us another sorcerer subclass. Okay, so wild magic. So we're going to zoom this in again so I can read it better. So your innate magic comes from the wild forces of chaos that underline the order of creation. You might have endured exposure to some form of raw magic, perhaps through a planar portal leading to Limbo, the elemental plane, or mysterious far realm. Perhaps you were blessed by a powerful fey creature or marked by a demon, or your magic could have been a fluke from your birth, with no apparent cause or reason. However, it has come to this. This chaotic magic churns within you, waiting for an outlet. So again, expanding a little bit more on the potential differences. I mean, I do like that sorcerer doesn't just mean latent power. This could be kind of like a sorcerer warlock-esque thing. Curse. I like that they're helping expand the idea of where this comes from. Wild magic surges. Finally, we get these back. So starting when you choose this origin at first level, your spellcasting can unleash surges of untamed magic. Immediately after you cast your sorcerer's spell of first level or higher, the DM can have you roll a d20. If you roll a 1 on the wild magic surge table... if you roll a 1, roll on the wild magic surge table to create a random effect. So you get a 5% chance. We're back to 5%, but it's basically a nat 1.
A static 5%.
Yeah, which I mean that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Then this one brings us Tides of Chaos. So starting at first level, you can manipulate the forces of chance and chaos to gain advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Once you do so, you must finish a long rest before you can use this feature again. Anytime before you regain the use of this feature, the DM can have you roll a wild magic surge table. Immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell of first level or higher, you then regain the use of this feature. Anytime before you regain... Oh, okay. So basically, Tides of Chaos allows you to gain advantage on a roll of your choosing per long rest, which is a little OP. But you can...
get advantage on a roll of your choosing.
Yeah,
like any kind of roll?
It's a attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Okay.
And apparently, at any time before you do regain this, if you wild magic surge, the DM can allow you to regain instead of a long rest.
So I use this feature. I have to technically long rest, but then if I wild magic surge before I long rest, I can use it again.
It says that the DM can give it back to you.
Interesting. Okay.
Bend Luck. Starting at 6th level, you have the ability to twist fate using your wild magic. When another creature you can see makes an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction and spend 2 sorcery points to roll a d4 and apply the number rolled as a bonus or penalty to the creature's roll. It's kind of like giving them inspiration, but your choice of up or down.
Oh, so it's like Bane or Bless for a creature.
I don't like that. Wild magic, why am I, as a wild mage, able to affect what you do? Like...
Yeah.
That's not wild magic. That's manipulation. Like, that's manipulative magic. That's meta magic almost. Like, at that point, that's meta magic.
Like, you're manipulating magic itself.
No, it's meta. Yeah, it's like you're across the battlefield. Why should I be able to manipulate magic and force your role to be different? Like, how is that wild? You know what I mean? Wild magic to me, by definition, is... I mean, it even says that you have wild forces. Why am I able to stop or improve someone's ability to do something on command?
Yeah.
That's a little bit much.
I mean, it's called Bend Luck, and so I guess that's the vibe they're trying to go for. But even still, I agree that this does not feel very wild magic-y.
You know what I would find is if it was like for every time, in between long rests, every time you roll into Surge Table, you get a counter, like a Surge counter. And something like Bend Luck could use the Surge counter. Or previously, the Tides of Chaos, where, manipulate your own. Because again, Bad Luck and Tides of Chaos are the same exact thing. You get advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws, or you can apply a d4 up or down to the same on somebody else, right? Like, that's the same exact thing. It's almost like, what do you do? Like,
Kind of, yeah.
And to me, it would be better if, every time you wild surge, you got a counter and you can, like, up to D6, right?
This just really feels like you're just being able to control a lot more whether you succeed or fail at things.
Yeah.
Rather than having any genuine effects on what's happening with your magic.
I think a counter up to 6 would be awesome. Every time you cast magic, anytime you wild surge, you get a counter up to 6. Every time you long rest, all right? So every day you get up to 6, but they reset at a long rest. And you can use any number of those counters to affect...
to adjust a roll.
Your roll of an attack, ability check, or saving throw, or somebody else's. Like, I don't mind the idea that your magic can manipulate the battlefield. But just on fucking choice alone. I could just fucking do it. Like, it should be tied to the wild surges. So a counter would make more sense.
I do like that.
And then if I have 3 counters, I can choose 1, 2, or 3 to remove from that roll, up to 6. That's way more powerful, in my opinion, and way better than just being like, 2 sorcery points, drop by 4. That's literally, if you're not being helpful. And again, why do you, I don't know. It's a little bit strange.
No. I kind of feel that. I kind of like that little adjustment.
So you rolled as a bonus spend the creatures.
And that would honestly work for both Tides of Chaos, like you said, both Tides of Chaos and Benlock.
And this one. So
which one?
I don't like this
Controlled
aspect.
Chaos?
So you, it's in addition to that. So you basically can affect their roll with your 2 sorcery points. You can do a D4 against their roll. And it's additionally, you can do so after the creature rolls, but before the effect is given. So basically, you can wait till the last minute and be like, "Hey, DM, roll real quick. Were you gonna hit him? Okay, now I'm using my sorcery points." This is wild magic. This is literally instinctual wild shit that's happening randomly, and you're telling me I can wait till the very last instance before this sword does any damage to my buddy and go, "Nah, it's not gonna." Because again, I can wait to know what the roll is and know what the outcome is before I choose to use this. That's a problem to me. That's not wild magic.
I mean, yes, but I also I feel like if
I would think that if you say, "Hey, I want to," like if your buddy's about to go down and you're like, "Hey, I want to use my wild surge to adjust that attack roll," I would say it has to be done before the attack roll's made. I'm fine if you want to use your sorcery points, roll me a D4, and tell me how much you're going to take off my roll before I roll my dice. But knowing what my dice are to make you then choose whether or not to use your wild magic is bullshit. It's wild magic. You should be using it instinctually. If you want to protect your buddy, you don't know if he's going to get hit or not. You're going to use the wild magic anyway. It's instinctual. It's random. It's chaotic. By knowing that the DM was going to hit your friend and then getting to choose, well, now I'm going to save him with wild magic, it removes wildness from it. It removes chaos. You're literally in full control to choose, no, I don't need to do this because you're not going to take much damage, bud. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? That's my problem, is it doesn't add any element of chaos. It doesn't add any element of randomness. This is actually making this fully controllable. That's where I'm leaning, is I don't like the idea that I should know that I can wait. Why should I be able to wait if this is wild magic? But that's also my interpretation of how this is.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, I struggle because I'm like, okay, if I'm a player and I want to use this, I envision wanting to be able to react to something that I see going down or going on. But I definitely understand the idea that you're not always going to, like, I don't want to wait until it connects. But at the same time, I'll say that the moment you roll is more like the moment you swing, not necessarily the moment you hit.
No, that's what it's implying.
And I'll say that, like,
I just think it's metagamey too much, in the sense of you're trying to give a player a uncontrollable nature, and you're absolutely giving them all the control.
When it comes to being specifically wild magic and it's supposed to be like out of control, I get that. I will say, if you're gonna give them the opportunity to use those things at all, then give them the opportunity to use them. Like, give them the opportunity to choose when they get to use it or don't use it.
Yeah,
you know.
But again, I don't mind. Like, they can always choose to do it when it's like, hey, this person's about to get attacked. You can choose to do it or not. But it's like giving them so much control to know, oh well, they're gonna take this much damage. But like, again, knowing the difference of him hitting you by 1 AC or by 5 is going to tell me whether or not I even bother. But that to me is so much control over this chaotic nature. I should be able to be like, he's about to be attacked. I'm using my wild surge. You're gonna take a D4, or you're gonna take 3 points off of you hitting him. Oh well, I was gonna miss him anyway. Oh well, that was the risk.
How do you?
You know what I'm saying? But that was the risk. The risk of wild magic is it may or may not be beneficial. So to say that you know he's not going to get hit, so you don't use the magic, where's the risk? The idea is if you're able to control the battlefield and give anyone you want a +4 or -4, you shouldn't know if they're going to fail you beforehand.
How do you feel about this? How do you feel about this?
Or guidance, I should say.
At the very least, giving them the opportunity to increase how much they've committed. Only increase how much they've committed after the roll has occurred. So hypothetically speaking, if I say, hey, I want to help my buddy, I'm gonna put 3 of my points that I've gathered up so far towards helping to protect this person.
If it were like my version where every wild surge gave you a counter up to 6.
That's what I'm talking about, specifically that.
If that was the case, fine. You have to, like, kind of like Jeopardy. I'm going to give him 3. Oh, he missed by 1 more. Okay, I give him 1 more. I don't mind increasing the number, but you have to give me the bare minimum you are, like a magic spell.
And that's exactly what I'm saying.
If you cast a spell and you upcast it and it fails, you've burnt the upcast.
Yeah.
You can't tell me, well, I'm going to cast it at first level instead because I failed the magic spell. No, you burnt the upcast.
Yes.
And this is the problem with that, is if you're going to help a buddy, but you're going to be like, I'm going to help him. Oh, he's going to miss anyway. I'm not going to help him. That's literally like saying, I would
even say to prevent people from only ever casting 1 and then just upping it however much, you can only increase it by like 2 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, you can. Or, I would totally.
I get what you're saying, and
that's my biggest thing is like giving them too much control and nitty gritty.
I get what you're saying.
Away from that, and I would. But here's the problem: is if we had a counter, I would agree with you. Totally understandable that they can up it, but they have to give a bare minimum. And maybe the bare minimum is always 2. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to do something like that, like you can give them an exact number, or you can give them 1, but that's it. Or you can give them 2, and then you can double it. Like, and that's it. Like you can, but whatever. But yeah, this is just a little bit too much. And this one is it's a roll. It's a D4 roll. So it's like the fact that you don't get to choose how much you're giving them gives them more power. Because it's like, if I know that someone's going to hit you and I want to help you out and I want to drop his roll, but I know for a fact he beat your AC by 5, I'm not even going to bother. I can't even help. I'm not even going to bother. Does that sound like wild magic? Like, to me, fundamentally, wild magic doesn't sound that in control. It sounds more like, I'm going to help you however I can, buddy. I see that the BBEG is about to swing on you and I know you're almost dead. So you know what, bud? D4, DM, I'm spending my 2 surges. I am going to protect him because he's about to be attacked. D4. Sorry, but I only decreased his attack by 1. Does that work? Well, he had only missed, or he had only hit by 1. So yes, he misses now. Like, but that's wild magic. I'm going to decrease it by 4. Oh, but he beat it by 5. That's still wild magic. You still brought it down. It just wasn't enough. But to be able to choose not to even bother takes away that risk. And isn't it the whole thing we've read so far about wild magic? The whole point of taking it was to be risky. Like,
yes, but I will say that even as a caster, like, what I'm risking matters. Not just everything, not just any sort of random risk means, oh yeah, that scratches the itch.
Oh no,
it's
absolutely.
Like there are specific aspects of what's happening, and that's why I got really excited when we were going over the 2nd edition stuff, because that really gave me a not the full thing, but it gave a good foundation for what the vibe is. I really liked what we were talking about a little bit about kind of being able to like, hey, I want to cast an evocation spell, but I don't want to know what kind of spell is going to be cast. I just want it to go out. Like stuff like that. That to me is kind of what like the vibe I'm going for when I'm talking about wild magic. When I want just unbridled like chaos, like it could be powerful, it could be dud, it could be.
And that's my thing, right? Is like if you know your buddy's about to be hit, because again, I'm just using this thing of like I can take down an attack roll, so I'm just using that one as an example. If you know your buddy's about to be hit, in that same vein, right? I want to know I'm doing something, but I don't want to know what the outcome is. That's the risk. You want to know that you're gonna do something, but you just don't know what, good or bad. That's what we're talking about. Is do you have the potential to get a higher level cast spell or a lower level cast spell? So in this particular case, if you're trying to prevent your buddy from being hit, using this going, hey, I know for a fact I'm going to drop his attack score. I know for a fact I'm going to drop it by 1d4, and I roll. It could be 1, it could be 2, it could be a 3, it could be 4. I know for a fact it's going to drop. But the risk comes with I don't know if it's going to be enough. Just like I'm going to cast this spell, and if I cast it less than level 3, it's going to be useless. I hope I cast it higher than level 3. In that scenario, they're the same. You're hoping that you know for a fact that this spell, if it's not cast at a certain level, it won't do anything.
Yeah.
But you want it to, and that's the risk you take. So to me, if you're protecting your buddy, the risk you're taking is you're going to make the effect happen. You just don't know if it'll work. That may be too harsh. I fully admit that. I've been known to have very harsh opinions.
If it were going to be something to where it's like, hey, my buddy's down and I want to help him. If I'm playing wild magic, I would love it if I would be like, hey, I want to use a surge. I want to use these like surge charges to help him, right? And however many surge charges I have, and I know this is going to be really hard, and this is no roll table stuff, but like I would love it if I could basically do something like, I teleport him and he switches places with another person within 30 feet of him on the battlefield, right before he gets hit. So something definitely happens, but maybe it's bad. Maybe the person he switches with is about to get hit with a fireball, so he's gonna be in even more danger than he would have been otherwise. You know what I mean? So, but something happens. But it's like, yo, I got him out of there. I teleported him.
So it's almost like what you're asking for. What it sounds like to me that you're asking for is the ability, say at like 9th level, that you can convert a spell into an action surge or into this wild surge, kind of like what they were saying, right? You can straight up convert a spell that you have or a spell slot, maybe 2, into a surge. But this one will be different. Unlike the other wild surges that are randomized, what if this one is like the lowest form, the most diluted form of the wish spell?
That's kind of a vibe.
So
that's kind of a vibe. Yes.
He's like, I'm going to attack this guy. I'm going to cast a spell. Oh, wild surge time, roll table, whatever, random effect. But next time you're like, hey, DM, he's about to go down. All right, I'm burning off 2 of my spell slots. I only have 4 left, so I'm burning off half my spell slots. I'm going to wild surge. I want him off the battlefield. That's all you can say is, I want him off the battlefield. That's my magic. My intent to use my magic, my wild magic, is to remove him from harm's way. The DM gets to go, how does wild magic do that? Right? If harm's way is, maybe it teleports him, but maybe he's now on the edge of a cliff because that's out of harm's way, but the cliff isn't harmful. It's the fall at the end, right? Like, you could do all of these other things, or what you say to the DM in those, or maybe you're like, you give the people like, okay, you give me 5 words.
And it would be nice if there was like an element that decided how close it was to my intent versus how far away it was from my intent. Almost like the genie.
How about this? What if you get a word for every spell slot that you burn? So if you get 1 spell slot, you're like, move. Like, I point at him and just yell, move.
Interesting.
So whatever the DM says is, okay, you want him to move. But if you're like, okay, I'm going to burn 4 slots,
move
off the battlefield. I pointed him and just off the battlefield. Right?
Right.
So that would be more interesting, because then your wild magic is kind of like the wish spell. It's intention. It has intention, but no context, or context with no intent, right? So this would be the way for the DM to be like, okay, this is what happens. may or may not. And the DM doesn't always have to be a dick about it. It doesn't have to be always like a wish, like Jin situation. You could just, oh yeah, he moves off the battlefield. He's off the battlefield now. Or again, just more of a off the battlefield. He's gone. So where do I see him? You don't. Well, where is he? He's off the battlefield. And I don't know what I did. But like, oh, that I think has merit.
Yeah.
The idea, and that would be very difficult because again, you're telling them to burn their ability to cast any other, like you have your normal wild surges as being a wild mage, but the ability to hone that wild surge into an intent. Still don't know what's going to happen. You have no fucking clue what's going to happen, but that's what wild magic is missing.
I almost
is the idea that you want to make magic, random magic off of intent.
Yes.
Not random effect off of random magic.
Yes. And that's really what it, that's why being able to say, hey, let me specify it to a school of magic, or let me specify it to, hey, I want to do an attack spell, or I want to do a support spell, or I want to do a healing spell, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right? Like okay,
just
I burn one slot and I point at my friend and say heal. And you know what would be hella funny? Like, let's say, because this is what you could do, right? Let's say it's your turn. You go to attack a guy. You miss. Mm-hmm. Now it's that enemy's turn. He attacks you. You're fucked. At this point, it was a multi-attack. He critted. You're almost dead. But you burned all of your abilities, right? So your initiative's done. You've burned all of your actions and all of that. So you're pretty much fucked. But now it's my turn with wild magic, and I only have one spell slot to burn with this new mechanic we've talked about, right? So I go heal. Now you could just be like, oh, you get 1d4 health. But what if the wild magic somehow manipulated things to where midway through battle, without thinking about it, you pull out a vial and just down it. So you've burnt your own, like, material. You've burnt a potion of yours, but you basically got to take it with a free action.
Interesting.
So his magic turned out to be like the command spell. He healed you.
Interesting.
The magic didn't heal you, but his magic allowed you to get healed.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? So these are ways that you could take wild magic to a different level. Is that spell that technically still works? He did heal. He shouldn't have been able to, but he did. But that's the way that you can manipulate it without it being always chaos and random and bad, but also it's the same intent. It's just not what I thought would happen. I wanted to heal him with magic, and all I did was give him an extra action. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's so many different ideas that you could throw at this to where if you treat it like a low-level, watered-down wish, you could still fuck with it and have fun, but also give the player what he wants.
Yeah. I'm almost... Yeah.
I'm liking this idea though. I'm liking what we're coming up with.
I have some okay.
So what I find interesting about 5th edition is they have this next ability at 14th level called Controlled Chaos.
Yeah.
Now, I would think I was misspeaking on the last edition in 3.5. So 3.5 had this exact ability at 3rd level. I kept saying that this was at 3rd level, you get wild surges from using magical items. Mm-hmm. That's actually a misspeak. I didn't actually say that. Oh, what is going on? We are getting raided? What is this? The Mind's Eye. Holy crap.
Holy moly.
9 viewers. What is this?
Wow.
I think this is our 2nd raid ever.
Yes.
Holy crap. What is
Welcome,
going
my
on,
friends.
everybody? The Mind's Eye. Thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you've been having a fantastic night. What have you
Heck
been
yeah,
up to?
guys.
What were you? Tell us. What have you been up to? What were you streaming? What is going on, everybody? Hello, Raiders. We are in the middle, or I guess kind of towards the end of our Friday stream of D&D discussions. We are talking about wild magic, the history and development of wild magic, as well as what we think could make wild magic better. So join us. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoy the content. And yeah, stick around for a little bit. We'll see if you guys like it. We're in 5th edition, so we've gone through all the history of all of the editions and what wild magic has done, how it's evolved, and now we're talking about 5th edition, and we're currently on the 14th level feat called Controlled Chaos. So again, in 5th edition, 14th level, you get this option, Controlled Chaos, where you gain a amount of control over the surges, those wild surges. So 3.5 had this at 3rd level. You could do the same thing. I was saying that whenever you used a magical item, you get a surge. I was misspeaking. So what happens is whenever you get a surge, in 3.5, at 3rd level, you were able to re-roll. You basically got 2 rolls on the chaos table, and then you got to choose the effect.
So it's lightweight like advantage.
Lightweight like advantage. This one's letting you do it at 14th level. You get to roll twice, and you can do whichever one you choose.
Okay.
And then at 18th level, you get the spell bombardment. It is the harmful energy. The harmful energy of your spells intensify when you roll damage for a spell, and roll the highest number possible on any of the die. Choose one of those dice, roll it again, and add that number to the roll to the damage roll. You can use this feature once per turn. So basically, if you have like 3d6 and one of them is a 6, you add them all up, and then you re-roll that 6 and add that one again. So you basically get to re-roll any die that
that maxed out. You can roll it again.
Add more.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So those are interesting directions. Those are interesting concepts, but again, it seems like they've just ditched the idea that this is supposed to be a risk versus reward kind of chaos creator. And it sounds like they finally came down into 5th edition and said, hey, we know you like wild magic, so here's the roll table again to kind of make random effects, but we're giving you control of your magic back. And it's like, so what are we doing? Like, is it supposed to be chaotic?
It definitely just took a lot away from the chaos element of wild magic. And I very much feel like there needs to be, like I was saying, a lot more unknown effects, a lot more things where it's like, hey, I don't know what's going to come out of me. I don't know what's going to happen,
right?
you
You want to say I'm risking this for the hope of a reward, not the, hey, did you roll enough? Can I beat that? Oh, I might be able to beat that. Yeah, let me try. No, it's supposed to be that I don't know if this is going to work, but fuck it, I'm going to try. That's what we want.
And honestly, it's I even like the idea of not even I hope this is going to work. It's more of, hey, this is going to do something. Let's see what it does, right? So if I'm sitting here and I'm trying to attack, right? I don't necessarily know what I'm going to attack you with, but I'm just going to throw something at you and it's going to do something to you. What it will do, what exactly the outcome will be is to be determined. Who really cares? But like, I just want to throw something at you, right? And I would love for the fates to decide what it is. Let the fates figure out what exactly you get hit with or how effective it is or any of that other stuff. But I'm gonna do something, and I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna protect you. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do something, and whatever that something is will happen. But what the details are, we'll figure that out.
So Mind's Eye just finished up a world building stream, working on the world map and added mountains, waterways, biomes, and pathing. That's always actually one of the more difficult things I find with map making is filling out the environment. Because what I like, or what I struggle with, is I get too granular in, not the details, but I get too granular in the like the geography like realism. So what I'll have is like I'll have the the continents, or I'll have like areas, and I'll be like, yeah, I want these elements for them to be able to traverse through. But then my biggest struggle is like, what makes sense for them to be where, right? Where's the water? So where's the vegetation?
Right.
Where would the mountains form? So where's the fall off for that? And then trying to make things like I'll spend hours just trying to be like, no, the desert doesn't make sense to go down there, because if the water's over here and the mountains are here and the wind travels this, and then over here I said that the winds always go this direction, so that wouldn't be over here. Like that's always one of my hardest things, is like actually putting down the true, like I know it's like, oh, I'll have a forest over there and I'll have a a lake over there, but then when it's time to actually be like, how big is the lake, where are the trees, when does this biome turn from this to that, do I have a dividing line, or does it transition into biomes? Those are the parts that I struggle with the most. But it says he had no one to raid, was looking for someone who wasn't playing an actual game, and saw we were pushing for affiliates, so we wanted to support the little guys. Well, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. We are very close. We've been going, we're going 10 months now, I think.
Yeah.
So we're getting there.
Almost at that year mark.
We're averaging like maybe one follower a week, so we're cranking it out, man. We're loving it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I'll have to check you out this weekend. Thank you so much. I haven't really thought about the history of wild magic. Yeah, that is kind of the thing that we really like here. We do try to get more topics from our viewers, but we always try to come up with a topic that covers a little bit more, covers a little bit of history of D&D, and is a topic that doesn't really have a static to it. We really like to talk about how to adopt different rule sets and different ideas instead of just going with what just the book says. Our kind of motto here is, thinking beyond the book. And we always try to find an idea that we can look at a little bit of the history and then expand upon instead of just say, here's what the book says, we're done. That's what it is, right? We always like to have something that fuels the imagination and really brings out the best in all of us in terms of like the gameplay, the narrative, the storytelling, and all of that. So absolutely. Thank you for joining us.
If people are telling you you're doing something wrong, then you're definitely in the right place, because just like Vortex was saying, we 100% don't believe in wrong or right here. We believe in this game is meant for us to be able to do what we like to do in it, and I appreciate that the most. So
I find this interesting. So Mind's Eye says he's a first-time DM doing everything wrong according to people, but
shame.
You would fit in right here. We don't believe in anything is wrong. Everything's a learning process. Everyone has their own way of doing it, and there is no wrong way to do it. Our biggest thing that we always say is that as long as you and your players are having fun, you ain't doing it wrong.
Facts.
Hands down.
Facts.
I don't care if you've never read a D&D book and you guys are just making it up as you go. If you're having fun, you're fucking playing it right. But building an entire world from scratch. So let's see. So the wrong aspect is building an entire living world. What does that sound like?
Sounds like exactly what we do.
That sounds. You're gonna fit in here really well. For me, the hardest part was making it look like a world instead of just a continent. I can relate. High Point grew so absolutely fast. I mean, I knew exactly what High Point was before I really even began. So I started small, but not with the mindset that I wanted it to be small and then it got out of hand. I always knew how big High Point was going to be, and I've always made plans for that. But I too totally understand the absolute struggle for a living world. So if you are interested and you do want to hang out and you do want to just come back every now and again, we talk about High Point a lot. That's my setting or my realm, if you want to call it. And yes, it is a living, breathing, evolving world. Every player that plays in it plays in the same living world, but no one plays the same campaign. No one plays the same story. There's nothing that's scripted. Everybody, unless for whatever, campaign reason or whatever player choices take them to a different time frame, essentially everyone's playing in the same world. It's not like different sessions or, different things like that. If you think about like video games, it's not like everyone's playing on a different server. Everyone can run into each other if they're at the right place and time. Everybody can interact. Things that one group does affects what other groups do. Kage can absolutely attest to that. He's seen it multiple times with the multiple gaming groups that he's run with. He has multiple characters, but one of his characters has actually ran into multiple of my other gaming groups in his travels.
Facts.
And just interacts and then sees the outfall. So I absolutely love that mindset. If you have any ideas that you want to bring to the table, if you want any ideas, I don't like offering advice. The one thing that we talk about here is we like to talk about ideas and opinions. I'll even say suggestions, but I typically don't like to say, oh yeah, if you want any advice, because it sounds egotistical sometimes. Like, oh, if you want advice, I'll
tell you how to do it.
Yeah, if you need something, you come to me. No, I don't. Advice just can sound, I think, just because people have overused it to say that if you need something, I know it, or if you need something, I know better. And really, it's more of a, if you want suggestions, if you want to openly talk about opinions, ideas, or if you just want to see and hear how other people do it, please join in. If you want to join the community with us, that's totally cool as well.
He just jumped in.
We do have a Discord. Oh, fantastic. Already joined the Discord. Awesome. I see that he actually got the Discord link himself. Fantastic. Thank you so much. But yeah, join the Discord. You can submit topics for us to talk about, questions that we'll either answer here on stream, or we have a DM question channel that you can ask questions in just in Discord, and I'll answer them just there. And if you have any homebrew stuff, we actually on Mondays we do a homebrew review or a homebrew showcase where people will submit stuff that they've built, and we'll just kind of do a read over, first time kind of thing. We won't like pre-read it, give our first impressions, and just kind of chit chat about it. And then on Fridays we do these what we call deeper discussions, where we pick this topic like wild magic, go throughout the history, kind of detail it all out. So if that sounds fun, definitely join us. We absolutely would love any more feedback. Have tons of requests for feedback. Interesting. So does that mean people ask you for feedback, or you request a lot of feedback? Because that could be taken both ways, where people honestly constantly ask you for feedback or not.
I'm in the both category when it comes to that question.
Yes.
So yes, and exactly.
Hey, what up, Cosmic? Nice to see you in chat.
Nice to see you, Cosmic.
Okay, so absolutely, man. If you are interested, definitely join that. And if you do like the video, if you want to see anything that you missed earlier today about wild magic, or if you want to see any of my videos about High Point, if you kind of want to get an idea, I did like a 5 or 6 part episode or a series. It was like 5 or 6 episodes called the Origins of High Point.
Yeah.
Where I went through basically every phase of IRL and in-game development, how I developed the idea of it, how both in and out of game I got it from its beginnings to now. So if you are interested in any discussions about an open world, a living world, and development of that, you can check that on our YouTube channel. So I have all of our previous live streams there as well, or you can just ask questions in the Discord or here on chat, and I will love to talk about it. I love talking about High Point. I actually try to refrain from choosing too many stream topics that revolve around High Point, because I could literally just
Go for
make
days.
this entire stream nothing about High Point, and I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to come across as this is the way people need to game. High Point is because the way I want to game. I just want to represent it in the sense that I want people to see it for what it is and be like, hey, this is what I did. Go with your own idea. If you like my ideas, great. But that's our big thing, right? We give ideas to foster thinking. We foster creativity, right? We give ideas and suggestions not in the hopes that you'll take them and use what we said. It's mainly in the hopes that you'll either be inspired to create your own, or you'll hear what we think and then just double down and go, no, I like what I think better. That's our goal, is as long as you walk away with a choice that you like and that works for you, then we did our job. As long as we can push you to making that choice and being comfortable with it. We're really just here to really just kind of talk openly as much as we can. You know, we
For
don't,
sure.
Again, beyond the book is our main thing. Doesn't mean we want to homebrew everything. It just means that we don't think that how it's written in the book is the last possible answer. Hopefully it kind of gives you guys a nice little insight. But circling a little bit back to our topic at hand. So Wild Magic in 5th edition, I think, again, since 3rd edition, trying to focus it on a class itself, trying to make it a focal point of the character build is where they're getting it wrong. It's trying to make it... 3rd edition tried to make it something more focal, and it kind of started to fall apart. And then 5th edition wanted to like double down with that, but then they took away all the things that really made it like juicy. And now it's just... Again, now it's just a different mage. It's just a mage with a few different quirks, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Looking at some of the Wild Magic surge options, right? So roll this table at the start of each of your turns for the next... Oh, interesting. So here's... Already they fucked it up. The very first one, they already fucked it up. So we talked about the last one, the last roll table, which was kind of like not great, didn't have a lot of great stuff on it, but some things were really wild magic-y, you know, felt like they were just random effects, and then other ones just felt really out of place. This first one, the first wild magic effect, if you roll a 1 or a 2 on a D100, is you will now roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute, ignoring the results on subsequent rolls.
So you're just going to surge every single turn.
At the beginning of your turn, for a minute.
Surge.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? So the first thing you do is you just surge.
It's a whole surge
It's
rave.
just like, why? Why would that be a surge itself? Why? That is not wild magic. Just that's like the number one rule. You don't wish for more wishes.
You got yourself stuck on a weird loop, and you're just like...
What are some other these? Okay, so like, you know, you cast Levitate on yourself. We've seen this one before. This one feels like so out of place. Like, why would I cast a random spell, another random spell, when I'm casting something that's like, why would I just... Again, I always like the one. I'm casting Knock on this chest, and I'm like, okay, unlock. That's great. I can't open it now.
Now I'm floating.
You know, it's like who wants to do that, right? Like,
You can heal yourself for 2d10 hit points randomly.
Yeah, for the next minute, you regain 5 hit points at the start of each of your turns. That's a thing. It's an effect, sure. You know, your skin turns vibrant shade of blue. A remove curse spell can end this effect. Like, again, now they're getting more useless. Now they're just getting more like...
You can gain resistance to all damage for the next minute.
Yeah, if you die within the next minute, you immediately come back to life as if by the reincarnate spell. How niche is this effect? This is a wild surge of magic.
I mean...
You gain resistance to all that. Random creature within 60 feet of you becomes poisoned for 1d4 hours? Like, this doesn't feel... Like, again, I don't feel risk-reward. I don't feel, oh my gosh, what's going to happen next? I just kind of feel like it's either a nothing burger or it's OP. You know what I mean? Like, it's either just absolutely nothing happens to speak about, or it's almost like it's too much.
So this was actually something that I had written in my notes before. For the Wild Magic Surge over here, it says, if it normally requires concentration, it doesn't require concentration if it's cast from the Wild Magic Surge.
Yeah.
So anything that would...
It just happens.
I was actually thinking, and I don't know exactly how I feel about this, but it just workshopped it in my head, but like certain spells that might require concentration, that it almost like regurgitates out you, almost like puts you in like a weird trance-like state that requires, that like keeps concentration up on this thing, but you can't, maybe like you can't, like, you're incapacitated and you can't do anything else, but like you are...
So what about this? It's, you don't have to do anything to keep the concentration, but as long as the spell is up, you can't cast other concentration spells.
Interesting.
So like nothing could ruin the concentration as long as it's up. But as long as it's up, you also don't have concentration.
But I guess the thing is, because technically anything that you're concentrating on, you can just choose to stop concentrating on. You can just end concentration on it like that.
Maybe you can't. Maybe that's the whole point. Maybe as long as the effect is in effect, it is taking your concentration.
Okay.
So it doesn't need concentration, but it's taking yours forcefully.
Okay. Yeah. See, that's basically. So that could be like that's the vibe. Line. Interesting. Okay.
Oh man, here's another wild magic. Here's another random ass wild magic. Someone within 30, a random target or a random creature within 30 feet of you becomes the new concentration. Like if you cast a concentration spell, you can choose another target to do the concentration for you.
Okay, the question is, does that person have to be a spellcaster?
I don't know. You know what I mean? But like that would be a random like magic thing where it's like,
because then if they get hit, like say if you cast it to the barbarian, every time that although barbarians can't concentrate on spells, so if it did get transferred to a barbarian, they would instantly lose concentration on it. And that would kind of still play to chaotic nature of it, but...
Oh, Cosmic's pointing out a issue with one of these. Yay, Cosmic, point out an issue. There's an issue with the death and auto-revive one, so that's the one where... I just read it, right? That's where is it? If you die within the next minute, you immediately come back to life, like the reincarnate spell. He says, what if you die from effect that specifically states only the wish spell can revive you, like with disintegrate?
Then it would specifically not revive you because the reincarnate spell wouldn't work.
Yeah, and we did kind of see in other language when we were looking at other wild magics that they kind of default to that, to where I think second edition.
Yeah, it was second edition that mentioned that.
It basically, if the situation is impossible or extremely unlikely, or the DM decides that it's game breaking or just completely disruptive, the spell either fizzles out or the DM can choose to have them re-roll. So in that particular case, good point. It would either fizzle out and it just wouldn't work in the case of the disintegrate spell, or the DM could choose for them to re-roll. But in that particular case, I do agree that if he had this spell where it's like if you die within the next minute, you get revived. If it was a spell that can't do that, then...
I would say this, because the way that's worded is that's going to be an effect that's like passive on you in the background after you rolled. So I'm going to have cast teleport, and then I'm going to roll on my wild magic table, and I'm going to get that effect, and it's just going to be hanging out on me.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, someone's going to cast a disintegrate spell on me. Mm-hmm. So at that point, do I re-roll?
Well, no. So the idea would be that, and that's where it would do no effect.
That's what I was thinking.
Like you have this effect on you that any normal way of death, but if you die in one of those extreme ways, the spell would just not bring you back because it overrode the revive option.
Well, power word kill. Power word kill, you can get revived from power word kill because it just says you die.
It's only spells that specifically state only the wish spell can bring you back.
Got it.
So that would I think that would overwrite it, Cosmic.
That's fair.
Mind's Eye, I would definitely be writing my own table for wild magic based on this table for the chaotic effects. I have a caravan that is pure wild magic infused.
Ooh.
Interesting. Party is used in the caravan where it collapses and puts them into a caravan system where they meet some idiotic NPC. The NPC options are bumbling casters who only know magic and are trying to escape. And the party has to deal with escaping with their own magic and stopping the NPCs from casting. That's interesting. Okay.
I want to hear more about this. I have
Yeah.
so many questions.
If you're interested in getting any community feedback on that, we can drop it into the homebrewing channel too. That would
Yes.
be fantastic to read up on. Every time they cast, there's a surge of chaos. So interesting. So they're trapped somewhere. Two groups of people, the NPCs and the party, are trying to escape. The NPCs are bumbling idiots, essentially his own version of wild mages. That are casting these
just one
erratic
NPC.
spells, or just one NPC that's casting erratic spells. So the party basically has to try to escape, but also prevent or get around the NPC.
Because those surges are probably preventing them or causing a lot of issues for their escape.
That's actually, that's a dope ass idea. Because again, normally, see, this is a good idea for a unique encounter, because a lot of the times we're so focused on us versus them, especially fight to the death. But a lot of the times we forget that the goal can be not fighting, right? Like the goal of an encounter cannot be that you or them have to not be walking. It can be we're trying to escape, and you're just trying to distract each other.
Yeah, having different goals for encounters or battles or whatever other than just death. And we were talking about that the other day too, because a lot of the times people can just get hung up on, all right, let me just smash everything till it's dead. And they don't actually start looking at their abilities and what they can do in any sort of creative way, because the only thing they can see is smash their way to victory, you know?
Yeah.
But given those other aspects, given those other, what do you call it? Win conditions can lean to a lot more stuff like that. So
I
I'm
like
here
this
for
idea
it.
too. This like again, the NPC's not being evil. It's just more of they just don't understand, and they're just kind of like just impulsive. So it's like, the idea is like, there's a boulder, I'll just cast levitate, and then magic surge, and everyone's just like, well, fantastic.
It's like we're dead now.
And that's the other thing too, is like, maybe you also have an idea where that NPC specifically has the passphrase or the spell to get out. So you have to keep them alive. You can't just get rid of them or ditch them. You have to keep them alive, but you also have to figure out a way to stop them from screwing them with the party.
That's crazy.
Other idea, sleepwalking bard. A bard who, while sleepwalking, wandered into the cave and now unknowingly casts spells during restless nights. Actually, that's hilarious. Like a wild mage who literally has sleep casting instead of sleepwalking.
Yo.
That would be hilarious, bro.
If you've ever seen Demon Slayer and that one dude that is just a complete ridiculous character until he falls unconscious, then he turns into an absolute monster and destroys anything in his path. I find that as a very interesting concept, just being able to go hard in your unconscious state rather than your conscious one.
Yeah. No, sleeping is far one of the most underutilized states of D&D. Like most people just overlook sleeping, but dream sequences, using sleeping to move people, sleeping is just underutilized outside of short and long rests nowadays.
It's true.
They're not wild mages. The cavern's filled with wild magic. It attracts itself to the spells. I like that too. I do like the idea that it's the cave affecting the magic, not people being magic users. Go hard when talking about a bard. Yeah, that bard's gonna go hard.
Right.
Not.
That's right.
All right. Yeah. No, that's fantastic. I love this. Puzzles like that are so good, and I'm glad that you're thinking of multiple iterations of challenges, like the bard versus the mage. I like that instead of just getting nailed down on I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make it balanced. Sometimes it's good to try to approach it from multiple views, because the party may just, again, you may have a balanced encounter, but that encounter may not be balanced for the party you're gonna throw it at. You can balance it all you want, but it may not be balanced for the people you're gonna throw it at. You got to remember that as a DM, is having backup plans or having alternatives that will adjust based on the party is always a good idea.
That's fair. That's very fair.
There is no such thing. Well, there can be such a thing as over preparation, but I feel that only happens when you begin to have a consistency that you either never get to use what you've created, or the preparation gets in the way of gameplay. Like sessions like taking too long to set up, things like that. Like I've been at sessions where it's like, it's going to be a session from like 2 to 7, but no one starts gaming until 5 because it's like 2 hours of setup.
Yeah,
the pieces and the paperwork.
We got to get this.
Yeah,
we got to get the handout.
So I don't say that there's never too much preparation setting up your own lore and world. The only time that I feel like you can get too prepped is too prepped in an encounter, or in the sense of like High Point never stops getting built. I am literally building and living in High Point 24/7. I just don't necessarily openly talk about it, but High Point's always happening. But the difference is like, my players aren't gaming, right? So I'm not necessarily like pushing the storyline along, but I'm also keeping very good in mind what I'm thinking about. The things that I'm thinking about 9 times out of 10 are mainly just for me. Mechanics, stories, NPCs, what they're doing so I can make motivations and personalities better. But what I don't try to work on is things that my players are going to need, right? I don't work on people's names. I don't work on backstories. I don't work on like monologues that the BBEG is going to give. I don't work on descriptions of places they're going to go, because I prefer to keep that stuff, that kind of preparation, more dynamic. I know the general layout of High Point, so wherever they go, I'll be able to roughly describe what's happening. But I'm not going to go and spend hours and hours doing something that I know they have a high chance of not encountering or dealing with. I would much rather put that time and effort into something that's going to make me more consistent and make me build a more livable world than those moments they're going to encounter. And that's where, personally, I feel like the only time you can really over-prepare is in something that you're specifically directly going to give the players that you never end up able to give them, or you've over-prepared to the point to where what you're giving them is just so far beyond what's contextually necessary.
And I think a lot of the over-preparation comes into when DMs start trying to railroad their players. Meaning, hey, I've got this really cool thing planned,
you're unwilling
and
to go
I
against
need
it.
everything to go exactly this way so that this thing actually happens. Like, that's when it's like, well, then, do we get to play? Or
Yeah, or should you just want to tell me a story?
Do you want to just take over my character?
Yeah.
And just, that to me is just like, all right, like that might, and even I don't even call that over preparing. I'm just like, are you still playing the same game? Like, are you still, or is your goal the same as the players that are coming to your table?
Yeah, but if it makes you more consistent, I would say that there's no over preparing when it makes you more consistent. When it makes you able to understand your setting and how things are going to work, there you can't over prepare, because all you're doing is making the game better for your players. Cosmic says, on this Wednesday group, started fighting a beholder, tried and failed to banish it twice. Only failed because it used its legendary action to auto bypass saves once those. I fucking hate. See, bullshit like that. Those kind of legendary actions are fucking bullshit. That DM, that's a negative on that DM. Using a legendary action to just outright.
So they're called legendary resistances, and most creatures, most like high end creatures, have like 3 of them. And
I get the idea is it's meant to not have a party that can outwit you and just end it instantly.
Yes, but it's also like a lot of party members will strategically cast things on the enemy that are detrimental to it, knowing it's probably going to use its legendary resistance, right? And to like bait it out. So it's meant to be a plot tactic, but again, when you have players, like, is it being used in the way that it was meant to be used?
It seems more metagaming, right? It's one of those things where it's like, if we all know it exists, then it's not really that. I've never been a fan of legendary actions in general. Like, I like the concept of them. I've never liked the actual application.
I would like to see what you were talking about a second ago. The DM has to say they're going to use the legendary resistance before the player says what spell they're casting.
That would be fine.
That would be cool to me. That would be cool to me, is to be like, hey, DM, I'm going to cast a spell at you, and you need to make a saving throw. Would you like to use your legendary resistance?
You know what I mean? Like, that would be fine. That would be totally
I think
fine.
that would be fun, because, it's usually in the DM's hands like that, but...
Although once the legendary actions, the legendary resistances were up, Once that was done, the necromancer just polymorphed it into a sea cucumber. So,
Which is why.
which is exactly why you have legendary action.
It's just like,
but then again, if it's just delaying the inevitable, then is it really doing anything? Like, do you really think you're gonna like kill the party off within those 3 legendary resistances?
but I mean, you turn him into a sea cucumber, and then what? Because once you kill him, he's going to return back unless you have Power Word Kill stacked, ready to go, and you can just kill him because his max hit points are less than 100.
But that still won't do anything because he'll still revert back.
He'll revert back, but he'll be dead.
No, he'll still revert back.
The wording of the spell is "you are dead." Not
I know, but I've actually went over this in my last
Really?
episode. Yeah, in Raw Without Lore, I specifically called that one out because you specifically read both of the spells and they don't stack like that. Power Word Kill will just revert you back from Polymorph. Because Polymorph specifically says, if you reach 0 hit points or die, the spell ends and you go back to hit points. Power Word Kill doesn't go beyond the Polymorph. It just ends the Polymorph, and the Polymorph would revert you back. Technically, yeah, Power Word Kill doesn't override the Polymorph. It just ends Polymorph. Because Polymorph specifically states if you die. 0 hit points or dies. It actually has the word dies, and people overlook that. And I went over that in last week's episode of Raw Without Lore because of that. Because people, it's so funny. A lot of people don't read the full rules, but yeah, that's just one of those ones where it can be.
because I totally heard that off of somebody else going over, because there was a lot of.
It's a very common one that I see on TikTok. That's a very common loophole that people try to call out. But again, it technically doesn't work when you actually
dies.
And then again, when it dies, it still goes back. Power Word Kill just kills you in your current form. But there's nothing about Power Word Kill that would indicate it goes beyond your polymorph form. It kills you because you're in that polymorph form, and then polymorph ends, which specifically states if you die, you go back to hit point. You go back to your normal hit points.
So, because technically it says you're compelling a creature. So if I'm casting it on a sea cucumber, is the sea cucumber dying?
The creature, yeah.
Yeah.
So no matter what, it's like when you really look at it, you can't overlook the fact that polymorph says die, so it counters
very fair.
The Power Word Kill. But yeah, just some of those things where I loved that episode because I really got to just rant and rave about all of the loopholes that I'm just like, look, I love this idea, I love the concept of loopholes, but stop acting like you guys are smart. You don't know what you're fucking talking about, and I broke it down because there's a lot of times people either just not reading the rules, or once you put any lore context to it, again, like what we were talking about earlier, the fact that these spells were created by someone at some point. One of the ones that I said people like to change because they've adopted a new terminology for a word. They think that they can change a spell. We do that with religion, where it's like, no, the book says this, and it's like, you mean the translation of modern words say that. But if you go back in time to the word they actually used, to the way they actually used it, it does not mean what you think it means. And that's when people say, well, I can create water in any container, and your lungs are a container. No, my lungs are not a container.
The dude keeps using the word inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
Like, I don't think that word means what you think it means.
But that's the thing. Like
I use that so much.
Power Word Kill and polymorph, and then create water in your lungs are the two I hear the most. And again, lungs are not a container.
Oh,
when you read the
I would
spell,
fight back on water in your lungs
but
all
people
day
are like,
long.
but it's a container. And I'm like, look, when the spell was, in context, when the spell was created, do you really think that the mage who found the exact words to make the spell happen, do you think that he thought of every possible thing that could hold water? No. When he said the word container, and you got to remember, when we always do like spells, it's how it was written. When you look at a spell in the description, that is like in-game, someone's trying to tell you, here's what you can expect when you say these words. The words are written in Latin, and you don't read Latin.
Imagine I was trying to verbally tell you what a picture looks like. If I were to use specific words to describe this picture, and then you were to draw this picture yourself, using that description, you'd be like, no, you said this word. I'm like, yes, I did say that word, but that also describes that word, doesn't it?
If I've never seen a picture, and I'm like, what is a picture? And you're like, and you describe a picture to me, and then I go, so what is this? And you're like, that's a picture. I'm like, that's not what you described. Well, it's like, well, pictures can be different things. It's like, but that's not what you described. It's like, I know. And so again, it's that common thing players are like, but this is what this word means to me. And I'm like, I don't care what that word means to you. And I'm going to go back to the same thing. I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but if you can say a container means lungs mean a container to me, you're basically changing the definition. So again, I'm going to take the cantrip Dancing Lights, and I'm going to change all the words and definitions in my brain to make this cantrip power word kill. You're dead. Oh, and when I read 100, well, I have more than 100 hit points. Oh, that's okay. I read 100 is 10,000. Do you have more than 10,000? No, I'm sorry, you're dead. It doesn't matter. If you can change what container means from the person who made the spell to today, and the magic knows better, because that's what you're telling me. You're telling me the magic is smarter. You're telling me the magic knows that I mean that that's a container. Well, then that means the magic knows when I say dancing lights, I mean power word kill. It doesn't, it literally, you can't change when you bring lore in. You can't say, well, the spell does what I want it to do, because then I can change any spell to do what I want it to do. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how little, how small, the spell isn't smart. And this is where I think I brought up one of my favorite things is, like when I look at like this concept, right, of a spell versus magic. A spell is not a recipe. Magic is recipe. Like casting magic is a recipe. You know, add a little extra sugar here to make it sweeter. Take away this to make it less spicy. Cook it a little bit longer to cook it thoroughly. Like a recipe, you change, you follow the recipe, but you change little things here and there to taste. That's magic. A spell is a block of code. It does what you told it to do. And if you get the code wrong, it doesn't work. You know this. You know how writing code works. If you get a line in the code wrong, if you just delete a line, if you change a value, the code stops to work the way it was meant to. That's a spell. When you're handed a spell, when I'm handed a spell, when they're handed a spell, it's a line of code that is designed to do one thing, and the description of that spell is designed to make sure that you and I both have the same understanding of what to expect. But your definition of that, your definition of that description and my definition doesn't change the outcome. Because the outcome, the description is just to give us an idea.
Casting a spell and using magic.
Exactly. And
right.
That's where I think people are getting that wrong.
You can use magic all day long, but when you cast a spell, you're casting a spell. And I get that. I do. I get that.
Yeah. So, it's just one of those things where I had fun, but like I said, it's probably one of my most controversial topics because it's basically the one time I would just put my foot down and was like, the community has this wrong. It's like the one time I actually like had an opinion.
Right.
Let's see what we got in chat. So the world is okay. So Mr. Mind's Eye, world is fully planned out. Campaign is an outline form, full sandbox, even if they run into a tesseract at level 4. So that's good. I am liking more of that. Not a fan of calling them sandboxes, but that's just because I'm an old school gamer and sandbox means something different to me than
I get you.
Like Lucifer uses this too. Lucifer likes to call these kind of game world sandboxes. Personally, calling them sandboxes, I have the same
apprehension
to sandbox that I do with homebrew, because to me, from video game logic, a sandbox is something without like direction and without not just without end, but without purpose. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have anything. It's an idea that you can go in and interact with, but a sandbox is just that. It's something you interact with. It has no progression. It has no end game.
It almost feels like creative in Minecraft.
Exactly.
It's just a big old empty space that you can do a bunch of stuff in, but
yeah, it's like,
just there.
Or it's like give Minecraft, but take away the crafting. You can have a pickaxe and you can go mine stuff, but there really is no building, there's no crafting, there's no end game, there's no boss, there's no portals. That to me is a sandbox where if you took Minecraft and took away all the things that you would you might play for a while and build a house, but after a while it's like, so this is all I can do is just keep moving blocks from one spot to the next. That's a sandbox. The fact that you can progress in levels, craft, learn, build, go teleport places, go fight a boss, actually end the game and actually beat the game, that's what makes it not a sandbox. And so when I think of people like building worlds, it's like, it's one thing to be like, oh, I have a sandbox, I'm just playing around with ideas, like it's one thing to just have like that, but I feel like it diminishes the idea once you have a world, once it's living, once you have an idea where people can just be plopped in and go, and there's progression and there's things to accomplish. Like a sandbox is something that doesn't, like, you can interact with it, but doesn't interact back with you. In my opinion, a sandbox is like, I have this town. You can go walk around and practice talking to NPCs with me, but you can't leave and you can't do anything here. Whereas if you could become the mayor of that town, it's no longer a sandbox because there's progression. It's not the end game. It's not saying that that there has to be a point to where you can stop because you've completed it. Mm-hmm. But the idea that you were able to accomplish something and go do something and actually interact with the world and the world interacted with you. Being able to go into a video game and kill an NPC and it just ragdolls is a sandbox. Killing an NPC and then having the guards come and arrest you, you being put on trial and half the town hating you and prices going up because you're a murderer, that's not a sandbox in my opinion. And again, these are just purely opinionated ideas.
Yeah.
But this is when I hear the word sandbox, I hear an incomplete, barely interactable idea that's starting. Whereas what you're describing, Mind's Eye, and what I believe in with High Point is it's so much more than a sandbox, because a sandbox is limited to what you see is what you interact with, where what we have isn't a sandbox. You can keep going. It will continue to progress. It will interact back with you. You make permanent changes. Sandboxes are, in my opinion, static. You can change stuff, but it doesn't.
It's very interesting how though we've all lived technically in the same place, but we have very different attachments of certain terminology in certain places, and it's very intriguing to see where some of those separations lie. And because, to be very real, if you look at like the English language versus something like Japanese has so many different specific words for specific scenarios, right? And
every variation of a concept.
Yeah, exactly. I wish I had better examples of it, but we don't have that separation, so we have to use other things to clarify those points.
We can say that it's hot outside. We can talk about the heat outside. We can talk about the heat of your food, and then we can talk about the heat spice level of your food.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? If I say heat, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the heat of the room, or are we talking about the heat of the plate, the heat of the food, or the spice level of the food? All of that's heat. Right? We just say heat, whereas in Japanese, that's 19 different words.
There might be different words for all of those things.
Because every little nuance of what are we talking about.
Where in Vortex's translation, sandbox means that. And it's not that it's wrong, but it's like...
I'm not saying that if you call it a sandbox, I look down upon you. It's just that I recognize it's a bias, and I try not to get offended, but when someone says, oh, so you run a sandbox, I get insulted. Because to me, it's not that I think they're attacking me, but when I hear sandbox, I hear incomplete, and I'm like, whoa, bro, I am so much more than a sandbox.
Yes.
But then that's not what they're intending, right? It's all about intent, which is why I don't take it offensively. But I used to have a problem with homebrew. I used to hate the term homebrew because people just said anything that wasn't written in a book was homebrew. And I hated that because no, that's not how D&D ever worked. We've even read today how D&D told you to change things. And so I hated when it was like D&D would tell me, oh, you can make your own table. And so I would make my own table and be like, oh, so you homebrews, you don't play real D&D. Well, the book. It said make it. It's like, yeah, you use that table. It's like, it says make my own table. And they're like, but that's homebrew. That's not real D&D. And that's how I grew up in D&D. That's when I first started playing D&D, homebrew was looked at as not real.
Yeah.
Anything that deviated from the book, and that's why I created all of this, is like, it's beyond the book because that is real D&D. So I understand that it's a stupid thing to get like offended by, and I don't hold it against other
get it.
people.
There are some things that hit me the wrong way too.
Like I'm better with homebrew. Like I even have an episode called Homebrew Review because I'm accepting the fact that homebrew is now an acceptable term. It just means that you created it, but it used to mean you don't play real D&D. If you didn't play the book, you weren't playing D&D. Whereas now it's fully acceptable as D&D. But I'm also adopting the fact that more and more people are accepting this term sandbox because I honestly don't know, because I still don't think the game, like video game sandboxes, I still think are just as limited. Like you don't progress and level in a sandbox, like Boneworks.
I do think they still use that terminology because I think the more term for it is open world now.
Well, but see, open world to me, it just means that it's not linear. I'm not being forced in a direction, but okay, so you know the VR game Boneworks, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
So it's basically, this is a sandbox. You load into the game and you can change the environment. You can load in NPCs. You can load in guns. You can load in any. It's basically like the White Room in Matrix. Mm-hmm. You could just say, I want this, and you're surrounded by it. And you could pick up the guns. You could load NPCs. You could you could kill the NPCs in every way. You could be a ninja. You can climb. You can do all of the things. You can interact with the world in any way you could imagine. but there's no level, there's no stories, there's no leveling up, there's no experience. You create everything around you. You say, I want 5 NPCs, give them all machetes, and tell them to run at me and try to do damage, and I'm going to take this, futuristic laser gun and shoot them all in the head while I jump around like Spider-Man. You can do all of that. But doing it does nothing. Like, doing it is purely because you chose to. That, to me, is a sandbox. Whereas Assassin's Creed plops me in the middle of a giant town and says, hey, there's someone you got to go kill. Or Hitman. Here's a giant town. Go kill this guy. That's open world. But there's progression. There's a goal. Even though the game doesn't end, I kill that person, and then I go to the next mission and kill another person, and then go to the next. Remember, there's no goal. There's no end to it. But there's objectives. There's progress. There's getting better. To me, that's what separates a sandbox from an open world. Is a sandbox doesn't progress. It doesn't get different. It is you interacting one way, whereas an open world interacts the other way. But
For sure.
Again, just me. I don't know why that's so important. Just me. But yeah, man. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see here. Where did I last leave off?
I think it was Mind's Eye.
I just had to scroll up. I didn't realize if there was.
I know we had a bunch of people jump in here.
Sleepwalking Bar. There was Going Hard. This one was Overzealous Druid. Nature loving druid attempted to commune with the creature's name energies, triggered unpredictable outcomes. Interesting. I didn't read that one before. Okay, so here we are. Back to the fully planned out campaigns in outline form, full sandbox, even though they get a test rise level 4. But I do like that you understand that, yeah, it's, that open idea where they can go wherever they want. That's exactly how High Point is. People will create the character. I drop them into the world where that character makes most sense to be living, and they start from there. Their goals are there. My players create all their own goals. I don't give them missions. I just literally say, here's what you see. What do you do next? And the game starts.
What are you trying to do? Exactly.
Let's see. So, okay. And then Cosmic answers our question of what did they do with the sea cucumber? He just stored it in a bottle.
Oh,
just shoved it in a bottle, and there you go. Now you basically have forever. You could have essentially like a beholder grenade, because at any point you could just do it damage and throw the bottle and just boom,
hey,
a beholder appears.
I'm telling you. Well, it's until the spell of polymorph wears off.
No, that's my point. It's in polymorph in the cucumber in a bottle.
But how long does that spell last? Is it forever? Is it instantaneous?
I think polymorph lasts essentially forever. Or do they get like constitution checks maybe?
It's only good for up to an hour unless you upcast it. Concentration up to an hour.
I mean, that's basically an hour delay of a beholder grenade.
Yep.
You have a 1 hour fuse.
I mean, you could throw it in the ocean and then just watch it pop out.
Mind's Eye says, fair enough for the sandbox. There's a timeline for the story to progress, whether the party follows the story or not, go somewhere else. I like that. See, again, most DMs don't have this. When they say open world, they mainly see that the characters get to choose their adventure and choose their direction. But a lot of DMs don't really account for time. Like, I hate video games that it's like, you have 1 week to accomplish this. And then I'm like, well, I have 9,000 hours in this game. Maybe I'll finally go back to that 1 week project, right? The game doesn't care how long you actually take.
Yeah.
Whereas like in High Point, if you're taking too long, the world moves on without you. So I like that this has a storyline and that he's actually pushing it through regardless of what the players are doing, right? The threat of conflict will eventually grow enough where the party will not be able to ignore it. Perfect. I love that. That is a great way to put emphasis on the escalating plot line while keeping your players, like, allowing them to have free agency. But it's going to get a lot harder for you guys to ignore the fact that you got shit to do. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, we all want players to have player agency, but at the same time, like, it is a narrative-based game. We all know that there's shit to do.
You have agency to get messed up, too.
Yeah, right? And then we got a first-time chatter, Acrylic. What's going on? Just joined the stream. What do you mean by the history of Wild Magic? Are you going to the past editions or just talking about 5th edition? So we actually did this episode. We did do a full history. We're about to finish up here on one more thing from 5th edition. But yeah, we discussed the entire history of Wild Magic from all of the editions, all the way from AD&D 1st edition through 5th edition. Talked about the 4 books that Wild Magic has actually appears in the source books for 2nd edition, 3rd edition, and now 5th edition, and just gave a bunch of our commentary for that. If you like what you're seeing now and you do want to look back, you can go check all of our live streams at YouTube, and you can check out anything that you missed on this one if you're interested. But yeah, we definitely did all of the history of Wild Magic, and we have one more thing to do, which is a supplemental edition, but we're kind of just sidebarring here towards the end. Let's see. You welcome them. Missed it. What did you learn? Anything you guys like from past editions that you wish were implemented in 5th?
I'll say
absolutely. 2nd edition did it best.
2nd edition has a beautiful table in it. That is something that I want to steal for my
the up-down table.
The up-down table. I think it was a great way to start playing with every single time you cast. There's some advantages or some disadvantages.
Hey, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see
all
you next
kinds
week.
of stuff. So
have a good weekend.
I think it was really, really, really cool. So I want to use
really nice
that in future uses. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Manzai, have a great rest of your night. Have a good weekend. We'll see you guys next week. We stream every Monday and Friday. Mondays 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Fridays is 7:30. Again, Mondays is Homebrew Review. Fridays is the deeper discussions.
And keep hitting us up on the Discord, too.
Yep. Hit us up there. Yeah, so... I do think that in terms of the editions, my personal opinion, 2nd edition got closest with the best idea, the fact that it was a trait of magic. It was like a feature, they called it a proficiency. 3.5 had some better lore, some better approaches to the general idea of the concept of it, but they immediately dropped off for me in terms of their roll table and the fact that they tried to focus it way too much on the core concept of a character class instead of a feature of magic. And then 5th edition, they doubled down on it being on a class feature. It's a subclass of sorcerer, and they really took away all of the risk and reward. So now it's just a modified version of a spellcaster that doesn't really feel that you have the chaotic nature and risk reward factor that we had before in Wild Magic. So that's kind of where we're at so far. We just finished up talking about the standard Wild Magic in 5th edition, which again is just it's a subclass of sorcerer that just doesn't feel. It just doesn't feel like there's any real risk. It doesn't feel like I'm actually learning a new type of magic.
And it doesn't feel wild.
No,
it does not feel wild.
Yeah, it doesn't feel chaotic. It doesn't feel anything. But 5th edition did give us something else. So coming from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, they did throw us another subclass, because while sorcerer is... I guess the way that they wanted to go with it, I still think Warlock would have been the much better way to go with Wild Magic as a class, because it's being gifted to you. Like your access to normal magic is being restricted by your patron, and they're giving you access to all this crazy magic, right? They're the ones inflicting the wild surges when they find it best, right?
Interesting.
That to me makes way more sense with the way that they're describing how it works as a class. But Wild Magic as this natural chaotic form just doesn't sound like 5th edition just sound like they lost the idea that this is supposed to be chaotic and wild and uncontrollable. Again, they're giving way too much control to the player. I mean, being able to know whether or not they should even use the Wild Surge is just kind of ridiculous. Or not the Wild Surge, but yeah, the one that would adjust the skills. So they gave us another one. So in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, they gave us a barbarian subclass called Path of the Wild Magic, or Path of Wild Magic. They should have called it Path of the Wild Mage. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I guess it's not really a Wild Mage, but Wild Barbarian, but Path of Wild Magic. So I'm really curious, because I don't really know if Barbarian really makes sense. I'm sure it makes more fun. I mean, I'm sure it could be more fun of an idea, but I'm not really impressed with the idea that a barbarian...
Weirdly enough, the first exposure that I actually had to what a Wild Magic Barbarian could do came from Baldur's Gate 3. Not that I actually played and or used a Wild Magic Barbarian, because I haven't actually got to play the game yet.
I know that they had I figured that you could with multi-classing. I just didn't actually think that they had that.
But yeah, so and I kind of really liked how it played out in that mechanic, but again, I don't think it works well when you're talking about...
It probably works better in a video game. it probably works way better in a
that
video game
part
than it
works
does
better in a
TV,
video game,
yeah.
and so it might not translate to the class. Plus, Baldur's Gate made adjustments to the actual real class, so a lot of the stuff isn't going to be in here anyways. But
yeah.
anyways,
So let's see here. So for the barbarian class, we got another follow. Oh my god, we got rated twice tonight.
no way.
Holy shit! What is
No
going on
way.
with that? Montathikas, thank you so much for the raid. What is going on? How are you doing tonight? How have you been? What were you streaming? Let us know. Let us know how your stream went tonight and how your week's been.
Amazing.
Nerdy Sakura, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We are just finishing up talking about Wild Magic in the D&D editions and all of its history. We're actually now on 5th edition on a supplemental booklet called Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and we're about to look at the subclass for Barbarian that included Wild Magic. So we can finish up with this and kind of give our final thoughts and opinions on Wild Magic as a whole. I was part of the raid. Yes, you were. Thank you so much.
Nice.
First time chatter.
Welcome.
Oh, Nerdy Sakura sent us over here. Was working with the Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign.
Ooh, very cool. I actually just looked into that source book. They got some really cool material in there, so I'm looking forward to diving into it. That's very cool.
So were you actually streaming the campaign, or are you just working on like prep for a pre-campaign or something? Really curious about like if you do you actually like play on stream, or just do you just do the prep on stream? Really curious to know what other people are doing. We're really hesitant on playing on stream. We haven't actually done that. We just do the talking about it so far, but I'm always interested to know like how people are getting along with actually playing their games on stream. It's something that we want to do. We're just not really there yet. Just working on the prep for right now. Awesome. Yeah, the prep is always just so much fun. It's nice. I like enjoy, like when communities get together as part of that prep. I know a lot of DMs want to just kind of hone in and focus it for themselves, but having your players, having some sort of community to help you just be there with you, you know what I mean? It doesn't even have to like tell you what to do or give you advice, but just to have that soundboard, to talk to someone, to just say it out loud and be like, now that I'm hearing that, right? Like, that's one of the things I love about this is talking about High Point out loud is I'm so lost in my head all the time.
Yep.
Everything sounds like normal. Everything sounds justifiable when you're by yourself.
Actually getting to articulate something is so very valuable.
Yeah, and then getting people's reactions can definitely give you a better idea for it. So, yeah, glad to see that that's working out for you. Hopefully starting the game in a couple weeks and gonna try the hardest. Gonna stream it for sure. Fantastic. I definitely, we're getting to that point. We just haven't figured out what kind of medium cameras, all of that we want to do. But good luck with that. Hopefully that does go well for you. I could say someone who play a game on stream, it is a lot of fun. It does look like a lot of fun. My honest to God biggest concern is I've just seen so many live streams of games where it's either one person putting in all the effort and a bunch of guys just sitting around like eating snacks and not recognizing that they're on camera with an audience. Like, I understand that not everyone's an entertainer, but there are sometimes where you look at them and you're like, do you guys even remember that the cameras are on? Like, did you even remember that there's...
And I will say that forgetting that the cameras are there is kind of a good thing, because then you're kind of in the moment rather than trying to perform.
If they're into the game and playing, that's one thing. But when they're just literally just a group
off
of people,
in their own space and just like...
that I don't want to be that. And we're not like professionals, so I also don't want to go the above and... I want to have a natural sounding and looking game without being like we're just a bunch of people sitting on the couch. You know what I mean? Like, there's that fine line between being real about the game you're playing, but also being entertaining with it. So I'm just hesitant. I don't know how I want that to come across, and I just haven't found a good enough example of being like, that's what I would like to look like.
That's fair.
Cannot wait. Miss those classic D&D moments. Cosmic says, found a video the other day. Wanted to ask if it's accurate or if it's too far-fetched to be even viable. Post it in the Discord, man. Let us know.
Yeah,
I'm really
check
curious.
That out.
I'm curious when you ask if it's accurate. I'm curious if that's like D&D lore or if it's just like a concept. But yeah, we'll have to see about that. Acrylic says, like building characters, probably only play like 1% of the characters I build, coming from 3.5. and Pathfinder First Edition, so many options. Yeah, especially with 3.5 and even with Pathfinder. Yeah, though, like Fifth Edition sometimes feels like it has so much, but I mean, realistically, Fifth Edition is still riding the coattails of 3.5. You know what I mean? Like 3.5 expanded on so much.
It really did.
That Fifth Edition is just trying to like keep up like appearances by coming up with stuff, but everything Fifth Edition comes up with isn't new or innovative. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to say it's a reskin, but it's a reboot of what
reimagining
3.5 did.
reboot. I like that.
Yeah. So yeah, 100% good on that. I definitely understand the idea of wanting to create characters. I'm not a huge fan of like creating concept characters. I get way too into my character builds that if I build it and don't get to play or use it, it's hurtful for me to put so much effort into a character build and never get to touch it. So
Yeah.
I rarely get to like, I don't get to just spam character builds, but I do have a lot of NPCs in my world, so at least I get to spam character builds with my NPCs. Oh, thank you for the follow again. Thank you so much, guys. It's awesome that you guys are here. Concept on the most OP spell in D&D. Fantastic. Please post that video. I've seen a lot of those, like the most overpowered things. And again, kind of going back to my episode that I did a week or two ago, the Raw Without Lore episode, it comes down to that same thing where things that are the most OP come down to interpretation of the rules first and foremost, right? You have to interpret the rules, and if again, like create water could be the most devastating spell if you include lungs as a container.
Right.
Like again, it's all about the way that you do that, and then of course the next thing is the usefulness of it. If you can both agree what a container is, even if it's not lungs, but then you find the most creative way to use the agreed upon terminology. That's the second part about what makes a spell OP is A, is the verbiage actually making it powerful? And B, can the person casting the spell actually go out of their way to make it above and beyond? So fantastic for question. What are we getting? More follows. Thank you, Acrylic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You guys are blowing us up here.
Yeah, definitely more natural. Let's see. So, seen some streams on D&D campaigns where
Spike
they have
growth is one of my
character
favorite
sheets as
spells.
overlays. I have seen that. I do kind of like the
Yeah.
mini character sheets. I've thought about. I definitely want artwork. That's the hardest thing is I want to have artwork.
Yeah.
The character sheets are really really good. My biggest thing I think too is because High Point is primarily theater of the mind play. It's also very hard to keep an audience up to date because the players obviously they're taking everything, they're actively feeding off it to give me content and to give me reactions and responses, but an audience it's
hard to keep that vision.
How hard would it be to keep the audience aware of what's going on, or how hard from an audience point of view would it be to keep up with what's happening when we side tangent, when we take pauses? So definitely I like that idea of having some sort of snapshots on the screen instead of like character sheets or something like that to keep people aware. Even a running list of character goals, what's the party's goals, where are they at in the campaign, what are they currently here's the campaign goals, here's what they're actively trying to do.
That. Yeah.
They're actively trying to ambush incoming thing. They have 3 days, so they're ways where if anyone starts the stream they can kind of get a snapshot without having to live. Because if you ever done that, you get into a D&D stream and then you're 30 minutes into the stream and you're what the fuck is going on? Who is where are you, where are you standing? I literally sat there for 30 minutes and everyone's talking, doing stuff, but nothing they say actually specifically dictates anything that's happening, who they're talking to, or what's going on. And I get it, you're in the game, you can't recap every 5 minutes. But that's my thing is there's so much to be lost if you don't have a visual of what is the party actively going through. But yeah, I love the idea of miniature character ideas, or the mini character sheets, even just the stats, just the flat stats or something like that. So many ideas, don't know how to put them all to good.
Facts.
3.5 had so many books. So yeah, I wonder how many we can actually count here on Internet Archive. Did in community chat. Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, no, he posted it. I saw it.
Gotcha. I thought he was commenting on the other thing. Okay, yeah, perfect. I will have to take a look at that. Yeah.
Spoiler. It's in the little display. He's spoiler, the spell is spike growth. but it says it on the.
Oh, spike growth. Yeah, spike growth. We've talked about spike growth.
That's one of my
before.
favorites. It really is.
Yeah, spike growth is definitely one of his favorite spells. It can be a little bit much. Glyph of Warding is far more broken. Glyph of Warding is fucking dangerous.
I'm curious of the implementation that because they're saying it'll give you over 1,000 points of damage in one round, and I'm curious how you're getting that much damage from spike growth in one round.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. Is like, again, is it one of those? Are they loopholing a rule by bending it, right? But yeah, that's that. But yeah, Glyph of Warding in Baldur's Gate 3.
Glyph of Warding is crazy, man.
Yeah,
I keep having this idea of just casting Glyph of Warding on like every page of like a book, and then having like a certain keyword that just like triggers. Bro, that would be stupid, man. Just a book and Glyph of Warding. That's all I need, and a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's how much does the verbiage actually like?
Although Glyph of Warding is expensive,
and how much DMs can actually allow that?
Let me look.
But yeah, Glyph of Warding's crazy. Yeah, stacking like haste, feline agility for the tabaxi.
That's
actions.
Why. Glyph of Warding. The only reason it's not OP is because it requires 200 GP worth of components that are consumed every single time you cast it.
Yeah, but so 200 GP is not that much for most campaigns.
When you get into higher levels, but yeah. Like if this is a level 3 spell. If you're level 3, you're not going to just have 200 gold just chilling.
Another issue, the book, the other issue is like for your idea, the book can't move more than 10 feet away from where it's cast because Glyph of Warding can't be moved. So that is another good point.
Isn't it relative to what it's cast on?
I think it's a location. Because I think the idea, though, is because it's a Glyph of Warding, so it's like if you wanted it to be at an entrance of a cave, it could be in the vicinity of the cave, but you can't just keep it on your person and keep walking with it. That's the balancing act, though.
That's what my mentality is if it's not relative on what it's cast on.
But then here's my thing. Here's my argument. Then I only have to make an NPC that you guys go after, and his entire body, his armor, every inch is covered with Glyph of Warding, and it goes off by someone attacking him. So basically, I have a kamikaze who just explodes whenever you touch him. Like,
I mean, yes, it would kill him as well, unless he's somehow invulnerable to it as well. But
yeah, but the thing is, like, I get the balancing act because, like you're saying, Glyph of Warding would literally mean that just the most powerful, like the most
the richest powerful
mage just is insanely like, and that's not how magic should work, right? It's not an abundance of magic that makes you powerful. It's the use and the raw power of it, right? Like that's why, just because you know every cantrip doesn't necessarily shouldn't make you the most powerful. So I get the leveling because again, Glyph of Warding can just insanely be way overpowered if you can literally carry it with you, and every 200 gold you make, you're just stacking it more and more. You basically become just a walking nuclear bomb, and it's it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, shit, what's to stop me from making just an insane, like become the richest person ever, make the most insane amount of Glyphs of Warding, then shrink them all with magic, like the reduction spell, shrink them as like minuscule tiny, and then get a tattoo with the Glyphs of Warding. So just take a bunch of Glyphs of Warding, shrink them down into like microscopic size, and then get a tattoo with the Glyphs of Warding, and now I have 10,000 Glyphs of Warding in my fist that all have the same activation word, and I'm One Punch Man. I could just straight up be One Punch Man anytime I want. I am a walking nuclear bomb.
Well, here's the deal, though. Like I said, if you're choosing explosive runes...
But my point is I'm a nuclear bomb. The point is, yes, I will go out, but so will you and everything in the vicinity. I mean, it is mutual destruction, therefore, no one fucks with me.
Like, yes, but that's only good for one use. Like, for me...
Bro, do you know why there hasn't been a nunuclear war yet? Because it only takes one.
For me, anything that's one use. But
you are the gate of Baldur's Gate.
And it may be, but like then the game is over. Then we're no longer doing the thing that we were doing. So yay, you did your nuke. But
then again, if you're carrying a book that basically one shots any enemy.
But again,
why would I keep playing with you?
It's how you use it. It's like, am I using it to destroy the game? Am I using using it to be like, hey, we don't get to play anymore. Nobody gets to have fun anymore. Or are you using it in the way it was meant to be used?
For 5,000 gold, you can deal 1,000 max damage.
There you go. And just do that. Just put a damage cap on it.
But again, 5,000 gold per 1,000 max damage. I mean, that's like, again, you can just one-shot anything as long as you have enough money. Like, it's so ridiculous.
But again, how are you going to use it? How are you going to one-shot anything repeatedly?
That is absolutely true. It's how do you implement the usage of that? That's 100% true. Yeah, mutually assured destruction. That's the word I was going for. Holy shit, we are pushing the 4.5 hour mark. Let's get through this barbarian class real quick so we can end this.
Let's do it.
20,000 gold for 4,000 damage. I mean, if you need 4,000 damage, like, what do you need 4,000 damage for?
You gotta level a city. You gotta level a city.
All right, so let's see what 5th edition has. So 5th edition came out. They have the sorcerer subclass, but then they try to give us this barbarian subclass. So let's see what they have here. So many places in the multiverse abound with beauty, intense emotion, and rampant magic. The Feywild, the upper planes, and other realms of supernatural power radiate with such forces that and can profoundly influence people. As folks of deep feeling, barbarians are especially susceptible to these wild influences, with some barbarians being transformed by the magic. These magic suffused barbarians walk the path of wild magic. Elf, tiefling, Asimir, and Ganansi barbarians often seek this path, eager to manifest the otherworldly magic of their ancestors. Magical awareness at 3rd level. As an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Until the end of your turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, so you get basically magic sense. I don't disagree with that.
What's that feature called?
Magic awareness. It's
okay.
I like it as a concept. I've told you this before in High Point. Any magical creature that has a magical class has a version of this. As a basic version of this. My biggest problem is like it sounds good. The lore sounds fine. It's just, again, why is this under wild magic?
I think this is just because barbarians are traditionally not in tune with any sort of magic. This is just the initial, hey, we're getting you started. This is their
workaround to finally give barbarians magic, and I find it kind of weak.
You know, for me, this just starts like, hey, this is just the first thing. This isn't like the whole thing, but this is just...
It feels a little bit weird for just like wild magic to suddenly, like, again, it's just that concept of you're taking something that's supposed to be wild, uncontrolled, and chaotic, and you're giving it a very finite, controllable aspect. It's just a little...
Yeah, I do get that.
That's my only hesitation. Yeah. It's like, barbarians aren't supposed to be magic, so why are we trying to make them like other magic users? Like, in the traditional sense. Like, I would expect this to be more unique and different.
And I do agree. I think you can make it a little bit different, but
also for a barbarian, is this really that helpful at level 3? Like, I mean, it's also kind of like a throwaway ability to, like, I can sense magic, like so.
Which is why I think a lot of these classes have what I would call a minor ability. Like, some of them will give you like a proficiency, a minor ability. This is just a minor ability. This isn't meant to be a big thing. This is just meant to be a little...
It's just almost a shame.
A little taster before you get into whatever your meat and potatoes is.
I mean, luckily they also have Wild Surge at 3rd level, so it's not like it's a complete waste until the next level. It just feels like it's like a, why did you bother? But you know what I mean?
I would prefer to have it than not have it. That's why I think.
And that's why in High Point I have everybody have some sort of magical sense. It just feels like it's like a... Did this really make sense for a barbarian? But again, they have more. So at also 3rd level, you get Wild Surge. So the magical energy rolling inside of you sometimes erupts from you. When you enter your rage, roll on the wild magic table to determine the magical effect. I love that. I love that this particular one isn't about whenever they cast spells, it's raging. It's their emotional influx. That influx of emotion is what triggers this absolute rage, this magical effect.
And I think that's how it works in Baldur's Gate too. It's like it's on as long as you're raging, and it's off when you're not.
Yeah, and I could totally understand that. The effect does require a saving throw. DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your Constitution modifier. Okay.
Now, when it says it requires a saving throw, what exactly does that mean? Because what I'm thinking is, does it require a saving throw for me to use it?
Or does it... When you enter your rage, roll on the wild magic table to determine the magical effect produced. If that effect requires a saving throw, the DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus.
Got it.
It's only if the effect has an effect on you that it has a saving throw, then you have that specific saving throw that you don't do it.
Right.
Custom one.
Okay, perfect.
So let's see. What else do we have here? So those are the wild magic effects. Okay, so wild magic. Oh. Wow. Okay. There are only 8 wild magic effects in this particular case.
Correct. This is like this is not like a whole wild magic surge table. This is like when you rage, specific. One of 8 things are going to happen to you.
Okay, so this is very small. Okay, so basically you get tentacles lash around you. Each creature of your choice you can see within 30 feet makes a Constitution save or takes damage, and you gain temporary hit points. Holy fuck, that's a lot. You can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see until your rage ends. Again,
that's every turn.
Until your rage ends, you can use this.
Again, the choosing, like I would say to a random enemy or something like that.
Yeah, like I would totally be fine with that. It's just, again, you're basically just making a barbarian magical, and that's fine. Make a magical barbarian, but don't call it wild magic and then be like, but you get full control. You can do whatever you want. What wild magic from the very beginning was chaotic, uncontrolled, and all 5th edition has done is give control to the player. That's my only gripe. Like, the ideas aren't bad, the concepts aren't bad, even the spells aren't bad. It's just, why does the player have, like, teleporting is a cool concept, especially for a barbarian who needs to have control of the battlefield. If you pulled this effect, it should be that on the start of your turn you randomly teleport, or at the end of your turn you randomly teleport 30 feet. Like, that would be so much more chaotic and disruptive to the barbarian who needs to have battlefield control. Letting the barbarian just literally go, poof, I'm at this enemy, poof, I'm at that enemy, poof, I'm at... You're actually benefiting way too much. What's the downside? Where's the risk? You're actually benefit... The other one, you damage anyone you can see. Each creature within 30 feet gets 1d12, and you get 1d12 hit points back.
Although I think this one is a singular use. So some of them last for the entirety of your rage, and some of them just happen and then you're done.
Yeah, but still, that's so insane.
It's a fat burst that's just. But imagine if you rage and there's nobody around you, or there's nobody within range. You get some temporary hit points, which is good, but that's it.
Yeah.
So
and this one you get to summon like basically, like, you get to summon a little spirit buddy. Magic infuses your weapons of your choice that you're holding. Upon rage ends, weapon damage type changes to force. Gains light and thrown properties with the normal... Damn, so you basically become Beastmaster. Or like He-Man. Master of the Universe. Just fucking
chucking
his,
stuff?
like, broadsword. Whenever a creature hits you with an attack roll before your rage ends, a creature takes 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you're surrounded by multicolored protective lights. Flowers and vines temporarily grow around you until your rage ends.
Difficult terrain.
The ground, and then a bolt of light. So where's any of the risk? Like, again, wild magic should have some type of risk. So far, the barbarian is just better. It does everything better. Bolstering magic. So at 6th level, you can harness your wild magic to bolster yourself or a companion. As an action, you can touch one creature, which can be yourself, and confer one of the following benefits of your choice. For 10 minutes, the creature can roll a d3 whenever making an attack roll and ability check and add the number to the d20 roll. Roll a d3. The creature regains 1 expended spell slot, the level of which equals the number rolled or lower the creature's choice. Once a creature receives this benefit, it can't receive it again until after a long rest.
That's crazy.
Damn. So the barbarian can just give spell slots back now?
You're just slapping spell slots into people.
Good game, Slap. Like,
you
need
take
more
an
spells?
action
Number of times
Yeah.
equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all Jesus Christ. Unstable backlash. When you are imperiled during your rage, The magic within you can lash out immediately after you take damage or fail a saving throw while raging. You can use your reaction to roll on the wild magic table and immediately produce the effect rolled. This effect replaces your current wild magic effect. I at least like that they don't stack the effects. That's actually a very big positive. I do like being able to change the effects. That's actually kind of cool. And then controlled surge at 14th level. Whenever you roll on the wild magic table, you can roll the dice twice. Okay, we've seen this one before. Basically, you can choose out of 2 options. Yeah, my commentary still remains the same. There's too much power being
At least they're consistent.
Yeah, I mean,
at least they're consistent.
We have mentioned this so many times.
We get the idea they went
are
through.
Absolutely consistent. So yeah, I would say that in total, 2nd edition got closest with making it a feature of magic, a trait of magic, something that it's a proficiency. It's something that you can add in at any point as long as you're a magic user, and it's something that isn't the full focus of your gameplay. It is just something that's been tacked on to the fact that you use magic, and now these other things can happen. And essentially, as a recap, with 2nd edition, because you don't cast spells at levels, because most spells are based on what level the caster is. How 2nd edition did it where every time you cast a spell that was a leveled spell, that leveled based on your level or changed based on your level, you'd roll a d20. Based on the d20 roll, you can go anywhere as low as 5 or up 5 casting level. So let's say you are a level 7 wizard and you want to cast a spell. In 2nd edition, you roll a d20 and you could get up to a +3 or as low as a -3. And essentially that would shift your effective casting level. So even though you're a 7th level caster, you could essentially cast spells up to 10th level or as low as 4th level. And that's how the wild magic, that was just always. Anytime you cast magic, you'd cast it equal, up, or down a certain number of levels. And then if on that d20 per level a certain number was hit, so basically a 5% chance, you would then have an additional magical surge, a wild surge on a roll table. So you had the fact that every spell you cast was going to go up or down, and it affected everything. It affected the damage, the range, the area of effect, all of it. So every spell you cast, maybe good, maybe bad, you never knew. And then once in a blue moon, you also got this random effect for wild surge. It was beautiful. It was straight to the point. It didn't affect your overall build. You just added this extra flavor of chaos. 3rd edition tried to make it into a full-fledged class and focused far too much on giving the player controllable aspects instead of it just being something that happened. And then 5th edition doubled down and just said, yeah, you're basically just another type of magic user. In my opinion, that's what they're doing. So great concept. I like it. I think 2nd edition got closest.
I'll say for me, none of the editions really felt very wild.
No,
Like,
and I think
they
everything
really
we've
didn't.
said I think everything we've said on the side is really
Yeah.
what we believe is wild magic, which is it shouldn't be the main focus of your character. It should be just something that afflicts your character, whether that's good or bad. It's up to you, right? I think it should be an aspect of magic like it's in 2nd edition, because I also think that this can be used as more than just a positive. I think this can be chosen by the character, but I think this can also be an affliction that you can give to the character. This could be a curse. This could be something that afflicts a town, like a region. You go into this region, and while you're there, this shit afflicts you.
They were talking a lot about in the lore about how certain locations just have
wild zones.
Yeah.
So it's like there's so many ways where instead of building this around a character and putting it solely focused on the core of a character, make it an aspect of magic, because you can then have so much more approaches. You can make it an aspect of nature to where it's not a player choice, or you can make it a player choice, and it should come with that balance of risk and reward. Just that's the idea. It's a wild magic. You don't know what's going to happen, and you shouldn't have the control over it, right? You should be able to say, I have magic and I can control when I use my magic. But once I've let it go, it's out of my hands. And that's the disconnect I see right now, is that there's no I'm doing this at a risk to myself. It's more just I hope it does more, but there's really no I hope it doesn't do this. It's just I hope it does more. And that's just where I feel like if it were an aspect of Magic, DMs would have more control. You can have more optional rules for dynamic changes. The roll tables could be better, like we discussed. I think instead of doing one giant roll table or pawning it off to the bag of tricks or the rod of wonders, I think it would be better to do roll tables based off of magic schools. You know what I mean? Give me instead of 100, give me a 20 roll table per magic school, because then at least the effect would feel contextually understandable with the type of spell I'm casting. Like we said, conjuration spells. If the conjuration spell had its own roll table, you could do things like the look of the thing that you conjured looks different, or it has different features, more or less features, right? Maybe you spawn a dagger, but it doesn't have a hilt, so it's just like a fucking blade or whatever, right? Like, there's so many ways that you could play around with adjusting schools of magic to where any spell that you cast from that school, the effect would make sense. It would relate to what I cast. Whereas right now, a lot of the spells that can be cast from these, wild tables, they're almost too random. They're almost just adding a whole extra spell to the list instead of actually adding an effect that makes it feel like the magic isn't working properly. And that's where I just feel like, again, that could be better. And I feel like if you did it based on class, or a school of magic, you'd also have less repetition. Like, I know that not a lot of people are going to play wild mages, and what's the likelihood that you guys are going to have the same roll table and hit the same number? But the fact that your wild mage can have the same exact surges that my wild mage can also doesn't feel like wild magic. But if you were a wild mage that focused on conjuration while I focused on transmutation, we would never have the same kickback. You and I could be in the party and we would never see the same wild surge. And that to me feels,
I do kind of like the idea,
better.
like if a wizard, like a standard wizard went, had the affliction of wild magic, it would be their primary stat that mainly triggered like the wild, because like most of, like, say you're a divination wizard, most of your effects are based upon your divination spells. Well, it makes sense that your divination spells would primarily be what triggers a lot of your wild stuff, because that's where all your stuff is focused.
Lean it heavier into something that makes sense instead of just giving me something else that just, again, just feels like another version of magic with some slight variations. But again, I think 3.5 started getting rid of the risk versus reward, and 5 just got rid of all risk.
Yeah, I feel that.
But yeah, that's the history of wild magic, and that's what we feel about it. I want to see it be more of something that you could just tack onto the character, not build around. I think that it needs to be more about modification of the spell itself, and then the wild surges, I think, need to be I don't know. I think the wild surges need to be more creative. They need to be less about other spells' effects, like other spells going off, and more about the fact that it's the spell not acting as intended. Because that's the biggest disconnect. The wild surges, as they are in the book, they don't feel connected to magic being done wrong. It's just every time you look at even if you look at the ones that are good and bad, it's just more like they're adding magic. It's more like wild magic on paper is just more magic. It's like, hey, you cast this spell, but this also happened. And it's like, that's fine, but does that make sense for the fact that I'm trying to cast a spell and the magic's like, nah, I don't want to today. Nah, I feel like doing this instead. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wild magic is you working with magic that does not want to be worked with. That is, why would magic that does not want to be formed? Like again, the idea that magic has flows. There's some magic that's totally fine being put into a ball, lit on fire, and thrown away so it can explode. Some magic wants to be a fireball. It just naturally has an inclination to do that. And wild magic is this just chaotic magic that doesn't want anything. It doesn't want to be touched. It doesn't want to be fucking looked at. It doesn't want to be thought about.
So it's a cat.
Doesn't want you to... The moment you think of something that you want it to do, it wants to do everything other than that.
I actually just recently saw a video of a metal that's like that, like this certain magnetized metal that whenever you push it closer towards something, it resists being pushed closer towards that thing. But then when you try and lift it away from that exact same thing, it resists. It's super weird.
It's
but
eddy currents, like
yeah.
So that's the idea, right? So why this magic that doesn't want to be touched? Why is it that I can cast normal magic with it? And then it's like, oh, I didn't want to do that, so I'm going to add this effect because I didn't want to do the thing that you just forced me to do. So I'm going to do something additional to it. That's not what wild magic sounds like. It sounds like wild magic should be fighting me. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like if I want to do, like, fireball, maybe I cast a firewall instead. or fire rain, or, maybe I cast fireball and you're allowed to cast fireball, but when you cast it, it moves at your movement speed. So you cast fireball, but
they can run away from it.
It can only move 6 squares per turn. How funny would that be? You cast fireball like a Hadouken, and then it's like you can move it like an entity in one straight line, but it can only move 5 squares a turn.
That's crazy.
So you can make it explode at any point, but you can only go in like one straight line and then just decide when it like that would just be fucking hilarious. Or like that other one that we saw where it's like you when you cast the spell, it's as if nothing happens, but the spell goes off 1d4 rounds later.
I love that.
That was an amazing wild magic effect. You cast a spell and it is delayed by 1d4 rounds to go off. What could be more wild magic than that? The magic spell, like, nah, I don't want it right now. And then it's like, oh, okay, I will now.
Yeah, I got you.
That's fucking hilarious, okay? That to me is wild magic, not I start levitating for 1d4 rounds.
Gosh, and see, that in and of itself makes me want the DM to roll it more. Like, especially with stuff like that, because not knowing that your spell is going to go off in a couple of rounds, like, it's so hard to not metagame that. It's just like, I'm not going to go over there.
Dude,
like, I'm just not going to go. But not knowing,
even more so, this is another thing that that really got lost after second edition is, like, second edition was the last edition to really lean into the idea that the DM should be making all the rolls. Like, second edition was the last edition to suggest that 90% of the rolls are made by the DM behind the DM screen. A lot of the times, players weren't, like, so many times, like the book will reference, like, you're supposed to ask the players what their passive perceptions are. Like, you're supposed to ask them what their numbers are, and then you make the roll and then tell them the effect. Where I personally don't like that, because I'd much rather as a player, like, feel more in control.
Yes.
And it's more interactive to actually have to roll for it. But the idea of telling them, like, when a wild surge is going to happen could also be the problem. Like, why are you telling them a wild surge will happen? Why don't you just make them do rolls and then let the effect happen unbeknownst to them, right?
Interesting.
Instead of saying, "Oh, roll for your wild surge."
I mean,
oh, you have a wild surge? Okay, roll the table. What's the wild surge? But more like, okay, roll your spell and roll your surge, and then you just look at both numbers and be like, okay, so this is what happens, and then they have to sit there and wait, like, what happens? And then it's like, oh, nothing happens. Like, oh, the spell, like, what happened? Like, the spell didn't go off. And then you just sit there counting down your 3 rounds, and then you're like, oh yeah, by the way, your fireball spell goes off. Like, what do you mean it goes off? Be like, yeah, the one that you cast 3 rounds ago, it goes off now. Like, that would be so much, like, can you imagine that? Like, imagine from the player's point of view. You just got told your spell doesn't go off and you keep playing. And then 3 rounds later, everyone's moved across the battlefield and suddenly your fireball goes off.
Or combat's freaking over and everyone's in there having a conversation.
You're looting. Like, no, you try to cast a fireball at a certain enemy and it doesn't go off. The fight ends the very next round. And then your buddy goes to loot the enemy that you cast fireball on. So as he's looting the enemy after combat, the fireball spell erupts right in his body.
Bro, that's all bad.
So these are the things where I think wild magic could be so much better. I just think that it really just needs a going back to the basics and being shifted more, or shifted away from the character build and more towards an aspect of magic, right? A feature of magic that you can add onto your character, not a fundamental piece that should be built around your character. But yeah, that is a 4.5 hour stream. That's 4 hours 50 minutes. That's almost 5 hour long stream. That is hella long for us. So I think we are gonna end it there. That's gonna be us. Thank you guys so much for joining. We have so many people to thank today. Oh my gosh, Mind's Eye, thank you so much for the raid and the follow. Montathecus, thank you so much for the raid and follow. Acrylic, thank you so much for the follow. Cosmic, I know you were there as well. Thank you so much. Nerdy Sakura, thank you so much for coming back. It's nice to see you again. Everybody, yeah, again, it was just so great to see you guys in chat. So great to see you guys interacting. That is just what we live off of. It's what we feed off of. That's exactly what we want the Misfit Gamers community to be, is you guys talking to us. We like talking about it. We like ranting about it. We have so much to talk about. But at the end of the day, I want to know what you guys want to hear about. I want to talk about topics you're interested in. I don't want to just be some guy just ranting and raving about shit that I want to talk about. I want to foster ideas. I want to get you guys thinking, and I want to get you guys to want the things that you want. I want you to come to your own conclusions, and I want to be that source that helps push you to make those decisions. Whether it's my ideas, whether it's Kage's ideas, whether it's your own ideas, we just want to get you guys there. We want to get you guys confident, and we want to get you guys to understand that if it's not written in the book, it doesn't matter. As long as y'all are having fun, that's the way to go. We're all
100%.
about thinking beyond the book, playing beyond the book, and making sure that we all have a good time. So again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you for keeping us company. Thank you for being in chat. If you guys like this episode and you want to see anything that you missed, or if you want to see any of our other live streams, you can check our YouTube channel. I'm going to drop that link in the chat right now. You can see all of our previous live streams on that VOD channel. And if you want to join our Discord, hang out with the community, chat with about topics, if you want to talk about your homebrew with the community, if you want to submit topics for us to talk about, if you want to submit questions for me to answer as a DM, if you want to submit homebrew review for Monday, you can do all of that in our Discord, which I'm also dropping in the chat right now. Join us, come in, say hi. It'd be great to see you. We would love to have you. We are always looking for more stuff. We have about 3 weeks of homebrew right now stocked up. So we're going to be coming to the end of that. So we're going to need more stuff from that. But yeah, that's going to be us for this week. We are always on Mondays and Fridays. Mondays, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time for homebrew review. And Fridays for deeper discussions is going to be 7:30 Pacific Standard Time. And then if you see me any other time, I'm probably just casually playing the game and chit-chatting with the audience. So come in, drop a like, say hi. I'd love to see you guys there when I'm gaming. But yeah, otherwise that's going to be us. I hope you had a fantastic week. I hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. We will be back on Monday. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a good rest of your weekend, y'all. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.